can go and trial and see how that works or doesn't work, and then we can wrestle with it and play with it in coaching, and because they're the ones discovering what works for them. I'm just someone who is informed as an ADHDer about how the brain works and how the ADHD mind works in order to be someone that is empathic and supportive and affirming in terms of helping facilitate that process that they're undertaking.
Yeah, a good description. And I wonder if my friend's experience perhaps speaks to the immaturity of coaching for ADHD and coaching full stop in New Zealand. Because when you talk a multimodal approach to ADHD, it starts with prescriptions and it might end with eating the right foods and exercising, but coaching's really there. And Anna, New Zealand well. How would you describe the New Zealand approach to coaching?
Ooh, that question is, how would I describe the New Zealand approach to counselling? I kind of have thought about this question before, but more from a New Zealand versus US perspective. First of all, the US has this massive diverse population, 330 million people. So you're going to have more people to get services from. Plus, here in the States, there's some really negative ideas about ADHD in the States. And there's some really negative ideas about Americans and the way they function that's very generalized, and a lot of it's very incorrect. It isn't easy to go and get medication. There is a real process to go through it, depending on what state you're in and that kind of thing. But when you talk about coaching in New Zealand versus the States, the reason I talk about the States is because there's a lot less stigma here about ADHD. There's a lot less stigma about getting self-help, getting counselling and getting coaching. And over here, you do need health insurance. So one of the negatives is that you can't really survive without it. But often health insurance covers counselling and coaching here in the States to some degree.
Yes.
So it's seen as a health concern. Whereas a lot of New Zealanders have to pay for it out of pocket. And you're lucky if your insurance company covers it. There's no pre-existing conditions allowed here in the States, so they can't take that away. So there's a lot less stigma around getting support, and there's a lot less stigma around ADHD. So I have a lot of people in the States when I don't like people know I've got brown hair, and I don't go and tell people or not tell people that I've got ADHD. If it comes up, right? But I have a lot of adults, bounce around and they're like, hey, I've got ADHD. I had my 60-year-old landlord pop up one day and he's like, I've got ADHD. And I've had lots more people just share it with me because there's been this longer term healthcare thing. There's been this acceptance of getting mental health and just extra support to live and reach your goals. Because there's this many more people, then there's been a lot greater emphasis on getting on people training to get support. So in this instance, the States is ahead on what we are doing in New Zealand, but I'm starting to see a real fervour in New Zealand from people wanting to get experience. And the problem is, how do we do it? How do we get decent coaching? The other thing is here in the States, in order for healthcare companies to pay for it, you have to be registered. And that means there's a training process and there's an ongoing registration process with it, an ongoing certification process with it. Whereas in New Zealand, at the moment, anyone can call themselves a coach or a counsellor and not have had a lot of extra training in there. So that's something I'd always say is really look at people's at their credentials to see what they've trained in. And when you go to see a coach, ask about it. But there's some of the, I've got lots more different things about what's about coaching in New Zealand, but I think that it's just in its infancy and there's a lot more work to be done.
And Anna, before I ask you the same question, Alex, about the UK, it feels like there's hardly any coaches in New Zealand. Would you agree?
Yep.
Yeah. And just to do a plug for your business, this is one of the reasons you set up Beehive, isn't it?
Yes. So I sort of had an online or a telehealth idea in my head for a few years, and then COVID happened, and there were some other companies doing that sort of thing, and I should explain, I've lived in San Francisco and now I live here. I'm surrounded by tech, T-E-C-H, not T-I-C-K, but tech engineers. Our New Zealand accent comes across quite interesting. And I knew that different things could be done, or we could think about the world and mental health, or not health, but support differently. So yeah, I wanted to, and I was getting so many inquiries for people wanting support with ADHD that it was starting to be painful to open each email and to look at it. So I went, all right, what can I do? I'll set up an online telehealth service so we can reach people throughout New Zealand and offer them a variety of services based on what they want and what they need, and let them lead and understand what's right for them. So it's in its infancy. We are trying to grow, and that's where the business is sort of aimed, I think. I don't know if I covered it already, but
thank you. I think you have. And I think one of the mindset changes New Zealanders need to get through is the psychologists and psychiatrists are important. Let's ignore the fact that they're largely inaccessible on a quick basis in New Zealand. They are important, but a coach can offer different things, and this is going to change some of your mindset. Now, before we go on, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube, we are aware that there has been a technical hitch and that you may have missed some of our introduction. So what we have here is Anna Redgrave. She's a coach and a counsellor based in Seattle. She also runs Beehive.health, which is available in New Zealand. And down below on screen, but not in real life, is Alex, who's also a coach, and also right now at 3 a.m. in London. And Anna, it must be about 9:30, 8:30 in Seattle as well.
7:30.
7:30. Oh, that's why we can never talk. What we have spent the last 20 minutes talking about is exactly what is coaching. This video will be available after the conference if you want to see the front part, but we will keep going. So sorry for the technical issues. And also globaladhd.com is where you can go to donate some money and ask any questions, and we want to see those questions come through. I have to admit, as is often the case in conferences, 10 minutes to go, that's when we got all the questions. So right now there is one question that's just come through, so let's send it through. Now, Alex, and poor Alex is not only up at 3 a.m. in the morning, he has also been dealing with a sick daughter. So we really appreciate you being here. And I feel a little guilty as well. But the question I have for you is, I'm really interested in understanding what coaching looks like in the UK, because also you seem quite advanced when, say, compared to New Zealand.
So there is a real diversity of coaching in the UK. I mean, there's a lot of us. You know, there were 65 million people, and ADHD coaching is a growing profession, I'd say, in the UK. It falls under the category of life coaching, a form, like a subcategory of life coaching. And so there are a few academies that provide ADHD specific coaching training that's accredited by the ICF, that's the International Coaching Federation. It's kind of like the main global governing body for the coaching profession, and it was the first governing body to really establish coaching as a kind of profession in its own right, as separate to counseling therapy. But all of the training academies are based in North America. And it's online training. It's great training, but it's limited. And so you have to bear in mind that when people say they're an ADHD coach, technically coaching isn't a protected category, even though we have like the ICF, technically anybody could. So just harking back to what Anna said, when I say to people that they're looking for an ADHD coach, I feel like when you're going to a coach, you're also going because you're looking at that person in particular.
Yeah.
Like they have a whole life experience. Like, is this an ADHD coach who's been in middle management their whole life, or have they been in C-suite, or have they, maybe they're a working mum, you know, like, I think that so often the experience that coach has in life as a fellow ADHD, because let's face it, almost every ADHD coach has ADHD themselves. I don't know any coaches who call themselves ADHD coaches who don't have ADHD, and that's a really important part of this, that you get to be with someone who understands, who's living it. So I'd say the UK is fairly advanced in that respect, but it's still growing. You know, I think still people are still trying to get their head around like what's the difference between, say, ADHD coaching and leadership coaching. I think it's still one of these things that it's not clearly defined. Yeah,
I agree. Anna, you're nodding.
Yep, I nod. I'm trying really hard not to interrupt, so I it's my speciality.
You're doing good.
I'm so excited. I just want to input stuff. Two things that I wanted to add. First of all, in not just in coaching, but also in counselling, even in clinical psychology and in psychiatry, there is actually, in most of the medical and helping professions, there's actually very little training with ADHD. So a lot of it is people working it out as they go. It's really interesting to do this with ADHD UK. They don't know, but I've actually done some of their trainings in the past with some of the online trainings that I've participated in during COVID, just to find out extra information, you know, just seeking out bits and pieces. So that is one of the things. I think someone who has a really good coaching approach is, or a counselling approach is really important, but also, as Alex said, that life experience. But I also wanted to add this about when you seek out a coach or a counsellor, or anyone really, anyone, and that is find someone you can work with. You don't have to like them, but it's someone who doesn't bring out the shame in someone with ADHD. You know, if I can get to one of the root causes of problems that I feel, you know, right underneath all of it is shame. And it's good to have someone who might challenge you or push you a little bit, but people can do that without bringing out the shame. So it's really important that they clearly understand your goals and tailor their work to you rather than you fitting into their mold. That's what I think. That's my personal perspective. And expect to work, you know, expect to put in the work. There is work in between. But the main thing is shop around. You know, if you have the option to shop around, do it and speak to different people. Now here in the US, I get interviewed by my clients. And I'd like to say that most of them pick me as their employer, or as not their employer, but as their counsellor or coach. So, you know, yay for me. But talk to different people and really, get away from that shame thing. And that's anywhere: New Zealand, the US, the UK, South Africa, anywhere, Australia.
Nicely said. And you have a phrase that has stuck with me ever since we've started talking, Anna, is that we see you. Right. Do you want to explain what that means?
We see you. I think a real goal for the business Beehive, it's Beehive with a Y, by the way, but is we meet you where you're at. And that's really important, because some people say, don't tell me. I actually met Darren 8 or 9 years ago. And when I first met him, he got up and he told me what ADHD NZ does. And that's said, and Darren, I hope that it's okay for me to say this, but Darren said, we're here to support people who suffer from ADHD. And I nearly walked out of the room. And I said, don't you tell me I suffer. Let me make decisions about what's going on for me. Now, that means some people are owning it, getting on with it, whatever processes I've worked through, they may have had bad things happen in their life or not. Some people are owning it. Some people are just stuck. They're sort of in the middle, and they're sort of halfway there. Their life is just sort of, with ADHD, it's just sort of puddling along, and then these mistakes keep happening, a divorce, or they lose their job, and they keep functioning just. And there's other people who are really struggling, really struggling with ADHD, and the coexisting other things that go on with it. There's drug and alcohol issues, there's arguing, there's all sorts of, really upsetting things that really happen in people's lives. And I really believe that a coach or a counsellor or a clinical psychologist, whoever you work with, can meet you where you're at and make you feel held, and can help you work towards your goals at a pace that works for you. Maybe not the pace you want it to be, but the pace that works for you. Taking it back to that change happens in small bits.
Yeah, nicely said. And look, I've had a question which I can answer, is where can you get in contact with coaches in New Zealand? So adhd.org.nz, on its website, it does have some coaches, including Beehive. And we're very careful who we put up there for two reasons. Just because you have ADHD, some people think if they have ADHD, they could be a coach. We do believe that there is some training, and we also look to see if it's the sort of person who can connect with people with ADHD as well. Picking up on other comments, it is a market that is in its infancy in New Zealand, and it needs to grow. So you won't find many people there, unfortunately. Alex, going back to you, because I saw you nodding. Oh, sorry, Anna.
No, Alex had a question.
I was gonna do an exclusive. So just about to launch an ICF accredited ADHD Foundation training for coaches and therapists, which we're doing a pilot start this month, and then we will launch it in February, which will be run from New Zealand and the UK for coaches and therapists. So we're starting something that is really needed. More training, really effective training. But our training is from the perspective of the lived experience in combination with the neuroscience. So anyway, just to say, and that's for anyone.
And I want to say that about a lot of the ADHD training that I've heard, it's very DSM focused. This is what ADHD, this is this, this is this, this is this. But it doesn't include all the other stuff that goes on with ADHD that's outside the DSM, does it, Alex?
Exactly. And in fact, that's one of the things that we talk a lot about in our course. And it still amazes me because of all the research that we know about ADHD. Emotional dysregulation is a real key element to ADHD. And this is something that isn't part of the diagnostics for ADHD. And yet it is a universal experience of every ADHD that I've ever met.
Alex, just if you wouldn't mind continuing to do the plug for the course, because that's a giant step forward. It's just been selfish here in New Zealand. That is a giant step forward. Tell me, what are the sort of things you cover?
Yeah, so it's been interesting because it's a co-created course with another amazing ADHD coach who comes from an education background. She's a much more advanced coach than I am, a brilliant coach. Called Katie Friedman, and the course is 8 weeks, and it's 20 hours, accredited hours of training. And we follow Dr. Thomas Brown, who is one of the key kind of figureheads in the world of ADHD in terms of research. And he created a model of executive functions, which is this part of our brain, like the brain's management system. This is the part of what we know from neuroscience that we really struggle with our executive functioning, our ability to manage tasks. And so we take his model and we use that as a structure on which to understand and discuss all of the paradoxes of ADHD. We understand there's a concept called situational variability, which is this idea that, you know, there can be different situations and different, we can be brilliant in certain environments and we can really struggle in other environments, and yet it might be a similar task. And so this is where there's a lot of shame and stigma that comes in with ADHD, because there's things that don't make sense unless you have this, what we call the ADHD lens, where you start to see ADHD in a new light. And so the course is helping people to understand this, because a lot of what people know about ADHD is from the media or from hearsay. It's about badly behaved boys, which is amazing that people still hold this view, because it's so archaic. It's so early 90s. And yet people still do, you know. And so this is really helping people understand this from a lived experience perspective.
Fantastic. And how will people find the course to enroll?
That's a really good question, because the pilot is just about to begin with 10 delegates who are very kind enough at the time to help us. So what I would say is you'll be able to access it probably via the ADHD UK and NZ websites. They'll be on there. So I'd say watch the space. But we'll be launching in February.
And clearly you have some interest, because how much is the course? Or should we wait to you?
The price. We're still just trying to make sure that the course is cohesive and makes sense. Because it's two ADHDers trying to create a course, and we, as you may have learned from this discussion between Anna and I, there is so much to talk about, and we have so much interest in this topic that so we're in the final stages of getting it accredited by the ICF. But I'd say watch this space and check out the websites.
And for those in New Zealand, watch the ADHD New Zealand website and also ADHD UK website as well. So congratulations on doing that. Clearly sorely needed. Hey, I want to just move into the role of coaching as a multimodal delivery, because to be fair, it does seem the UK and the US is more advanced than New Zealand. You know, to me, as a parent and someone who works with ADHD New Zealand, it's very much see a specialist, get some medication, then there's a gap, and then you might look at more exercise or what you eat. So coaching can play a role in that approach and sort of that multimodal delivery. And I'm going to head to you first and see and sort of hear about how it could fit into everything else.
Well, I kind of I've had conversations with other people in this arena in New Zealand, and have thought a bit about this, but I think it's somewhere in the credits for this group. But if 1 in 20 members of the population has ADHD, then diagnosing and managing this diversity should be more broadly available and understood by those in the helping professions. At the moment, psychiatry, even in Britain, just getting an appointment to get an assessment, to get meds, just is impossible. I believe it's 3 years in the UK.
Yeah, if you go by the NHS traditional route, it's anything up to like 3 to 4 years at the moment.
And in New Zealand,
I'll stop complaining.
In New
6 to 9 months.
In New Zealand, what was the DHBs, only 1 or 2 of them actually did anything about it, and the rest of them brutally weren't able to work with people with ADHD. So, but a multimodal process, the problem is so much medications is put on medications to fix ADHD, and they do not fix ADHD. They absolutely help, and they may improve focus. And medications can really support people to implement change into their life, but it's not a magic pill. As we grow through life, we learn habits. You know, we might use eating for stimming, or we might use it for masking, or we might use it to keep ourselves busy and get that dopamine going. But we also learn then to eat. You know, we can train our bodies very quickly when to sleep and when not to sleep, when to eat, when not to eat, anger, all sorts of things. So I think that medication can be helpful towards learning habits, but I think we, all people, not just people with ADHD, can learn new habits, and coaching and counselling can help with that sort of thing. Coaching can, you know, really help with habits. A multimodal approach. We also learn quickly that that as ADHDers, we don't fit into the world's expectations of what normal is. And to tell you the truth, as I work with clients across the board, I don't think there is a normal. I think everyone has their diverse way of being, whether they have a diverse brain or not. But as we develop within this world of expectations, we also develop behaviours that mask our tendencies. It's rude to interrupt. But when I interrupt, it's actually me getting excited and being a part of the conversation. I want to share with you what's exciting. I don't want to talk over you. I'm excited. And the dopamine's going for me, those kind of things. But what happens is we get shamed into being, this is how you should act, this is what you should do. And we realize we're not quite right. So over this period, we learn we learn behaviors that internally can really be very negative. So a multimodal approach, medication won't take those habits, won't take those lifelong learnings away. But a multimodal approach using different resources, coaching, counselling, and other sources or therapies can help people get on and maybe learn to accept themselves. And I want to, it can help us learn our strengths and our weaknesses. Everybody has them. To be kind to ourselves, to understand how to function in this world. And I want to point this out. Hallowell in ADHD 2.0 says the flip side of distractibility is curiosity. The flip side of impulsivity is creativity. And the flip side of hyperactivity is energy. Now, I have the most amazing and lucky experience to work with some tech engineers here in Seattle. One of them, an ADHDer, brilliant. If any doctor tells you that you can't go to university, or if you went to university, you can't have ADHD, this person was highly involved with putting the Mars rover on wherever it went, on Mars. Another person works for one of the big gaming companies, Fortnite. Not Fortnite, but was involved in development of that game. They've moved companies. They are hiring people. Both these people have ADHD. They're hiring other ADHDers, and they know what those ADHDers' strengths and weaknesses are, and they know how to support them. And in fact, they know that they might be able to start things but can't finish it. And I don't know if many people are aware of this, and I've read about it, but there are employment agencies specifically looking for us, looking for our interesting and curious minds. I've been in so much trouble for my mind, but recently some people have come into my life who appreciate it, and it has made a big difference to how I feel about myself, and helped me realize that actually it's a really cool mind. You just has to have the right people to harness it, or for me to harness it and work with them.
Yeah, nicely said, Anna. And in fact, I'm going to do a plug for our next session. If you want to understand how neurodiversity in the workplace works and what happens when workplaces accept ADHD, join us in our next session of Google. It is amazing. Look, we're running out of time, so I'm going to ask both of you one final question. And I'll start with you, Alex. And the question is, do you love coaching, and why?
You say, do I love coaching?
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you why I love coaching. It is this amazing opportunity to ADHDers to connect on a very personal level. And there's a high, what I call profound empathy that happens, and it's transformational. And I would say I love it because it is amazing to connect with other ADHDers. I learn from my clients. And it is amazing to see how they transform. And subsequently, I transform too. So that's why I love coaching. It's the best job.
And Anna, thank you, Alex.
I don't think I could put it much better than Alex.
No.
I've learned a lot. It's cool that I get to be paid to hang out with my people. And even though I'm a counsellor, I get to feel typical or normal hanging out with my clients. We're all on journeys. So yeah, I think it's just really exciting. And I love, like Alex said, hanging out with other ADHDers. I love talking to people and listening. And I think, we're very blessed and very lucky to be able to do something, well, I am, to be able to do something I love. And to tell you the truth, the difference between an old life where I worked in the corporate world and this life where I work as a coach and a counsellor, I get to do what I love and I get to work with people that I really enjoy.
Yeah.
I can see, listening to both of you, Anna late on a Thursday night in the US, and Alex early, 3 a.m., nearly 4 a.m., how much you love us. And the fact that you love ADHD, I can see it in that you love coaching. And I can only think that the clients, the customers, if that's the right word, patience doesn't feel like it's the right word, would really just create so much energy for you as well. And I also, unfortunately, I regret running out of time because there's a few more questions I'll have come through, but I did tell you people out there in YouTube land to send them through quickly. So Alex and Anna, thank you so much. Thanks for streaming in. Alex, I hope you get some sleep before you can, your next session.
If you're still on, I'm on another panel at 9 a.m. UK time. So I'm going to go to bed and then I'm going to get up again for that one.
Alex, take care, eh?
Yeah, look after yourself, Alex.
Yeah, I will do.
And for those out there watching the conference, thank you for joining us for another exciting session of the world's first global ADHD 24-hour conference. We really appreciate you coming. I know there are technical issues at the start, and this will be available shortly for you to be able to watch the first 20 minutes, which are just as good as the last 20 minutes. So please check that out. Coming up is an introduction to neurodiversity in Google and what they do. I also want to just push a movie called The Disruptors, which is a movie that is everything Anna talked about. ADHD New Zealand has brought it to New Zealand. It's in the movie theatre in Auckland coming up, but it's also on YouTube and it's relatively cheap to purchase, and it's on Apple and Amazon if you're not in New Zealand as well. So please take the opportunity to do that. I look forward to seeing you for hour 15 in 10 minutes. And until then, have a great day. And Alex, go to bed, mate. Thank you, Anna.
Take care. Bye.
My name's Jock Matthews. I work as the Clinical Director at Rosalie Clinic, and I'm going to talk about increasing your productivity at work with brain hacks. Try and increase your productivity with these work strategies designed to manage symptoms of ADHD, such as procrastination, distractibility, and impulsivity, and they may impact your success at work. You can also hack your brain from the outside through diet changes, exercise, and better sleep. There is a great audiobook called Brain Rules. It's about brain chemistry and brain function, but have a listen, you won't regret it. Here are some more favorite brain hacks that have been successful. Complete your to-do list by DWYDN or Dwerden. This brain hack was inspired by a line I saw from a productivity guru called David Allen. Much of the stress that people feel doesn't come from having too much work. It comes from not finishing what they've started. DWYDN, or DWYDN, stands for do what you're doing now. Do what you're doing now. I finally realized I could finish what I sat down to work on, what I'm doing now. My to-do list would get shorter fast. It also leads to greater reported levels of self-efficacy in people. I'm sure you know the universal ADHD truth. Too often we jump out of a task and pick up another task that seems easier or more interesting, and we never come back to the original task. Or we do a little of this and a little of that and get nothing done completely. This is why our to-do lists stay so long. Finishing the thing we've started is easier said than done for us, but here's how to use this hack. Next time you're working on an intensive task, start by declaring, this is what I'm doing now. This is what I'm doing now. By saying that, you'll build this fence around the task to keep out potential distractions. When you get that text from your best friend, you'll be equipped to say to yourself, I'd love to reply to my friend, but it's not what I'm doing now. This important task is what I'm doing right at the moment. This hack has been responsible for the upward trajectory of many people more than any other. Switching off notifications on your devices can be very useful as well, but hard to do. It's all about managing your desire for that dopamine hit. The second brain hack, get a fresh mental start with PP478. So what is PP478? It stands for pause and plan with a 478 breathing technique. It's a way to recover from the feeling of never having enough time and way too much to do. The debilitating stress that goes with those two things. You may have heard of the 478 technique, which comes from the ancient practice of yoga. It's got plenty of 21st century scientific support in reducing stress as well. So you breathe in through your nose for 4 counts, hold your breath for 7 counts, then slowly release your breath through your pursed lips for 8 counts. Repeat 3 times and you will achieve what is called heart rate variability. Practice it, you will need to practice it. Now you're able to do what ADHDers are really able to do, and that is pause and plan, think clearly, calmly about what you're doing and what you should do next. Another hack, ignite your ADHD brain with a venue change. Thinking about your typical workday, how many hours are you able to work on tough, important tasks with confidence and calm? Not many, right? Okay. Science says we can reboot our brain with pattern interruption. You can interrupt the pattern of your day by changing your venue or your position. Some people work in 5 or more different locations around their home or office on any given day. This can be constantly re-energizing by changing your venues. Even if you work in a tightly controlled physical environment, you can vary your workplaces. Change the way you're positioned at your desk, work in a conference room for a couple of single tasking sessions, and sit at a desk that is not being used by anyone. Another hack, fuel your brain by feeding it right. Too many ADHDers fuel their brain using sugary snacks and drinks that are almost pure glucose. You get spurts of mental energy, but you crash a few minutes later as your brain begs for more sugar. If you were to get your glucose, say, from dried fruit, a food in which glucose is still attached to its fiber, the delivery curve for the fuel is extended. Add to your snacks some protein like raw nuts or jerky, and you extend the delivery of that curve even further. Try a few pumpkin seeds, and these almonds are also great at delivering more protein bang for its buck. And of course, dried apricots. Another hack, reclaim your ADHD brain with a recovery ritual. Try using this occasionally in your day-to-day. Experts say the length of the renewal recovery process is less important than the quality. Here are a couple of tips. A mini meditation while you're sitting at your desk for 2 minutes. A stretch for 60 seconds. It brings in fresh oxygen to the brain. Whenever I do it, I often yawn, which actually is a way of grabbing oxygen into your brain. Tidy up, reset your environment and reset your mind and body. Take a short walk or hit the staircase. This is something I regularly encourage people to do, and it discharges some of that kinetic energy that can make a difference. We do have more control over our thoughts and actions than we've been led to believe. Most of what I've shared are classic brain hacks. Tweaking your thoughts can change the way you view something, or tweaking your diet or breathing to alter your brain chemistry. Try them and see if your productivity increases at home or at work. Good luck.
It's on. Just microphone. Figure it out.
I'm always busy, I'm always doing something, whether I'm fidgeting or pulling some crazy face or running up something and doing a backflip off it. Just real out there, real open and crazy. It's who I am.
All the people that I know that have ADHD are all like real creative in their own way, hands-on things they seem to be real good at.
He's this little powerhouse. He's got so much focus and energy, and he's like a ball, a power pack, and it's just like, whoom.
As busy as I am, there's so much to do. We run an export company and we are a successful company, in no small part because we're not normal by normal standards.
I've always been, like, I think I've always been different from everyone else. When people say ADHD, like, I reckon people always think it's like a real bad thing, but I don't reckon it's that, like, a bad thing. I think it's like a superpower. You got so many ideas all the time, but then sometimes it can be really hard just to stop and do one thing at a time.
I was the 5-minute wonder as a kid. I could never stay on task, but I could do many tasks at once, not necessarily finish them all perfectly, not necessarily finish them all at all.
It's pretty full on and crazy.
My head is the constant living vocal diary about what I should be doing. A whole lot of Jiminy Crickets telling me of all the jobs I've got to do at the same time.
It's like having 1,000 people around you all the time. And then even when I'm by myself, sometimes I just find it really difficult to like focus on one thing. Like I find it real hard not to just be thinking about something else in my head, even though I'm not on purpose though. Like, cause sometimes people think it's real rude.
Hey, who's doing that?
I think the desire or the impulse to act out far outweighs any recall of what consequences. So whilst he might, in the moment, he doesn't recall or remember that there's going to be a consequence.
People say like, why'd you do that? And I'm like, I just don't know. Like, I don't even know why I did it. I remember I put my foot in like there's like an elevator, is what it's called, the one, like the room things. For some reason, I just put my foot like into the gap in between it. I somehow like pulled my like foot out just as it was but it like ripped all my toes and stuff. And I was like, I just don't know why I did it. It was like this like even if you're a kid, it's just like.
I'm always busy. I'm always doing something, whether I'm fidgeting or pulling some crazy face or running up something and doing a backflip off it. Just real out there, real open and crazy. It's who I am.
All the people that I know that have ADHD are all like real creative. Hands-on things they seem to be real good at.
He's this little powerhouse. He's got so much focus and energy, and he's like a ball, a power pack, and it's just like, whoom.
As busy as I am, there's so much to do. We run an export company and we are a successful company, in no small part because we're not normal by normal standards.
I've always been, like, I think I've always been different from everyone else. When people say ADHD, like, I reckon people always think it's like a real bad thing, but I don't reckon it's that, like, a bad thing. I think it's like a superpower. You got so many ideas all the time, but then sometimes it can be really hard just to stop and do one thing at a time.
I was the 5-minute wonder as a kid. I could never stay on task, but I could do many tasks at once, not necessarily finish them all perfectly, not necessarily finish them all at all.
It's pretty full on and crazy.
My head is the constant living vocal diary about what I should be doing. A whole lot of Jiminy Crickets telling me of all the jobs I've got to do at the same time.
It's like having 1,000 people around you all the time. And then even when I'm by myself, sometimes I just find it really difficult to like focus on one thing. Like I find it real hard not to just be thinking about something else in my head, even though I'm not on purpose though. Like, cause sometimes people think it's real rude.
Hey, who's doing that?
I think the desire or the impulse to act out far outweighs any recall of what consequences. So whilst he might, in the moment, he doesn't recall or remember that there's going to be a consequence.
People say like, why'd you do that? I'm like, I just don't know. Like, I don't even know why I did it. I remember I put my foot in like there's like an elevator, is what it's called, the one, like the room things. For some reason, I just put my foot like into the gap in between it. I somehow like pulled my like foot out just as it was, but it like ripped all my toes and stuff. And I was like, I just don't know why I did it. It was like this, like even if you're a kid, it's just like, everyone knows this. It's not gonna be good. Like there's nothing good that's gonna happen from doing something like that. Like you're definitely impulsive.
Some people, they find calm in lying down and reading a book, but like I'm totally relaxed when I'm jumping off something really high. That free fall, that plunge is amazingly calm and amazingly peaceful. And that's where I find my peace. It stops my mind from wandering and going down into those dark places that lots of people don't want to be.
Jack is more highly sensitive, and certainly in moments of issues at home, he'll take it personally. You hate me, you don't love me, you don't like me.
When I was a kid, I used to have a lot of tantrums. Just from being frustrated though. Once I get angry, like I find it really hard to calm down, or I get real like shaky and stuff. The whole thing of your head, like sometimes, and you just can't, you want to do something and you just can't do it, and it just like makes you real pissed off. Like, I don't know how else to deal with it, I think.
There's good days and bad days. And some of those good days are really great, and some of those bad days are really dark.
There's so much about his personality that is exceptionally caring, exceptionally loving. Yeah, and challenging. Absolutely challenging.
You're not going to be a hairdresser when you grow up, are you? No.
Jack was asked to leave the first daycare centre that he'd been at for a couple of years. He wasn't integrating and he was hurting and biting. So the daycare centre, obviously having all their strategies and structures, tried to start working with Jack on what they would do with other children, but he sort of didn't respond to that. We took him along to another daycare centre and that didn't work, and then we took him to a third one, and he was actually asked to leave after being there a couple of weeks because he stabbed a child with a pencil. So he didn't conform in those environments. He was often lashing out and hurting, and it was indicated that he probably wasn't best suited to daycare environments. And I found it hard in particular because they didn't know how to deal with it. Parents were complaining because the children were getting hurt. You know your child was getting talked about in the playground. You know other parents were saying, don't go anywhere near him. He wasn't getting play dates. So there was that whole social issue that was going around, and it was just like, you felt lost and you felt helpless, And it was bloody hard, really hard at the beginning.
I didn't really like primary school that much because I used to always get in trouble. I really wanted to leave. Like, I never used to want to go to that school. I remember writing someone's name all over the tables to get them in trouble or something. And like me and my mate used to just chuck rocks at cars. I mean, that's probably why they don't like us. I don't think I fit in at all.
I was very sporty at school. I was shite academically, really. Maybe that's because of my ADHD. Maybe it's just because I was an ass at school. Maybe the teachers just weren't prepared for the style of teaching that best suited me.
I don't know whether it was my ADHD or just the person who I am, but I couldn't learn in the classroom. It's not that I didn't want to learn, because I tried very hard for the first 10 minutes and then I couldn't focus anymore.
I tried to do work sometimes. It was just too overwhelming, I reckon. There's just so much going on. If I took myself away from everyone, it was a lot easier to work. But you can't really do that in high school a lot, because you're stuck in a class with everyone else. I used to just talk to people, or make little guns and stuff like that out of the pens, or build like airplanes out of rulers and stuff, and just kind of make things or be drawing. Yeah, and I didn't care that I got into trouble at all. I thought it was funny.
Was I ever suspended?
Yes, I did fall out of school. I think my suspension had something to do with drugs and alcohol.
I think I must have got stood down like 10 times or something. In the 3-4 years I was there, I got stood down once for lighting a fire behind the canteen, for lighting fireworks and stuff. I had like a big fight with one of the teachers.
I could pretty much say my permanent chair at the school was outside the principal's office.
I did get expelled.
I got expelled, yeah, I think that's what they call it.
Probably because I did something wrong.
Like, I was kind of stoked about it, because I remember being like, oh, sweet, that's like, I could just keep going on my holiday, and it's a long-ass holiday.
When I was 17 or 18, I decided that school wasn't for me anymore. I had been there for a lot of years, and I hadn't learned a lot of stuff. And then I started trying to sort my life out, which wasn't really working for me. And eventually I ended up on the dole, getting paid by the government to sit on my bum and, well, get high pretty much. And that slowly progressed further and further until it totally consumed my life, and that's what I live for.
I used to drink heaps. I don't know if you'd say I was like an alcoholic, because I was only like up to like 18, so I don't know. It sounds weird when you say that, like an 18-year-old's an alcoholic. I used to smoke lots of weed when I was younger, when I was like 15. And yeah, playing video games is definitely an addiction, I reckon.
Everyone reaches a stage in their life where they hit that wall and they have no idea what to do. I had a job working for a company holding a sign on the side of the road, and one day it was really windy and it was raining and I still had to work, and the sign was slapping me in the face, and I just thought, what am I doing? What better time to go on an adventure and change my life and become a somebody? I set off on an adventure around the entire coastline of New Zealand. I started in Cape Reinga, made my way down the entire west coast, and then right back up the east, right back to where I started. It ended up taking 600 days exactly and was over 8,000 kilometres. I lived off the land effectively, so most of the time I was hunting for my own food with a crossbow, a bow, or an air rifle. And if I wasn't using them, it was just my bare hands, just following my instincts, because that's what it was down to out there in the wild.
Hey, our personality type, you can be addicted to drugs, or you can be addicted to swimming, you can be addicted to sport, you can be addicted to anything. But if you recognise the type of person you are, it's not that hard to be addicted to something good rather than something shite.
I don't drink at all anymore. So I just got into like doing graphics-y stuff instead. I've been doing like interior design, graphic design, and a bit of packaging. Teaching myself how to make websites so I can make websites for people as well. And graffiti, I really like graffiti. My mum used to say, like, you'll be stoked as when you start making money doing what you like. And then it's true. I just found something I was just real interested in doing. And that's what I'm doing now.
It's really great to get that activity, and that's the cool thing, that you've got this ball of energy firing around the place.
I think we've made a great investment into community, and we've made a great investment in school in terms of, getting to know some really cool people, some really good mums, really good dads, because it takes a village to raise a child.
Just keep doing what you enjoy doing. Yeah, shouldn't let other people decide what your life's going to be like.
My world has always been glass half full, regardless. It doesn't matter. I'm 6 foot above ground, therefore it's a good day.
I remember being told by doctors when I was little that I'll grow out of ADHD, everyone does, but I don't think you do grow out of it. I think you grow into it, and you find ways of managing it, and you find ways of controlling your impulses. Once you can learn to live with ADHD, it's an amazing thing. It gives you this energy that you can go out and take on the world with. The ability to go and go and go. Once your mind's set on something, nothing's going to stop you.
Kia ora te whanau, ko hofta moenga ko trente awa ko Atlantic te moana, no Ingraria ho, kei tamaki makoro toko kaianga, ko Retrolia ho, Koramanda toko Macau, toko wha mawa taonga, ara ko Reina, rata ko Stevie, ko Leah, ko Ruby, ko rata tanako, o takatune. No re ra tana tato katoa. So I've got quite a special job now that I really love and enjoy. So I work in education, and it's funny because I wasn't that great at it when I was a kid. So I'm from a place called Stoke in the UK, and it's a really poor socio-economic area. Nobody in my family had ever been to university. My parents really, they believed in the power of education to shift you out of that. So they just worked incredibly hard, and they worked hard to send me, my brother and my sister to good schools. So when I was 11, I got the choice of either passing an exam and going to a private school, or getting sent to a boarding school. So I passed the exam. I went to this private school, and I mean, the majority of the kids there I didn't really understand. They all had like loads of money, and all the stuff that went on there, I mean, I just hated it. I had like lots of fun being naughty with my friends, but it was a British public school, so corporal punishment was a big thing. Used to get hit quite a lot by teachers. Yeah, I mean, school was really weird. I was like really useless academically, and was just basically naughty. So that's kind of what I left school with, was that I was a naughty lad, basically. So yeah, school wasn't great. So I didn't do very well at school, and I used to hang around with a bunch of folks who my dad calls the wrong crowd, so getting up to no good. I didn't do very well academically. When I was in my early 20s, I sort of decided I'd better get my act together a bit. So me and a friend thought it would be a bit of a laugh if we became lawyers. So you can apply for any course in the UK if you're an adult. So we got onto a law course, and I I went to the first lecture of the law degree, and this boring git stood up in a suit and literally read out of a textbook, and I just thought, you know, sod that, I've got much more interesting stuff to do with my time. So I got a law degree. It was a crap law degree. I never went to any lectures or anything. I just used to, you know, we had to write 5 assignments every semester, and I'd literally just go in for 5 days and be like, what the hell do we have to do? And just bang out these crap assignments and just swap the night before the test. So I got a 2-2. It was like, I think 46% was probably the highest mark I got at uni. So I got a really crap degree. But I was lucky in a way, because when I graduated from university, there was a huge glut of graduates in the UK, and the Law Society had brought in a minimum wage for trainee solicitors. So nobody could get jobs at all. But I had other sources of income, so I didn't need to get paid. So I put a suit on and knocked on doors and said, give me a job, don't pay me. And somebody said yes. So I ended up becoming a lawyer, which I hated because I kind of went into it thinking it was about helping people, but it turned out it was about earning fees. So I did that for a little bit. I packed that in. I had a job working in big fleet car sales. I went to work for a marketing company and hated that. When I was in my early 30s, I decided to go back to uni. So I fell in love with computers. So like I've got a big misspent youth that pretty much lasted into my mid-30s. So acid house music happened when I was a kid in the UK. So I loved taking drugs, and I loved going to the parties. I still do love the music. You know, I learned how to DJ. I got a bit interested in making the music, and you know, through that and computer games, I got interested in computers. So I applied to do a computing course at university, and I got an interview with the course director, and he was like, yeah, you can do the course, but you've got to do you've got to pass a maths paper. And I just couldn't do maths when I was at school at all. So I left the interview just feeling shit really, and thinking that's it, I've got no chance. And I got a kid's maths book out of the library and just took it home and started working through it. And actually, it was weird. I actually discovered that all the maths that I couldn't do when I was at school, I could do. And even though I'd never done anything academically, because I was interested in computing, I actually I got a master's in computing, and I even got a distinction for it. So I actually got this sort of real personal understanding of this thing called engagement and learning. You know, when I was at school, I literally wasn't engaged with anything, and I couldn't learn anything. But I found that when I was interested, I could learn whatever I wanted. And I decided to become a teacher. So like my master's project, I built a system for a bunch of primary schools, and I spent a lot of time working in these primary schools, and they were really cool. You know, I used to love going in and seeing what they were doing with the kids. And I remember standing in a classroom one day and thinking, I love computers. School's cool now. I'll be a teacher. I'm a bit of a dick. I became a secondary school teacher. So like I went on my first placement in a secondary school and just kind of discovered it was the same boring crap I'd been forced to sit through when I was a kid. You know, school's just full of shinier toys. So I mean, I did that for a little while in the UK. I moved to New Zealand, I think nearly 17 years ago. I taught at a Decile 10 school on the shore, Decile 2 school down in South Auckland. I did not doing too much teaching. I really did a lot of stuff around infrastructure because I'm a geek, and then trying to help teachers use technology in the practice, which, to be honest, because I didn't know what I was doing, was like pushing shit uphill. And I was I was just getting very disillusioned with it and almost had enough. And then I had one of those sort of really magic life experiences happen. So Frances Valentine, who's my boss now, she'd set up a place called the Mind Lab, and I'd been sort of following what they were doing, and I got home one night and my ex-wife was like, oh, Frances Valentine's been in touch with me, wants you to go and see her. And I just thought she'd want me to take some kids from the school I was at the time, so I left it for a bit. And I still remember turning up at this really cool, funky building on a crappy winter's night in Auckland, and it was raining, and I just walked in and I saw something that I'd never seen before. There were like 30 odd teachers there late at night after a full school day, and they were doing professional development. They were learning, but they were like cheering and smiling and laughing and having fun. And you know, Frances had just sat me down and said, I want you to work for me. And I just said yes. And that's been really a profound moment in my life for lots of ways. So why is it special to me? So up until I went to work at the Mind Lab, I'd never had a job that I enjoyed. I'd never had a job that I was good at. You know, work had always been a struggle, and I didn't know why. But then I went to work at the Mind Lab, and all of a sudden, you know, I had work that I loved, and we had a purpose that I really, it really aligned with my personal values. And I suppose one of the things is that we do at the Mind Lab now, which I'd never experienced anywhere else, was we collaborate. And that's, I just don't come across that anywhere, because to collaborate, you need psychological safety. So to really collaborate, you have to be able to talk openly and honestly with your colleagues about not what you're good at, and not to have to pretend to be good at things that you're not good at either. It's, you know, I've got a hell of a lot of stuff that I'm crap at, but we just built this culture at work where it was okay if you're not good at stuff. And then you find out weirdly that you've got these wonderfully different colleagues who, they're awesome at all the stuff that you're crap at. It's like, well, you do all of that and I'll do all of this. And, you know, that's real collaboration. So since I've been there, I've just had really a wonderful work environment. The kind of butt around that is, even though I'd had that and I was really beginning to thrive, so I look like a white privileged male, and, you know, I am, because I'm white and male, but I am diverse as well. So I didn't find out until I was in my, 40s, just by accident, that I got ADHD. I felt like a total dick when I found out. It was like, of course it's ADHD, I got given a form to fill in by a friend, and I went through, and it was like somebody had just written my life down with tick boxes next to it. It's like, do you do this? Yes, 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 all the time, yes. So, I mean, when I found out, it was, I don't know, it was interesting, because I'd always felt like I was just a bloody alien walking around and never really known what it was or why I was different. And so it was like, oh, well, that explains it. But, when you read about ADHD, all the language around it's deficit language. So it's an attention deficit and it's a disorder. And then I've got all these other things that sit around it, which are wonderfully named comorbidities. And, I was just, it kind of explained why I was the way that I was, but I was embarrassed about it. And, I didn't tell anybody at the time. But then at work, I had something go on. I was on the board of my daughter's school, and basically we had to exclude this 6-year-old kid who got ADHD, defiance disorder. He was basically me as a kid, and we ended up excluding him in a board meeting because the legislation's shit, and it really destroyed me. It really upset me, and I ended up telling all the board members. And then I went to work the next day and I was fine, but then a board member rang me up to see if I was okay, and it destroyed me again. And yeah, I'm normally really happy at work, and I ended up going out with Francis's PA, Melissa, and just telling her everything. And she just said, she was like, you need to tell Francis. And I went home and I told my ex-wife about it, and my ex-wife works in HR and recruitment, and she was like, don't tell Francis. Anyway, Melissa kept on at me for a few days, and one day I literally was just walking past the office and she just pulled me in and just said, you know, Richard needs to tell you something, and just kind of blurted everything out to Francis. And it was really quite a profound day, because when I told her, the first thing that she said was, oh, I knew. And I was like, oh shit, I thought I was doing a much better job of hiding it. But she said, I didn't know what you got, but I knew you were different, and that's why I want you to work for me. And that was just this big mental flip. You know, I'd never seen having a different brain as having any value, and she just totally turned that on its head. And the next thing she said was, what do you want me to do to help? And the magical thing about where I work is nothing, because I already had a really wonderfully supportive environment. I'm profoundly grateful for where I work, because I can go in every day and be me. And, you know, if you've got ADHD, that comes with a lot of stuff that normally you try and rein in. You know, it's like my brain thinks it, my mouth says it, and that's like a blessing and a curse. So I mean, I've got a really awesome work environment that I love. It's made me think differently about ADHD. You know, myself and my partner, we've got 4 children between us, and 3 of them, you know, one of them's more towards the neurotypical side, and 3 of them are more neurodiverse. And what I do at work is all around innovation, and it's really about the secret to innovation is beautifully simple. It's all about diversity, but not the kind of diversity that most people normally talk about. So when people normally talk about diversity, they talk about gender or religion or ethnicity, and those things are important, but there's a deeper one that matters more, and that's diversity of thought. And, you know, what I find through work is that's the beautiful thing about people who are on the neurodiverse side. Our brains are different, and that makes us think differently, and that's a profoundly beautiful thing. And so I get to do that at work. I get to help organisations and people just really understand the true power of that. And so, you know, I've had a really good life, and I can't complain. And I took lots of drugs, and it was fun for a while until it stopped being fun. But, you know, I don't want any of our children or any children to have to go through the crap that I've had to go through. It's, you know, I've got something that I'm incredibly grateful for every day, that I can go to work and I can be myself. And that's what I want for our kids, every kid. Everybody should have that. So that's like me and what I do and why I do it.
Okay, so unlike most of the speakers today, I'm going to be talking to you about me and my journey, which some of you here may recognise and sound similar from your own stories, or may be slightly different, but you know, as they say, you've met one person with ADHD, you've met one person with ADHD. And so my unexpected journey, lovely pictures of me as a child. Obviously all of us develop our view of the world, how things are, our relationships, our social activities, and how we deal with people from our family. So this is where we get our first glimpse of life and how it should be, and we have our role models. So mum, dad, myself, and followed by 2 younger brothers. During that time growing up, we're all pretty good Kiwi kids and out and running around, and most of our time outside of school was biking and going to neighbours' houses and going down to the parks down the road. We actually had quite a lot of freedom. Things were quite different to perhaps they are today, and how children and families operate today. Mum was a stay-at-home mum, used to get home to platelets and scones and things like that. A lot of people these days, with how the world is, both parents are working, so there's pre and after school care and lots of activities where we're rushing around from sports to art to whatever else it may be. So we're quite busy, quite different. So back then it was a lot more relaxed. I hadn't really heard too much about ADHD, though over time, looking back, it actually was in my life a lot more than I thought. 2005, I gave birth to a boy, Jordan, and by the time he was 3, I realised that his behaviours and some of the things he was doing were a little bit different from the other kids. I was involved with the play centre, so that meant that I actually was there with him. I could see his behaviour, children of the same age, and their behaviour, other parents, interactions, all of those kind of things. This is a little bit different. I'd actually spent a year nannying for a child in the States who had ADHD, and I just kind of thought, you know, sometimes the look on his face really reminded me of what the girl that I used to look after, what expressions and some of the behaviours that she would show. A little bit of a similarity here. So also, while I was at Play Centre, I kind of started looking at other people, the other mums, and they always seemed to be organised and together and managed to go out and do the shopping and take the kids with them, and they were popping here and popping there, and you know, seemed to be able to do their baking and washing and all these other tasks quite happily. And I felt like this was me. Why could I never get organised? Why was I always rushing? Some mornings I'd forget to put underarm on, forget to brush my hair. I felt overwhelmed. You know, some of the things Natalie was saying earlier, I just felt like clutter everywhere. I was never in control. And I started really comparing myself and feeling like I'm not doing something right. Sorry, you know, why is it that they can all seem to do this? They seem to be able to get everything done. Here I am, stuck, not being successful. I felt like I was failing. I was doing something wrong. What is it? I don't know. I'm a good person. I just couldn't quite put it together. So from Jordan and his journey, from being diagnosed, he was diagnosed with ADHD and then later Asperger's, and he was also dyslexic. I got involved with the ADHD Association and started learning a lot more about ADHD, what it is. Again, the difference between when I was a child growing up and to where we are now, I could go online. I could do searches. There's just screeds of information out there. I could do reading on it, understand certain things. So what I started discovering as well is that ADHD in children and then to adults is quite different. It shows quite differently. And again, ADHD in women is really different. So from reading more, learning more, I started to kind of think, okay, what are these issues that I'm struggling with? For me, organisation, staying on task, looking back at where I was when I was going through schooling. Luckily for me, I didn't have a learning issue. I was always quite bright, just managed to get through, just did enough what I needed to. Right back, my mother has some very interesting stories about what I was like as a child. Apparently I was rather difficult, very independent, strong-willed, and most of the time she had no idea what to do with me. The placing thing coming through again. So as a young mum, she was 20 when she had me, she thought, okay, she's living in Hamilton, we'll go to play centre. Luckily for me and for her, there was a few older mothers there, and there were a couple of actually had psychology degrees and things, and just took me away. So yeah, from very early on, I was climbing out the window when I was told off, laughing in her face as she was trying to smack me with a wooden spoon. Ha ha ha, that doesn't hurt, see if you can catch me. Yeah, got in trouble. My first experience wagging school was actually in primary school, where we decided to use school to go and buy some lollies. So we went and broke into a friend's house and stole some money, and then yeah, went to the shop and bought some SOS lollies, and unfortunately we got caught. So that was my first experience of being in trouble. And I was probably a really quirky child. Always really interested in nature. I started a goldfish club and used to keep insects, which is quite unusual for a girl. So, well, I had a pet wolf spider and I had skinks and used to catch baby birds and things like that. So I was always a little bit quirky, and I actually used to get quite bullied at primary, which I only again told my parents about fairly recently because you just don't talk about that kind of stuff. But yeah, my probably last few years of primary school were awful, and I had no friends, and kind of started the whole cycle of low self-esteem, which of course I didn't even know existed at that stage, all these lovely terms and reasons that I now know explain how I was feeling and what I was going through. Consistency again was the fact that I was completely inconsistent and never reached my full potential. Could do better if tried, could do better if applied herself, could do better if wasn't talking so much, all of those kind of things. So that is a very girl presentation of ADHD too. You know, we might not be quite so hypo as the boys jumping around and things, but I can certainly talk. And yeah, so I used to be in all the top classes, even in maths, and then hit into intermediate school. I don't know what happened. I had a complete brain meltdown, shutdown, I don't know. I just became less interested in all of those things. And at college, I discovered all the fun, naughty people. Looking back, knowing what I know now, I can see why, especially with that whole ADHD connection, because they never judged me. I never felt like I wasn't meeting their expectations, and we're always doing fun things. So it was lots of thrill-seeking behaviour, going out doing silly stuff, so lots of immediate gratification. Started smoking, 13. Apparently that's quite an ADHD thing too. Smoking cigarettes, the nicotine as well as just the habitual thing, and experimented a bit with drink and drugs, self-medicating, as I know now what it is. At the time, I was trying to be more normal and feel more normal and be a bit more in control. So I did actually make it to university because my lovely family, who I was talking about before, not so normal family as I know now, but very supportive, and just lucky enough that my parents are still together. They sent me to good schools, and I ended up having a really good core group of friends. So I skimmed the surface of a lot of trouble, but never quite got here. I did go to university and discovered the university club and Shadows, and again I had a fantastic social life, but my brain was switched off. I just was not even thinking about the future or where things would go. I was very much in the now, looking for that instant kind of gratification. So I did survive, made it through, travelled around the world for about 6 years, and then when it was time to settle down, met my partner, who I might add, I'm pretty sure is ADHD as well and has Asperger's in his family. So we have the lovely gene combination there. I had to start to learn to be a bit more adult. I, while travelling, did very, very many jobs, all sorts of things, from factory work to PA, cleaning, all sorts, and fell into recruitment actually, funnily enough, which I really enjoyed because fast-paced, things were changing all the time, meeting lots of different people, so I was actually able to use my strengths. I still had issues with all of these things though. Dates and timelines, even in terms of, like, we missed a few children's birthday parties. I knew about them, invitation was on our fridge, bought the present, yes, we're going to so-and-so's birthday party. And then I decided I'd go and visit someone or do something else, and then it was, the guilt afterwards. Even children's swimming lessons, which you think, every week, doing these swimming lessons, and I'd get distracted, something would come up, we'd end up going off and doing something else. Fear of failure, so self-sabotage all the time, it gets to that point where you kind of think, oh well, whatever, I'm not very good at that anyway, I'm not even going to try and do that because I don't think I'll be able to do it. So the low self-esteem, what was wrong with me? It was me, I was comparing myself to all of these other people, and basically I felt like I was a failure. I felt like I couldn't do it, and I didn't know why. All the important things that most people would do straight away, okay, Bill, Drew, right, let's do that. Oh, I'd fluff off and find something else to do, anything but what I should be doing. Routine, having a son with ADHD and autism, I was told I should be able to, give them a routine, this is what will help them. I couldn't do it. Again, I felt like a failure. Why can't I stick to a routine? Why can I not follow through? Again, it's me. In terms of escaping, I used to do various things. Alcohol, quite good, have a few wines, relaxes you. And funnily enough, I've gone through little periods of gaming. I don't really look like a gamer, but at the time, online, I'd be playing, it was a dragon game, sitting there, talking to people online that I didn't know, and communicating with them instead of being present where I should have been in the family and dealing with those things. So all of these things were like repetitive cycles with me, to varying degrees. Sometimes I seem to cope better than others. All these things had been rolling around for a long time, and it wasn't until a friend of mine actually said, Tracy, you know, you probably have ADHD. So I did agree to go and see Tony Hart. Because, yeah, these things were just becoming very prevalent. So, November 2013, I went to see Tony and I did the TOBA test, and I remember right up to an hour before I had made the appointment, I was ringing my friend saying, what if it's not ADHD? What if I'm just a bit mental? What if there's, what if there's something else if it's not this? I had been really struggling to cope with what was going on in our lives with my son, because we'd had issues with school, he'd been stood down a few times. So I had actually gone to the doctor and said, I just can't do it, bursting into tears, and so I'd been put on fluoxetine. So I'd been on that for a couple of years. And again, all these little pieces of the puzzle are starting to kind of come into my mind. And I realised, well, it's not actually making me feel any better, it's numbing. So that was one thing it was doing. It was numbing all of the pain and making things easier to deal with in that respect. But it was also making me not feel like me. And I actually, in some ways, was worse on it because my credit card got up to about $6,000 because I used to go shopping and do things and I just didn't care because I was so flat and unemotional. So after being diagnosed, it was, with me, it was never, I didn't go through a grief thing or think, oh, I thought, hallelujah, because now I know. It's a relief. I know why I was doing those things. I know why I wasn't doing some of those things. It just explained so much, and that meant that I could actually take, I didn't realise how much guilt had been weighing me down and how I was feeling about myself until I got the diagnosis, and I thought, oh my God, I'm going to let it go. So I could. I went on to medication, so basically he put me straight on Ritalin, and within 2 weeks I was off the antidepressants. And I have to say that since that time, it has been a process, but I also have cut down, I sort of enjoy having the odd salve or two and social lubrication every now and again, but I don't find that I need those things to back me up now. I feel much better in terms of how I can cope. So that's an example. That was my son before school one day, letting out a little bit of excess energy. Not very PC, but we did train him in health and safety, and he was wearing gumboots with that. So basically for me, having a diagnosis, really nothing in my life had changed. I was still dealing with the same pressures, the same issues. My son was still having problems. My daughter is actually ADHD as well, and I'm pretty sure my husband is too. I had the same responsibilities, and I was the same person, but it just flicked something in my mind in terms of how I thought about myself. So those years that I had actually let it affect my self-esteem and how I felt about myself, I had to build that back up. But I mean, even if you'd said to me 5 years ago that I would be sending up to a room of people I don't know about this, I just would not have believed it. So the mindset word has come up a few times, and it is actually about reframing how you feel about yourself. And now, I mean, I get peeved off about the disorder ADHD because it's not a disorder, it's a difference. We have a different brain, a different way of thinking. And even through all the crap that I've been through and the ups and downs, I would not change it. I would not take away my ADHD because it has given me my creativity. I should be a lot more depressed than I am, but hallelujah, my ADHD doesn't let me get that down because I get to a point and I do have moments and get shirty and so on, but then I get back up again and move on. This is just how it is, and I am in an ADHD-friendly household, and we have competitions, and my son is the winner because he is ADHD, ASD and dyslexic. So he takes great pride in that, and we talk about it a lot in the home and make it to a positive. I talk about all the positive role models that are out there, some of them that Sarah was talking about, Justin Timberlake, Adam Levine. I mean, there's truckloads of people out there, and you can do searches on it. And so we do that, and anyone who I see, that's famous and has ADHD or similar, I make sure I point it out. So nobody's perfect, and those parents that I was comparing myself to when I was at Play Centre, a couple of them I'm actually still friends with, and I was like, gosh, I wish I just wish that I was so organised as you and so on, and and I said, well, I wish that I could let go of it more, and I wish I could be more like you. And she said, when you were dealing with Jordan at Play Centre, we just, we just step back, and she said, you always seemed so calm and handled things so well, and so we all admired you and how you were coping with what you were. So I think that is something else too, that we assume that other people are thinking these things about us. That's actually our perception that we've put onto them. It may not actually be that. So what do we do to help ourselves? Technology, so using phones and things. I love what Liz was saying about all those little tips for the tiles and when you're losing your phone, etc. Writing things down, making plans, allowing for change as well. You've got to find something that works for you because we are all different, and accepting that. Be open. Oh, I mucked up. Damn ADHD again. Ask for help. It's one that I always struggle with. I really found it hard to ask people for help. Letting things go. You don't have to sing it, apart from in your head. Don't compare yourself and work to your strengths because you've got a lot of them. It's just finding them and finding a way that works for you, and learn how to say no. That's another thing too, taking on more than you can cope with. Edward Halliwell, I love him because he's so positive about ADHD. So having ADHD makes life paradoxical. You can super focus sometimes, but also space out when you least mean to. You can radiate confidence and also feel as insecure as a cat in a kennel. Okay? You can perform at the highest level, feeling incompetent as you do so. You can be loved by many, but feel as if no one really likes you. You can absolutely, totally intend to do something, then forget to do it. You can have the greatest ideas in the world, but feel as if you can't accomplish a thing. And that is it. We're capable of so much, but we probably don't give ourselves credit. So, be yourself. Only change the things that you feel you need to make it work. And the people that love you and are around you and your friends will totally accept that. So don't be afraid to be yourself. There we go. And that actually just after let's talk. I have got everything you might need for everything. I used to paint, sew, do beading, mosaics. I've all still got it in my garage, just in case. So obviously I need to, and I watch orders every now and again to make myself feel better, and I always make sure I show my customers. This is what hoarding looks like, not this. Okay, thank you very much.
Hi. We just want to say thank you to Darren and Liana and the team in New Zealand. They took us through some really great sessions this evening. We also want to thank them for their patience and their help. We run into some technical issues with our audio a little bit earlier on, so we also want to apologise to Google and all of our viewers. We saw you were being really kind and patient with us in the chats as well. We're now going to go and have an overview of ADHD in South Africa from Professor Renata Schumann and Claire Tobin, and then we're going to hear a reading from the Goldilocks and the Bear Foundation called All These Things Are Important to Me. We're then going to go to ADHD 360 with Phil Anderton. He's going to take us through a diagnosis in the UK. And then we'll have a look at ADHD in the criminal justice system at 8 o'clock this morning, followed at 9 o'clock by benefits of coaching with some of our friends from the ADHD UK charity.
Welcome.
Hello, welcome.
Good morning. Is it possible that you can enable slideshows?
Oh, we can't hear you, sorry. You're on mute?
I can hear you.
I'm not on mute.
You can hear.
It's because I can't.
You're available to, you can share.
So can you please share them on slides? Please share the slideshow and...
Absolutely.
Oh, wait, I can share.
You can share, yeah.
There, are you able to see it?
Yep, you'll need to give us give us 1 second whilst we because we need to share the full screen for that. So give me 2 seconds whilst I put that in. Otherwise, it's what I wanted to say. It's wonderful to see you. So we're absolutely thrilled to see you and to have you here, and excited to be linked up with South Africa. And as a part of this wonderful global conference. Yeah, and so it's something we're very, very, very excited about. And that's you over to you.
Thank you, Henry. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to everyone joining us. It's a great opportunity, and I'm so glad we're having this conversation. I'm going to give you an overview of ADHD in Africa and South Africa. Now, at the moment, the current population of Africa of 1.2 billion is supposed to be doubling over the next 30 years. And Africa is faced with unique challenges. We are very, very under-resourced in terms of everything, but especially also mental health services, never mind ADHD. To zoom in South Africa, now this is at the tip of Africa, as most of you might know, and we are based in Cape Town. You might recognize the pictures of Table Mountain and then also our World Cup Stadium. Now, we have a population of almost 60 million, but we only have 650 registered psychiatrists in the country. Now, according to my knowledge, for example, in the UK, there's about 13,000 psychiatrists. And of these 650, around 430 is in private practice, which service about 16% of the population, and the other 74% of the population is serviced by the remaining psychiatrists. That gives us a ratio of more or less 1 psychiatrist per 100,000 people. We also know that the prevalence of ADHD is roughly around 3%, which means that there's about 2 million people in South Africa with ADHD, and we are only a handful of psychiatrists. So it goes greatly unrecognized, unaware, untreated. So what has happened in South Africa over the past couple of years? Now, since roughly about 2015, we really have been having this conversation about ADHD, and we started advocacy groups. We will talk about the South African Special Interest Group for Psychiatry. We will talk about the guidelines that we've published, but then also about the Goldilocks and the Bear Foundation as a way of addressing the issues and the dire needs in the country. Now, firstly, if we look in terms of research, although there's significant attention to ADHD globally, in Africa, there was virtually nothing going on. This is the number of publications since roughly 2000, and you can see maybe 4 a year in the whole of Africa. 9 a year. And then roughly around 2015, we had a little bit of an increase. I couldn't find the complete updated stats now, but this was primarily due to our group starting to do research in terms of funding for ADHD, and also what is the impact in terms of real life issues for patients with ADHD. So publications have been increasing and awareness have increased. So currently in South Africa, there's 2 guidelines that we follow. There's children guidelines that was published in the South African Journal of Psychiatry way back in 2013. And then what has happened in 2015, we did research in terms of a funding model proposal specifically to aim for treatment of ADHD in the private sector. And this is the first South African study that was really exploring the situation with regard to the prevalence and treatment of adult ADHD specifically in the country. Until then, we had absolutely no idea of what was going on in South Africa, both in the private and the public sector. From this, we have presented internationally at UK, we have published, we looked really in terms of comorbidity, we looked in terms of how many psychiatrists see ADHD, what medication is prescribed, etc. So we understood the situation better. From the study, also followed numerous publications, which is you are able to access free online in South African Journal of Psychiatry. And we really aimed at things like, why should we pay attention to adult ADHD? And I think this is the whole purpose of this conference also that's been arranged. And what we've seen as in our interviews that we had with key opinion leaders in the field is that there's really 4 themes that's coming across. And that is really that there's a lack of recognition of ADHD as a disorder. There's a lack of access to the diagnosis, a lack of access to treatment, and also then a life of perpetual failure. And for me as a psychiatrist, I think that is one of the most rewarding things of working with ADHD, not only in children, but also in adolescents and adults, is really how you can significantly change the life trajectory. And also in late diagnosed ADHD, we have people that have lived a life of anxiety, of underperformance, of feeling like a failure, of feeling bad about themselves. It can really, really change, and they can go and study and they can successfully hold a job, etc., which must previously not have been possible. We also looked at a database analysis of what's going on in the private sector. And in this database, we looked at 15,200 people that claimed for ADHD, whether it was for consultations or medication. And we looked at this 1.7 million different claims. So we had a very, very good idea after this study in terms of what is the needs of people with ADHD. We could confirm that if that untreated ADHD double the cost of all medical treatment. You have a higher comorbidity in terms of anxiety, depression, but also physical conditions, adjustment disorders, sleep disorders, and even casualty visits. And this is one of our strongest arguments that we now have with the medical schemes, which is the funders of medical care in South Africa in the private sector, in terms of increasing ADHD benefits for people in the private sector. And we did make huge ins already where some of the medical schemes do pay now for chronic treatment for especially children, but also with special motivation for adults. So our key findings was then that the population prevalence of adult ADHD in South Africa was estimated at 1%, but in clinical psychiatric settings where we have patients presenting with ADHD or depression or anxiety, our prevalence is as high as 52%. So once again, confirming the high comorbidity. But also we know that in South Africa, although international studies show that comorbidity rates can be as high as 87%, we see that in our context, in our study, it was only about 20%. But that means that we also need to know that this is only people that could access services. There's many people outside in the community that do not have access to care. We also know that it really increased anxiety disorders and mood disorders, especially if untreated. And then multiple comorbidity was rife, and the presence of ADHD more than tripled and doubled the healthcare cost of individuals. And what is the biggest problem then? Our takeaway message here is that the lack of knowledge, especially of adult ADHD, and a lack of funding for the treatment thereof, is 2 of the main barriers to access to care in South Africa. There was numerous studies following. This is just a list of what our group have published over the past it's now 7 years, and you can see we really had a lot of publications. So we really have the conversation in South Africa extremely active, and we also contributed recently to the international evidence-based, the World Federation International Consensus Statement that was published in last year, which we're very proud of to be able to be included as well. Now, what has also been an outflow of this research activities? It led to us forming the South African Special Interest Group for ADHD. And this is a combination of individuals, specialists, healthcare professionals, psychiatrists, psychologists, pediatricians, neurologists, everyone that have an interest in ADHD or improving care for patients. Now, initially when we launched, we were only 15 members in the whole of South Africa. Currently, we are 142 people that's actively involved. We have presented a host of training opportunities, both for general practitioners, but also for fellow specialists, but also psychiatrists in training. What we also have then is, if I can just summarize maybe the overall objective of this special interest group, is really to improve the basket of care. And we are really a bunch of individuals with a special interest and passion for ADHD, and to improve the knowledge and also the funding of care for individuals with ADHD. We look at the diagnosis and provision of comprehensive care, continuous education, not only for healthcare professionals, but also for educationalists and anyone that's working with patients, and even parental training. We develop South African guidelines, which I will touch on now. And as I mentioned, we facilitate workshops and conferences. I'm sure Claire will also refer to it, but we just had our 4th Southern African Multidisciplinary ADHD Congress, which is a virtual congress, which is always the first week of September. So please save the date and diarize for next year, which is really a multi-disciplinary ADHD Congress of very high standard. So our ADHD guidelines that we published in 2017 is really the first guidelines in the world that specifically address the concept of adult ADHD. All other guidelines, whether it's the NICE guidelines, CADRA, Maudsley, BAP, whatever, referred to ADHD in general and mostly speak about childhood and adolescence, was only a subcategory or a subsection devoted to adult ADHD, where we specifically looked at ADHD in adulthood. Just a broad outline is what we confirm in the guidelines is ADHD is a lifespan disorder which affects you from very, very small in infancy right across to retirement and into your very, very senior years. We know it's a cross-domain disorder. It's affecting your emotional function, your occupational and academic functioning, as well as your interpersonal and social functioning. And it causes functional impairment, which then leads to that statement of a life of perpetual failure, which is really unneeded. When we look at assessment and diagnosis, there's 5 principles, which we call the 5 C's, which is so, so important. And I know that the next speaker will go more into detail in terms of assessing and diagnosing ADHD. So my purpose is really giving you an overview. It's a clinical diagnosis, which really, really needs a comprehensive assessment. It's not something we diagnose just on a checkbox or rating scales. We need collateral information from spouses, partners, teachers, whoever is involved in the patient's life. We need to assess for comorbidity, and it can be very complex in terms of the comorbidity as well. As I mentioned, rating scales is not diagnostic, it supports the diagnosis. Special investigations, we also discuss what is needed, what is unnecessary, and also the place of psychometric assessment, which is supportive of additional support a patient might need. You know about the diagnosis by now, or if you're patients yourself, you know what you're struggling with, the symptoms of inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity that's present across time and place. It's not only at work, it also affects your personal life. And it's not only a manifestation of something else like sleep deprivation or depression. It's really, there's a clear diagnostic criteria for ADHD. So although ADHD is part of neurodiversity, if you have ADHD, it means it's neurodivergent. There is a disorder that we need to treat. And it's very important to recognize it as such, because especially in terms of funding or accessing care, if you do not get a diagnosis, you cannot access resources of care. And then how do we manage ADHD, or what is the gold standard in South Africa? It's really multidisciplinary. So we look at therapy, we look at educational and occupational support, we have to address the stresses, and we also need to look at lifestyle changes, physical exercise, healthy diet, good sleeping habits, and definitely also limiting screen time. Now, not everyone with ADHD needs medication. If your symptoms is mild, you can manage just with coaching, with coping strategies, and also therapeutic intervention and support. But if the medication, or if the symptoms is severe and you are acceptable to using medication as a treatment option, then we will look at more than just a behavioral program. And that's where we will look at the introduction of pharmacotherapy as well. And when do we choose medication? We really do not try to follow an algorithmic approach in South Africa. So it's not like you have to use A, then B, then C. We really individualize treatment according to the patient profile and also the medication profile, how it works, what is needed in your life, what is the specific needs, the age of the patient, the comorbidities that might be present. And we have to individualize also in terms of balancing efficacy and tolerability, and then frequent monitoring of the patient. Now, until last year, we only had methylphenidate in South Africa. But since October last year, we are so happy to say that our armamentarium of treatment options in South Africa have absolutely exploded. We have atomoxetine, we have amphetamine groups, and in amphetamine, dexamphetamine, and lisdexamfetamine. And suddenly we also have many generic and clones that have entered the market. So since last year, ADHD treatment and what we can offer our patients have really exploded in South Africa, which make individualized care so much easier, but still very difficult to afford and very difficult, if not impossible, to attain if you're a public sector patient. So ADHD is a lifespan disorder. It has a significant impact on the quality of life of patients and their families. And we know early intervention is so important. And that's also where we then launched the Goldilocks and the Bear Foundation, which I'm also wearing my shirt today, as you can see, which Claire will tell us more about. But we believe in individualized management. And one of the biggest challenges in South Africa is that our lack of resources and also still the lack of treatment and access of resources available specifically to patients that's not covered by private healthcare insurance, which makes use of the public healthcare system. So where are we working in South Africa at the moment? What is our goals in the year ahead, and also even for this year that we still need to tick is we have ongoing awareness and training initiatives, not only for healthcare professionals, but really also in terms of media work that we're doing, in terms of raising awareness for ADHD. It was National ADHD Awareness Day in last month as well. We're also really working very hard in terms of creating access to diagnosis and treatment for patients, both in the public and the private care sector, by upskilling healthcare professionals, teachers, parents, by really advocating for benefits for patients, again, private and public sector. And then one of our big challenges is also to make accessibility to medication easier, is to reschedule some of the medication that is currently considered Schedule 6, which means you need monthly scripts, which make it extremely difficult to access, to reschedule that medication to be able to give repeat scripts to patients. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Claire to tell you more about the Goldilocks and the Bear Foundation.
Good morning and good afternoon and good day to everyone all over around the world. It's such a privilege to be here. I'm just going to share my slides here quick. There we go. So thank you, Renata, for giving me that introduction. So I am working for the Goldilocks and the Bear Foundation. I am the psychometrist there. And I just want to tell you a little bit about the foundation, what we do, and where we fit into the ADHD in South Africa, and specifically in Cape Town. So why we exist is because mental health in South Africa has been given, especially in the public sector, has been given little attention. So you can see there, like a consensus study in 2020 said that 1 in 6 people will suffer from a mental health condition, and only 25% of those people will receive treatment, which is very little. So you know that ADHD specifically, it's a lifespan disorder, and it affects about 5% of children. And not only that, there's also the comorbidity of anxiety, as Professor Skuman was talking about. Especially when it comes to low-income and middle-income countries like South Africa, mental health problems affect about 10 to 20% of children and adolescents, which is very high. And where we are based in the Western Cape Town, about 17% of those children will have a diagnosable mental health condition. And it's because of all the poverty and the social conditions that these children suffer under. 9% of all teen deaths are due to suicide, and 90% of those have an underlying mental health condition, which is why we find it so important to help children do early intervention and to see how we can best help children. Because at school and community level, children with ADHD are often not identified. Firstly, because there's no real awareness in the communities. There's a lack of knowledge about ADHD. Often these children are labeled as naughty, stupid, or lazy. And they often just sit in class and they are given so many negative comments, and it's so difficult for them to cope, and therefore they become even more naughty. And often these children are not referred for further treatment for ADHD or any other mental health conditions, because teachers are sitting in classrooms with 40 children. It's extremely tedious to refer these children. They have to fill out long 50-page forms to get a child any help. So these teachers are overburdened and they do not have the capacity to help these kids. Although mental health clinics exist in our public sector, children with ADHD often never ever reach the point of the diagnosis and the treatment of ADHD. And this is where they get lost in the system. Often when they go to the clinics, there's difficulties with inadequate information. These children are sent away. The parents said, you have to come back. And they actually don't give them enough information and awareness about ADHD. There's also challenges around transport, being able to get to the hospitals or clinics because they have to take a day off work. So it becomes extremely challenging for these parents and children to get assistance. This is where we come in, the Goldilocks and the Bear Foundation. Our mission is to ensure that all children with ADHD and other mental health problems have the necessary mental health support to reach their full potential. I am going to share a video. I hope my sound is being shared. Can people hear my sound?
Professor Renata Skuman and Nick de Beer founded Goldilocks and the Bear Foundation in 2017. The foundation provides screening and early intervention to ensure that all children receive the necessary support to develop to their full potential. The team, together with a network of incredible volunteers, provide a multidisciplinary platform to thoroughly investigate each child's challenges. Once a child has been identified, a thorough history is taken and the child is screened by a team member who spends one-on-one time completing activities and observing their behavior. When it is clear that the child is displaying symptoms of a psychiatric condition, they are referred to their local community health clinic in order to be assessed by a psychiatrist who will implement an appropriate treatment plan.
It's been an absolute privilege working with Goldilocks and the Bear. The passion for children and children's needs is inspiring, and it's part of my job to help these kids, but often children struggle to access help in our system, and that's where they come in. It's been absolutely a pleasure to work with them in terms of network.
Claire, we're unfortunately not really able to hear the video and see it's stuttering as we go through. So I think we might need to move on from it. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, if you're happy.
Okay, you can't really hear it. It's not.
I think we can actually we can hear the video stuttering across, so people can't really see it.
Okay.
the music might cause us an issue. So it's fine for us to have a little clip, but we then might risk a takedown of the entire conference.
Okay.
The entire conference.
No worries.
So we,
as long as people saw some of the video, that's fine.
they saw some of it, yeah, they could hear it, but I think the video is stuttering because obviously it's going through a number of bouncing to then get restreamed
No
out.
worries.
Thank
No,
you.
thank you. Okay, I'll go on to the next slide. Thanks, Henry.
That's all right. Well, thank you.
There we go. Okay, so our core service is basically screening and intervention for children in the primary school level. So we target early intervention. We try to target these difficulties early on and make sure that the child is diagnosed and treated correctly, whether they need to go to the clinic or hospital. And we also try to exclude other, psychiatric disorders such as anxiety, depression, autism spectrum disorder. And we really try to see if we can do other assessments to see if there's any visual difficulties, hearing difficulties, or developmental challenges, educational difficulties such as dyslexia, or if there's specific learning disorders. We try assess holistically to try see we can get the child the correct treatment. What's also important that we do is we spread awareness, and I think Professor Skuman was also talking about how we do a lot of talks through the media and do events. We have very active, physically active co-founders who are involved in running marathons and trail races and all of that extreme physical activity, and they raise funds while doing this. So it's really amazing. We even had a lockdown marathon when we were all sitting there. People ran 56 kilometers for the Two Oceans Marathon because they couldn't go run because of the lockdown. They were running this in their backyard just to raise funds. And I think through that event, we raised about 20,000 Rand. So it's really, we do a great things through events in the media. Another thing that's extremely important is being in the communities and spreading awareness about ADHD in the communities, because often there is a lot of stigma, there are a lot of myths around ADHD, especially in our smaller underprivileged communities, and it's extremely challenging for them to understand what ADHD. They often just think these children are naughty and the parents don't control their children. So this is why we try to speak to community workers, social workers, people that work within the communities, in the early childhood development centers, just to give that awareness so they can spread awareness, and to also speak to parents and help parents get the help that they need. We also do parent talks to parents to show how they can support children who have been diagnosed with ADHD. We recently did a talk to foster parents who are the foster parents of children with ADHD, and such valuable information and such extremely useful information that was given by both the presenters and the parents was incredible. We had an amazing discussion around that. So really, we're doing a great job in trying to just bring knowledge into communities. We also place an emphasis on training, both for the Department of Health and the Department of Education. Professor Skuman also ensures that she donates some of her time to train the medical officers in our clinics on how to manage ADHD. And we also place a huge emphasis on upskilling our professionals, our volunteers, to ensure that they are up to date and can help to the best of their abilities. And we have the knowledge and the power to be able to assist the best way we can. We have achieved so much since 2017, since we started the Goldilocks and the Bear Foundation. And we have held 4 successful art auctions. We're having another one coming up on the 5th of November, so hopefully that's also very successful. We have received the SASOP Award, which is a South African Society of Psychiatrists Community Award for community service. And we've hosted a colour run where children from the local schools, the underprivileged schools, came, and they had so much fun throwing powder around and just really enjoying the day. had some pizza, so it was really a rewarding day. We've had 3 successful congresses. As Renata was saying, we'll have our next congress next year, which is a multidisciplinary congress where people from all over the world share their knowledge, their professional research, all of those things, and it is very valuable to attend that. And then also, very importantly, our book. All of these things are important to me. We published that in 2019, and we have sold thousands of books so far. It has been extremely successful. It's known as a bestseller in South Africa. And Renata Skumani, she's going to read some of the book to show you what a beautiful book it is. It is a children's book, and we hope to get it on Amazon soon, so people from all over the world can have access to the book. If you want to contact me, you are welcome to send an email. If you want to get involved, if you want to get any advice, you can always contact me on info@GB4ADHD. You're also welcome to follow our Facebook page. We give tips and daily tips and advice to people all the time. So you are welcome to contact me, and I am going to hand over to Renata Skuman for the book reading now. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, thank you. Wonderful.
So good morning, everyone. Here I am. This is when I wear my Goldilocks wig, when we do all kinds of fundraising for the foundation. And I'm going to introduce all of these things are important to me. You have been seeing the image of the book. And before I read excerpts from the book to you, I maybe just want to mention something that was written in the foreword by one of the reviewers. So now meet Z, the protagonist of the delightful story aimed at children and adults alike. For her, everything is equally important and leads to all kinds of adventures, sometimes with unfortunate consequences. The first half of the book describes the adventures and life of Z in rhyme form, which is fun and has a nursery rhyme sensibility. The book is written in 5 of the official languages in our country, which make the book very unique, and it addresses many of the issues that the children and adults are facing in their daily lives. And the reviewer also said, I am not aware of another resource that tackles the problems of ADHD children face in such an innovative yet playful manner. It is really a handy tool for discussions at home, school, or wherever children congregate. It is also useful for parents, teachers, and the like to enter the world of ADHD and gain better insights. The latter part of the book is a synopsis with very concise yet scientifically grounded information regarding ADHD, its symptoms, its treatment and management that should really guide our understanding of the disorder as well. And we also include tips for parents, tips for teachers, and also good online resources. I would like to read you some excerpts, and I'm only going to read some of the English just to give you an idea about the book. So we co-authored, myself and Pavilion Markloy, which is one of the top South African authors as well. And the illustrations are beautiful by David Griesel, also a young and upcoming author. And I can try to show you some of the pictures. So it might be out of focus, but it's all gray and white line drawings with an ethnic neutral little girl and her adventures. And many of the children that have the book also use it as a coloring book. But we have many adults buying the book and say it's the first time someone really understands them. So all of these things are important to me. Z is talking. Look at me through others, and what do you see? A naughty little girl since the day she turned 3? Look at me through others, and what do you see? A silly little girl that doesn't know ABC. Look at me through others, and what do you see? A rude little girl. She can't play with me. This is just the introduction in terms of what children with ADHD and even adults with ADHD is often experiencing, and what Claire also have mentioned, where people often label children as naughty, stupid, or just badly behaved. But then Z asks, look at me through others, and there's plenty you will see, but I wonder, why can't you just look at me? It is then really going on about today of the challenges they face and everyone that's on a case. What's wrong with you, Z? I upset mother. She wanted me washed, but found me playing with brother. Where are your socks and why are your mouths blue? Why are you taking so long in the loo? Where is your homework? I can't seem to spot. Oh, sorry, Mom, I think I forgot. Then she takes a bus ride to school, but with all the intentions of doing her homework on the bus, but she got distracted by the butterflies and eventually also got off at the wrong bus stop. She ended up in the zoo, where she also had an excursion and got herself into trouble. And everyone is fighting with her, the ranger, the bus driver. And when she eventually arrived late for school, now teacher is also on a case. What's wrong with you, Z? This time it's teacher. I charged to a class, knocking person and creature. Where have you been and why are you so late? I heard you shouting all the way from the gate. I'm sorry, dear teacher, for making you wait. It's only morning and I have so much on my plate. Z then described what really has happened in her morning from her perspective. So firstly, it was the adult that's on a case, but now she explained. I woke up excited, played bouncy with brother, found sweets undercover, and lost my sock in the loo. I didn't do homework, so I tried on the bus, but the butterflies were beautiful as they fly right by us. Now, the butterflies in the book is a core theme running through, and it has to do with thoughts drifting off. So it's also symbolic of that. She then explained her excursion in the zoo and everything, then what went wrong. But then she said, in desperation, I'm not being naughty, nor silly, nor rude. What I do doesn't always work out like it should. All of these things are important to me. My brain just work on them differently. And then she begs to the reader, look at me through my eyes, and what will you see? An adventurous young girl since the day I turned 3. Look at me through my eyes, and what will you see? A creative young girl as busy as a bee. She goes on explaining this, and then the final part of the book, and you will notice I skipped many of it, but the final sentence is then, look at me through my eyes, and there's plenty you will see. My brain just work on things differently. So we specifically chose Z as a goal to address the misconception that it's always boys that, or how the world see it as it's usually naughty, hyperactive boys. And we often see that girls are even less likely to be diagnosed, especially if they're not the hyperactive, impulsive type, but rather the inattentive type. The story of Z is also based on the patients I worked with in my practice and the stories that the children talk about, the parents talk about, what they share, what is the daily difficulties they have. So we wrote the story to be very, very accessible to everyone, readable, with a sense of humor, with fun, can be interactive if it's read with the child, but it's also a very good resource in terms of accurate information. As we know, it's so easy to get misleading information on the internet as well. So it's really summarized, and our dream is that every single school in South Africa will have a copy of the book. And we also hope that it will get international traction. So it should be active on Amazon from next week, so that where you could download it then. It's a downloadable book. In South Africa, we only have it as a print book because we try to limit screen time, etc. But yeah, please consider reading up more on the book. Contact Claire, visit our website if you want to get hold of our copy, or also look at Amazon as from next week where you will be able to download it. All the funds that we're raising by the selling of the book goes for ADHD awareness and towards the services that we deliver as the foundation. Thank you very much.
You guys, it's absolutely wonderful. I'm enormously excited, and that's the first time I've heard it through. It touches my heart, and I'm so excited it's going to be available globally. It's just wonderful. I'm just going to bring your faces in because we can't see you right now, which is on us. I do not know why that's doing that. It's going to have to be us just for now. It's extraordinary what you're doing as well in South Africa. I thought the discussion of the current situation was completely heartbreaking, and the difference, I think, as part of a global conference, to bring in the South African and the African experience and what's happening there, and the difference between the economies. Because it was an area of concern for me that we would just be focusing on essentially the wealthier countries who have very different problems to what you're dealing with. And so it was wonderful for you to show and share that. And so thank you very much for doing that. No, that's great. And thank you so much for well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being part of the conference. Thank you so much for all you presented. So I think this is the point that we have to say goodbye, and we've got a video, and then we're moving on to Phil. But so thank you guys very, very much. It's been wonderful, and yeah, hugely appreciate it. And so excited that it's now available. Well, shortly will be available on Amazon for, I think, your Kindle edition is what you said, and then I hope in the future perhaps print as well. We'll see. Like, obviously, it's been such a big seller in South Africa, so I'm so excited it's going to be available globally now. Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. Bye, guys.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Enjoy. Bye.
Bye-bye. Right. Coming up next, we've got Diagnosis in the UK by Phil Anderton. And then that's from 7 till 8. We've got ADHD in the criminal justice system. Then that's at 8 a.m. The benefits of coaching at 9 a.m. And then at 10 a.m. ADHD and nutrition. All really, really important topics. I think diagnosis in the UK clearly is something that we as ADHD UK are passionately focused on. It's incredibly important issue. We have devastating wait lists across the country. You know, people in really very desperate situations being asked to wait for years, and it's just not a situation we want, and we're obviously lobbying for change. And Phil and his work are an absolute part of that change in his work. So hugely looking forward to him speaking. In the meantime, we've got some messages from someone who's done some fundraising for us. And do consider donating. Obviously, this is a charity. Well, we've got multiple goals, bringing together global ADHD so we can learn from each other, bring us together as a community, raising the profile of ADHD globally, locally, nationally, and helping people individually. And those are the bit. It's just a few, a few tiny aims. You know, that'll do. So do consider donating. Going to globaladhd.com and click donate. You can also, that would be great. And in the next session, we do have a Q&A segment. So do go there, go to the Q&A and add any questions you've got, fulfill anything you want to know about diagnosis. You can also upvote, downvote people. And because it's charity, we've got a boost button, which we essentially donate and it boosts it to the top. And the top ones will get prominence and most likely to get answers. That's the aim. Right, I'm going to hand you over to a video for a little while, and then we're going to come back to Phil.
Hello, I wanted to share my fundraising journey for ADHD UK. I'm quite new to fundraising, so having some ideas but not 100% sure on what to do, I had a look at the website, which gave me lots and lots of ideas. But one that I thought we could do quite quickly was a car boot sale. Having a pile of things accumulating in our spare room that needed to be sold, I thought this was a great opportunity to do that. So I spoke to my daughter, who was really keen on the idea of helping me, and spent days sorting through her toys, some reluctantly giving up, but others quite willing to help to raise money. So we set off about 6 o'clock to the local car boot sale, which is a really busy, quite big car boot sale, so it was ideal really. We set up stalls. My daughter had her own stall, and although she was quite nervous initially about negotiating and meeting people, she actually really got quite into it and was quite proud of herself at the end for raising money. So it was a great opportunity for her. We met a couple of people that were quite interested. We had a little leaflet on the ADHD UK website, and we had one person that had ADHD and was quite keen to have a look and chat to us, and one person that was not quite sure whether he had ADHD, but we directed him to the website, so I'm sure he would have had a look. We ended up raising £80, which was about what we expected, but the opportunity to continue to do that with the car boot sale is still there. So my daughter, who's keen to do another one, is busy finding more things that she could sell. So we're hoping to do another one before the weather turns. Next year, I'm quite interested in doing the bike ride in Brighton. So as soon as we can sign up for that, I'll start getting my bike out and building up for that next year. It's a great opportunity. It was really good actually, and nice that my daughter, who also has ADHD, was involved, and it's an opportunity to build her confidence and, you know, meet other people that she did when we did the car boot sale that have ADHD. So we're keen to continue and raise more money.
Oh dear, double mute. All right, it's been a long night. It's so people will know that there's two mutes on this thing. There's a mute on the microphone. There's a mute on the stream. We have to turn them both off when we stream video, and it's caught me out now multiple times, and enough that well, if I wasn't so tired, I'd be embarrassed. We are so excited. We're so excited to have Phil and Lisa back. So they were on last night talking about ADHD and medication particularly, and they are incredibly kind. So they are the well, 2 of the 3 of the senior leadership team of ADHD 360, CEO and clinical director. I hope I've got that right. And just an extraordinary fountain of knowledge. And what they're doing around changing ADHD and diagnosis in the UK is something else. So let me bring them on. Hello, guys.
Hi. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. And you've had some sleep. Like, we have not had so much sleep. You still had not much, like, because you left us pretty late and you've come back pretty early. And I know the reason you've also timed this is because you've got such full days as well, and you're putting so much in. And it's a testament to you, to ADHD 360, that you're doing this. Your day job is helping people with ADHD, and in your not spare time, you're also helping people with ADHD and doing this and supporting this. It's a big deal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and well done for seeing it through the night. I feel that I've been through the night with you, but not to the extent that you have. So congratulations on getting through the night and overcoming your technical problems and bringing the world together. I don't think there's ever been anything like this before, and it's actually a thrill and an honour to be part of this. But I have to put you on notice, Henry. If you don't get me a meeting with Adrian Childs, you will have your windows through.
Oh gosh, this is a global threat now. This is terrible. I know, Don, in the best jest. Well, let's see what we can do. But he's a lovely man who very much wants to help make a difference, which we all do. So we're all allies in this. I need to shut up and hand over to you guys. So I'll hand over to you now.
Okay, and we're looking for about 50 minutes again, Henry. Is that okay?
That sounds exactly perfect. Okay. It's like you've done this before.
Well, who would have thought? Welcome to Groundhog Day. Yeah, and here we go, looking at diagnosis and ADHD. And I think it's really important that we talk about the diagnosis for ADHD, and we talk about it in a learned and professional way, because the truth of the matter is there's a lot of myths, there's a lot of fables and a lot of stories, not only about medicine, which we talked about last night, but also about the diagnostic process. And I think what we work with is trying to overcome stigmas of diagnosis, but also ignorance of diagnosis and diagnostic processes throughout other agencies that have not moved with the times. And Henry very kindly said that we are trying to be at the forefront, or we are at the forefront of ADHD medicine and treatment. And to get to the forefront and stay there, you've got to move with the times. You've got to be flexible and agile, and also clinically safe. And we come across a number of different things in our time. And Lisa and I, and our other co-founders, so we've got Jen Lewis-Neal, who's not with us this morning, but Jen was on the panel that wrote the NICE guidelines, NG87, and that gave us, when we started 360, a really unique insight into what went on into the writing and the passing of the guidelines, and not only what the words actually mean in the documents, but actually the meaning behind those words and what they aim and strive for. So I think what we'd like to talk about today is some of those things. And if we talk about, I think we've set our stall out to talk about the NHS and why we're in the position we are in the UK with NHS services. And let's not be critical of our NHS. Let's be supportive, but recognise the challenges they've got, and why there's a place for private diagnostics. And then move into right to choose and what that's all about in England, but also look at the ages for diagnosis and why there are lower levels of age limits and what they mean. And I think if we were to talk through those things, Lisa, that would give us a good smattering of what we feel are the inbound inquiries that we have throughout time. Would that be fair?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's talk about the NHS. Lisa and I started working on this 20 years ago, didn't we? And you were running the UK Nurse Network and bringing nurses really into ADHD, which had been the kind of sole ground of psychiatrists and paediatricians. And of course, over 20 years, we've seen that massive change into nurses becoming experts in ADHD. Let's just talk about that for a second. Let's not lose the power of that and the work that you did 20 years ago with nursing. What was that change, and how did that come about in terms of the diagnostic process?
I think when I started in ADHD in 2002, it was very much a consultant medical lead. And then, fortunately, the NICE guidance prior to 2018 changed the wording of who could diagnose and treat ADHD. And it didn't say doctor, it said suitably qualified clinician. So that opened the gateway for clinicians like myself to really take a lead in ADHD. But it was, I think it's fair to say, quite a slow process in bringing that change forward, and also still working in quite old-fashioned systems and systems that don't like change, or they don't like change quickly. So it was very much driven by nurses going into schools and observing children, whilst also assessing them in clinic, treating them and titrating them, but in a world where appointments were probably not as often as they are for us. So maybe, 6 weekly appointments, 3 monthly appointments, where optimization was was quite difficult. And I think it's fair to say that we've blown that out of the water, really, and how we do ADHD. But it was a very slow process back in 2002 to get a diagnosis. It might take 3 to 6 months to actually get to the diagnostic part, which is a lifetime for a child who's 7, 8 or 9, and actually the referral for those children were a lot older than they are now. So I was seeing teenagers and who appeared beyond reach because they'd missed so much, and trying to change and help those teenagers was almost impossible. So it feels like the dark ages now when I talk about it, about that way of working, and we've come a long way, I think.
If we accept that in making that change 2002 thereabouts and opening the market up, what we've also seen is that growth in social media and that massive change in media profile of ADHD from being something that was swept under the carpet, naughty boys, and we've seen it go through the it's not naughty boys into girls and women, and then into adults as well over our 20 years of working in this. And we've seen this mushroom that's grown and grown and grown and grown. And of course, as you've indicated, our funding of the NHS hasn't grown in parallel with the awareness and the acute awareness of ADHD in all of those age groups. And there you are in 2002, taking the lead from the paediatricians and the psychiatrists who were swamped with overall mental health, and starting that nuance of a special diagnostic clinic and a diagnostic process for ADHD, and it being under-resourced still, but we've got the growing mushroom, less resources, and some pretty archaic processes. You alluded to the most contentious there in the diagnostic process, and that'll be how nurses were sent to schools to assess people in the classroom. And that was, for me, when we look back historically, that use of a nurse to do that, to perform that function, was a goodwill gesture for the diagnostic process that actually wasn't required anywhere in the diagnostic process, and has become the urban norm that you must be assessed in the classroom, and you must have. In fact, we know psychologists and psychiatrists who still insist on going to the classroom because that's the way it happened in 2002. And I think it's a great thing to clear up right at the outset that within the diagnostic process, you absolutely don't need to do that. And we work really hard with that, what NICE says and what the DSM says. And what they say is, of course, you know where I'm going now, Lisa, is that evidence of impairment in a setting other than the primary setting that we're talking about. So if the primary setting is home, we would need evidence of a second setting to prove that this isn't the home that is causing the impairment, that it's actually crossing over different boundaries. It may well be that the school are making that referral because they've got concerns about the impairment for the child. And we need evidence of the second setting, which may well be home or another club setting or scouts or something like that. And you know, talk for a second about the richness of where that second setting evidence can come from, Lisa, where it doesn't have to involve a clinical professional sat for a whole day or half a day in a school watching a child that we know has got impairment.
I mean, we can get information from school, and we often do get information from school, but that could be in a school report, for example, or behaviour logs or detention logs, or, you know, parents get lots of information from school, and in our system they can upload as much information as they like, and they do. So it doesn't need to be us physically going in and observing that child in that setting, but gathering that written information is really important. But a second setting can be absolutely anywhere. A social setting, so another home, i.e. a grandparent's home, for example, where they might go for a sleepover, so they're in a completely different environment with a different set of rules. It could be the brownie leader or the cub leader or the swimming teacher's a really good one, because if you don't follow rules in the swimming pool, then you can die. So swimming teachers are really hot on saying, you know, little Johnny can't come swimming anymore. So, you know, getting a SNAP questionnaire completed by the swimming teacher is a second setting. So it doesn't need to be school. And indeed, a lot of children, and I know this from assessing adults, a lot of kids mask in school. So depending on their personality type and the teacher and the school environment, they can often mask all day in school and not display much of their ADHD symptoms, because they would rather not be in school than demonstrate that behaviour and be embarrassed in front of the peers, or be shouted at by the teacher, or be given a detention for not sitting still. So you could equally miss a child who you went to observe in school because they were masking. And we know from experience that often leads to depression and anxiety in adults. So I think it's important that we explore what the second setting looked like. And then in lockdown, for example, where would you go there? Do you not diagnose someone because they're not in a school environment, or are homeschooled children? You know, do you not diagnose those children because they don't actually attend school? Absolutely not. You find a way of gaining that evidence somewhere else, and it's doable.
And I think that's really important, that when we had COVID and we grew our business and saw a lot more people through COVID, and still are, because a classic interpretation of that second setting needing to be an assessment at school, and for 2 years kids weren't at school, closed down services. It wasn't the sole reason, but it was one of the reasons. And being at the forefront of interpretation and the forefront of analysis of actual child's behaviour, we were able to continue. And it's really important that we when we talk about the diagnosis of ADHD, we bust the myth. And I think you've done that succinctly there, Lisa. And of course, a homeschool child maybe being homeschooled because they're struggling to fit into the school setting, and they're struggling to be the best person they can be in an environment that doesn't encourage, doesn't respect their ADHD. We were on last night with Henry and his team, and just before then I was on a conference call with a mum whose son has been trying to get an ADHD diagnosis, assessments and diagnosis from the local services in the NHS, and been refused. And every day has to go and sit under a weighted blanket in the deputy head's office because the child is no longer able to cope in school. And every day they're in that class, that non-classroom, learning nothing, sitting under a weighted blanket trying to control behaviour, and can't get an autism or an ADHD assessment. And I'm just thinking, well, crikey, what the hell's going on here when we've got that level of evidence? So schools, second setting, completely different. You talked there about SNAP and SNAP4, and I think that introduces screening and the purpose of screening. And in medicine, we see screening as a really common approach to things, don't we? So, for instance, somebody may have their blood pressure taken at their GP, and that may screen them for other issues and other potential healthcare issues. And we screen using, for children, we use the SNAP4 that you mentioned, and for adults, we use the ASRS. And SNAP4, Jim Swanson and his chums over in America produced this amazing questionnaire, and then had it validated globally, that what it did was discern by 26 questions, in fact 18 relating to ADHD and 8 relating to oppositional behaviour, that if the answers to those 18 questions fell into a certain numerical category, score, if you will, I don't like the word score, I prefer results. If your screening results were of this magnitude, that would be a positive screen for ADHD and worthy continuing on the diagnostic journey. So it's a screen to screen in and screen out. Now, similarly, the ASRS has 18 questions, and that does a similar job. Now, when we run the academy, Lisa, when we talk about the ASRS in particular, and that's published by the World Health Organization, its provenance is quite incredible. there's statistics that back up what a positive screen can mean for an onward diagnosis of ADHD, and just hit people with those numbers so we can understand the importance of an accurate screen in the diagnostic process. And then I'm going to pick up why we screen so much.
Yeah. So in the ASRS questionnaire, for example, so it's validated and it's used in clinical trials. And there's, as Phil's alluded to, there's 18 statements which are based around the 18 DSM criteria. But the first 6 statements, if you score 4 or more in the first 6 statements, that's classed as a positive screen. And it's 90% accurate. So if you screen positive in the ASRS screening tool and you go on to have an assessment for ADHD, then there's a 90% chance of you receiving a diagnosis of ADHD. Now, those 6 question statements take about 15 seconds to complete, which I think is pretty incredible for 6 statements to be so accurate. But it is accurate, and it's what we use as our screening tool, and will you also use that moving forward to see where the patient is in terms of optimization?
Indeed. So the point we're making here in terms of the diagnostic journey, the treatment pathway for a patient, is that we will use screening tools that are internationally validated. We don't write our own, we don't do our own thing. We use internationally validated tools, and any clinician should, as a specialist, use validated tools. And that can accelerate the journey. And it can actually mean that we can crack on with other evidence, medical history, mental health history, setting goals, mood questionnaire, sleep questionnaire, looking at all of those parameters that we look at. And we do it prior to engaging with the patient, so it's all done online, so that when the patient gets to see a clinician, the purpose is to reinforce all of the information that's been gathered thus far and triaged by that specialist, and we're ready to go into an assessment that is wanting nothing other than that interaction between 2 people, a clinician and a patient, and to move forward in the diagnostic process. Now, that gives me the opportunity to talk about the diagnostic process, doesn't it, Lisa, in terms of the way that we conduct that, whether it's face-to-face or on Skype, it does not matter. And we've worked hard with European and American colleagues to build protocols for Skype, and it actually works really, really well. There's 2 things going on. The first thing is that we follow, and a clinician should follow, a semi-structured interview, ascertaining any levels of impairment, what they are, and what the characteristics are in relation to ADHD. And the reason that it's semi-structured is that structure should follow and gather the evidence of the DSM, the manual, the international manual. I mentioned it last night, the book that's so thick that hardly anyone can afford it. And by having a semi-structured interview that follows a clinical pathway, when you get to the end of it, you know whether or not there is sufficient impairment and sufficient evidence to warrant a diagnosis. But the second and more important thing that's going on throughout that whole process, and this is why things are done on Skype or face-to-face, they're not done on the telephone, is because your trained and skilled clinician is looking at you, watching you, and observing you, the clinical expression. And those clinical observations are hugely important to the evidence gathering to lead to the diagnosis. But your diagnosis process goes from all of the evidence gathering of all of the mundane stuff, let's call it, sleep hygiene, sleep problems, mood, where are we with mood, the screening tool, your medical history, your mental health history, what other ailments have you had, what hospital visits have you had. There's also a risk assessment, making sure that we're okay to crack on. And that's part 1. Part 2 is the triage of that, to make sure that when we go to assessment that we're doing the right thing for that patient. And then the third thing is the assessment with that massive dollop of assessment observation, clinical observation taking place at the same time. If we wind that back, the one thing we should remember is that the assessment, whether it's for a child or an adult, can be emotionally traumatic. Because what we're encouraging, a good assessor is not ticking boxes on a form. And a good assessor gets underneath what's going on in life for that person and really starts to unlock some of the things you talked about, masking before, kids masking at school, a good assessor gets underneath what the coping mechanisms have prevented other people seeing for a while, but the individual has suffered within themselves, and unlocks quite a lot of emotional baggage, for want of a word, and emotional trauma. And the skill is to get that out so that we know exactly what we're dealing with, and then be able to put that back together at the end when we come around to the treatment pathway and sorting out treatment. Talk to us for a second, Lisa, about the journey that a patient goes on when going through their assessment with you and our clinical colleagues, and what that means to them when we get to that end point.
I think what's interesting when you work across the ages, you get really rich information from your adult patients. And they often tell us that we are the first person in their life who understands them. And so they've had a good hour being asked questions that resonate and make sense. And they almost feel like we've been stalking them, or we've literally opened up the brain and it can see their story. And I find that really sad, that I'm the first person that's understood this 45-year-old adult. But that is often the case. But what you can do in that conclusion is allow them to feel that they trust you, because you do know them, so they then trust the treatment pathway that you are recommending to them and why. And it's a really powerful process. And also we do, obviously, as an assessment, we're focusing on the difficulties around ADHD, because without those difficulties, then you can't receive a diagnosis. Without impairment, you can't receive a diagnosis. But then I also see it as my opportunity to talk about the positives of ADHD and how ADHD can be a gift. So although in the assessment we're focusing on, what's the struggle, it also gives me that opportunity, because of that richness of information and that prep, so I know what job they do and the story, to actually then embrace the positives of their ADHD and how that can be helpful in the future. So it's a real, it is quite powerful to be in that position.
And done properly, with all of that prep by the patient and by the clinician, that triage, that structured assessment with those observations, that building of rapport, that building of trust, that emotional bond between the two. We are mainly and ready to go straight to treatments when we've got that diagnostic process confirmed, aren't we? And we move forward for the validated patients, and we get that expression quite a lot, that I feel validated, that I've had these struggles and people have struggled to understand me and I've struggled to understand myself, and now I feel validated. And one's only got to look at our Trustpilot reviews for how often the word validated is actually used. I've just had a flag from Henry in the messaging system to say if there are any questions, we're going to switch to Q&A in about 10 minutes. And Henry's going to pull some questions out and ask us them in about 10 minutes. So if you've got any questions, submit them through the QA section of the portal, which is globaladhd.com. We talked earlier about NHS swamped from 2002, from the get-go, really, when services really became alive, and funding, unfortunately, not. And it's very easy to drop into criticism of this. That's not our job. Our job is to try and work alongside the NHS and work with the NHS, and accept that if you have a budget and you're the commissioner and you've got to work out where that budget goes, you're now playing decision maker on who gets care. And there will always be more important ailments and more important illnesses that demand some of that cash, some of that money. And at the same time, there's always controls over how much the NHS can have budget-wise. So if we just accept that commissioners have a very difficult job and they can commission what they can commission and they can't commission other things, without being critical, we accept therefore that there is a constraint on what the NHS can do. Step in private services to help, and what we've tried to do, and I'm sure there are others, is create a very affordable service that supplements the national provision in an affordable way that can help people. So if your child is coming up to switching school from junior school to high school, that tipping point, that's important. That if you're going to have to wait 3 years, you're 3 years into high school, you start working on GCSEs, let's get on with it. Let's spend 900 quid and get on with it. And it sounds flippant to say that, but it's worth doing. It's similar on that run up to GCSEs, or an adult about to lose their job or lose their relationship, or abusing substances and having a really tough time. And what we've got, the private sector has a responsibility, is to not be someone that sits in a fat cat office, seeing one person a week at £3,500 and rocking up in a Lamborghini. There's a responsibility for the private sector to support the National Health Service by taking some of that pressure off, so that the fundamental cases that can be seen swiftly through private can be moved on their patient journey, and then hopefully switch back into the NHS through sharing care with the GP, so that the patient can move into an NHS funded treatment pathway. And I know, Lisa, you work really hard with the communication with GPs to make sure we can shoehorn people back into that national process at an appropriate time. And that greater good is part of our pathway, isn't it? And you know, I'd like you to just talk about the values we have right from the get-go when we were in Warrington choosing the colour palette for our brand. Do you remember? And you said to me, "Can we not do this for nothing, Phil?" Do you remember? And
oh, good businesswoman.
When I picked myself up off the floor and said, "Oh, we're supposed to get a living out of that." But talk about what we do and what can. It's not about 360 this. It's about what can be done in the private sector to support that national journey, that national good, isn't it?
Yeah. As I say, I'm not a businesswoman. I think a caveat to that. Well, can we not do some of it for free? And to be fair, we couldn't really work out how to do that and be fair. So what we did decide is that we'd have a range of packages of care. Now, we have a silver package, which we offer to our patients who are on universal credit, because what Phil and I wanted was to be accessible to everyone, regardless of income. So we don't make any money on that package. But what it does allow patients to do is afford what I think is the best care. So we offer a significant discount. We also offer a payment plan, so they can fund their treatment over 10 months at £58 over 10 months. And but the standard of care is no different to the gold package. So the silver package patients evidence their level of benefit and receive a significant discount, but receive the same care as someone on the gold package. And I think that's something that Phil and I are quite passionate about, that just because you don't have loads of cash floating around, you shouldn't have a substandard set of care. And I'm quite proud of that. And I don't actually know the numbers, the percentages of how many we have on silver package, but it's a fair few. And I think our patients appreciate it, and we make it work. You know, we have very few patients who go, "No, I can't afford that," or "I'm not prepared to fund that," you know. And then we have a platinum package, which is for our very complex patients, and that's a separate entity. But the gold and the silver package are identical. The only difference is how much the patient pays for the silver package.
And that greater good is where private sector can support the National Health Service and take some pressure off those services that, as we talked about, have grown since 2002 and spun out of control, because demand has always been there but never recognised. And now that demand is recognised, government spending can't keep up with that demand. So there has to be some support from the private sector for that national good, and proudly we provide that. Now, the next thing to spin into in the closing kind of 6 minutes is this great big beast of right to choose in the diagnostic process. And you know, it's worth just picking that apart for a second. That we've been approached by 5 or 6 NHS trusts. And I'm going to put this out there: if anybody from a trust is listening, or anybody wants to influence the trusts, we can take on more in terms of NHS work, and we can do more to support the NHS. That's our commitment to the national ADHD good, especially with children. The trusts can commission us, and we will provide these services that we're talking about. And once you become a provider for the NHS, so let's say our Lincolnshire contract, once we have satisfied the contractual requirements to provide that service to the Lincolnshire Commissioner, we are then providing services to the NHS, not just the parochial geography of Lincoln, to the whole of the NHS. And that allows anybody to come to us under their right to choose, their choice profile, can come to us and become a patient under the NHS, because we are a provider of services to the NHS. And once that happened for us as a service in terms of that diagnosis, well, the world just went balmy. And we were getting 30 to 40 referrals through GPs a day. And for some NHS clinics, that's 2 months of a clinic capacity, and we were getting that a day. And we've staffed up, trained up, and gone through the pain of growth and, you know, sort of whatever, to be able to try and meet that demand. And we are meeting that demand a lot better now, because we weren't ready for 30 or 40 a day. We just weren't. Nobody could have been. But what we've not done is change the diagnostic process. So we've got the big numbers, and we've had to grow the back office, and we're going through a recruitment campaign right now for our back office staff. I think one of the pain points of being in rural Lincolnshire is finding the right staff for the back office when most of Lincolnshire is covered in potatoes, leeks and cabbages. And we, you know, sort of central Manchester, central London, we find staff for fun. In Lincolnshire, it's proving difficult, but we're growing the back office to be able to service the need of growing more clinicians, to service that need of right to choose. But the diagnostic process doesn't change. Everything is the same, but the tab is picked up by the NHS. We have a bit of a weight on that, because 30 or 40 a day. But the important thing here is that you can go for an ADHD diagnosis, both privately and through the state, through the NHS. And the process should be no different. The process should be agile. It should be getting you from a position of risk. An untreated ADHD is a position of risk, and it should get you into services and into treatment medically as quick as humanly possible. And if a service can do that, we are adequately managing risk on behalf of the national good. And that's what Lisa and I have set out to do right from the very get-go, is to be part of something that is part of the national good. And Lisa, as well as saying, can we not do this for nothing, also beats me up every month saying, can we not pay ourselves more? Well, no, we can't, because we have to pay all the people to actually to deliver this service.
I've got a child at university. I need a pen.
Me too. And you know, we've now got 60 staff providing this provision at these rates that are affordable. And we said right from the get-go, if somebody's on their backside financially, and that's normally generational because of the generation flow for ADHD, if someone's on their backside, we should be able to provide a service that costs less than a Starbucks every day, and provide a service that diagnostically is 100% safe and sound, but it costs less than a Sky package. And then the decision for the family is, do you want Sky or do you want a well child? And that, you know, those kind of decisions become quite straightforward then. So that's the diagnosis process. You've got to round that off. You should have a very swift and agile process that can manage risk very quickly and get that patient into treatment as soon as humanly possible. And for us, for a child, that's within a week or 10 days. For an adult, it can be about 2 months, 3 months with the waiting list, which is coming down as we recruit more. And once you've been assessed and you've been diagnosed, you should move straight into treatment. And there should be no waiting time between those two, because we know where we are, we know what we're at, and we know what we need to do. So you've got all of your prep, patient and clinician, triage by the clinician. You've then got a risk assessment. You've got a diagnostic process linked to the international manual, which is accompanied by a huge skill set of clinical observations to make sure we can see the ADHD. We don't need to go to school. We gather that evidence from elsewhere, from school, from clubs, from grandparents, and those other things when we're talking about children. And then we can move into treatment. And as the clock ticks into the last minute, the guidelines say that you are looking for the age of 5 or 6 to start your process off and look at children. Reality says, if you've got a child at 4 that's at extreme risk because of their hyperactivity or impulsive behaviour, you cannot afford to wait for their birthday to start looking at them and treating them. So in terms of any mum or dad, grandparents, or primary school, pre-primary, prep school, nursery school teacher who's got a child at the age of 4 or 5 who's demonstrating such risk, and we've had them. We've had children in hospital because of the injuries they're getting because of their risk-taking behaviour. We've had children who cannot possibly have their best life because of their behaviours, because of their impulsivity and their hyperactivity. Do not wait for that clock to get to 6. Get to a service that can help you. And the only reason that medicine starts at the age of 6 is about the controls that were placed on the clinical trials for that medicine. The medicines are not unsafe beneath that. You don't get to 6 and all of a sudden medicine becomes safe for you. And similarly, when you get to 16 or 18, medicines that are licensed for children only do not stop working on an adult. That's just pharmacology nonsense in the background, and the skill of the clinic, the skill of the clinician and the nurse, the pharmacist, the team that work together, the GP, the skill of that person is to understand the medicine so you can be treated through that diagnostic process. So it's important we see it as a supply chain. Literally, it's a chain of events that need to happen fluidly, quickly, to manage risk for the patient. And if you're under 6, don't worry about it. Just contact someone and get on with it. And if you get into 18, 19, and you're switching into being an adult service, then the medicine doesn't stop, shouldn't stop, and won't stop. And that whole diagnostic process folds together to manage risk. Henry, welcome back.
Honestly, like listening to you guys, it's been amazing. I have to say, also slightly heartbreaking. Like it's like, you know, talking about the challenges in the NHS, I think I know that I have absolutely, like, the private sector and the NHS have always worked hand in hand. I think we've had this discussion before. Like, you know, when you go in an X-ray machine, it's not NHS, it's Siemens. like every single GP surgery is a private practice. Like it doesn't matter. Like healthcare is what matters. Like this philosophy that it's overarching philosophy, I think can really get in the way. And I think you do a good job of managing, because that's what you're going to do. Lisa, when you talked about kids like masking in school, like, I mean, the amount, like, and particularly what made me, and it's going to actually amazingly segue to our first question, was girls. Like, we know girls' ADHD manifests slightly differently, and then masks slightly differently, and that girls are better at masking. And we've had people talk about the Coke bottle analogy, that a kid like masks at school and they get shaken up, and then when they come home, like, it's like, and actually as an adult, like, I know when I'm in those situations, I've got to be like really like formal and look, you know, the suit can only do so much. Like, you know, I try. God, it's hard work. And but you actually saying that's going to help so many people. Like, I can't underline how important that's going to be. What is the lose it line, Lisa? First question from an anonymous caller called Phil.
So I described the lose it line. I'm just going to do a quick diagram. So,
that
my patients, I don't know whether you can see this.
Yeah, we can.
So this line here is the lose it line.
Oh, wow.
Okay, and so my patients are hovering just below the lose it line, and they look normal. They look like you or I, and you wouldn't think they were bubbling below that line. So people will say to me, "Oh yeah, they went from 0 to 100 like that," and I go, "Actually, no. They've been at 99 all day, and then one little thing happens, and it's usually when they're coming out of school, and the mum might say the wrong thing to them, or another child pushes them, and they just explode." And so, you know, the treatment for ADHD will bring that child from that lose it line down, so that if you're functioning at this level and you have a little blip, we're not near this lose it line. And you know, that describes a lot of children, and the masking is so key to why diagnosis is missed, and why I'm seeing far too many adults who should have been picked up as children, and it leads to a lot of that anxiety, low mood.
Well, we have that. Actually, wait, look, well, let's do that. Like, well, segue to that question. Obviously, we see anxiety and depression so commonly, and you gave some statistics earlier, which are very, very powerful. And actually, one of the things, God, I'm going to open. One of the things that I found so powerful about both of you. So, as a charity, as an individual, also, one of the great battles is describing ADHD and the detail of ADHD and communicating it. And something you both have in absolute spades, things like the lose it line and other, I've been watching it, noting it a lot. You have these worked up communications that you've clearly put enormous thought on, which provide this wonderful point of clarity for people. They're so hard to come up with. And when they're seen, they look really obvious. The lose it line looks really obvious. And I think some of the best things, when they're put in front of you, you're like, well, that's just obvious, because it's so good. Like, and it's spectacular. Obviously, it's been a long night. Have ADHD. My ADHD exacerbates. Like, I can see, like, for people, these are my notes of attempted things. It's chaos. That's what I managed to write down. The brain is even further around. So probably best to the question on anxiety, and then we need to do there's a big question about ADHD in women, which we've got to promise to people on. But we see a lot of people with anxiety, and someone just simply asked, like, what medication recommendation do you have? Like, what's your thought process on that? Like disclaimer here, no official medical advice is not a thing, like, you know, etc. Right, back to you.
So a lot of our patients are diagnosed with depression, anxiety, or both, and they're already treated for their anxiety and depression. And funnily enough, it's not working very well. Now, treatment for depression and anxiety is working on the serotonin chemical. And in ADHD, you've got a deficit in dopamine. So if you were to treat someone's serotonin chemical when they don't have a problem with serotonin, then you're going to raise the serotonin level and probably end up with side effects. So you end up with treatment-resistant depression and anxiety. Well, Phil and I talk about situationally cheesed off patients who have depression and anxiety because of their untreated ADHD. They don't have a serotonin imbalance, they have a dopamine imbalance because they've got untreated ADHD. Now, 75% of my adult patients come with a diagnosis of depression, anxiety, or both. If they've got ADHD and I treat them, 90% of those will not be depressed or anxious anymore. Now, if they're already on a treatment for depression and anxiety, I don't ask them to stop. I say stay on it. Now, there is a risk of a very, very rare risk of serotonin syndrome if you give someone a medicine that can also slightly raise the serotonin level. We look for that. So it doesn't stop us prescribing when someone's on an antidepressant. that we look for that serotonin syndrome. They've got a blood pressure monitor that we provide. We ask them to do the blood pressure and pulse daily. If the blood pressure and pulse goes up significantly, you stop your ADHD meds, you let us know. I've seen serotonin syndrome once in 20 years, so it's not going to stop me prescribing for their ADHD, but let's look for the serotonin syndrome. So my advice would be to treat their ADHD, even if they've got anxiety in them, and optimise that treatment so we get their ADHD as on point as possible. And if they still have a resistant depression or anxiety, and some patients can have ADHD, depression, anxiety that need treatment in their own right, then let's treat that. But 90% of the time, it's actually ADHD, and treat that ADHD, and you'll treat your anxiety alone.
Thank you. That's important. I think, and it's just, as you said, like, do you want to remind what was the percentage of people you thought come through have anxiety, depression?
5% come with anxiety, depression, or both.
Yeah. So
and 90% of them are not anxious or depressed once we've optimised their ADHD.
And you'll make me cry. Like, seriously, like, it's been long, but like, gosh, it's so important.
Which is why we're trying to train GPs that if they have this treatment-resistant anxiety and depression, just do that ASRS questionnaire that takes about 15 seconds, because actually you could be missing something that's key and you can treat.
Henry, there's a paper on our website, and we've labelled it SPO, which is situationally off, which describes.
We are allowed to swear. I don't know if you watched the Hairston one. Like,
well, yeah.
We don't have broadcast rules here. We're not going to get told off by Ofcom.
Heston's got a clinical reason to be able to swear.
Except it was me who started it. But I did it purposely. Obviously, I wanted him to be relaxed.
Well, there's a paper all about that anxiety and depression and how that builds up. And you know, our research says from the age of 6, people can remember and anchor back in their life. That's when it all started to go belly up, when you weren't mixing with friends, you weren't invited to parties, you weren't the person who was being invited to sleepovers, you were marginalised by friends, school, and so on. And you do become pissed off, and you get, you know. So we won't labour on it because you want to move to women, and we've only got 5 minutes left.
Well, we'll run until a little long because it's too important. Well done, this person who put this question in. At last night's ADHD 360 session, you said you would speak more in your 7-day session about treating women with ADHD medication differently to support their menstrual cycle. How do you treat women who are going through, and actually I think, could you ask, because I would like, they've asked about going through the perimenopause. The hormonal experience seems to enhance the impacts of ADHD. How can women be empowered to manage their own medication to correlate with their rapid changing hormonal landscape? And how does HRT interact with this? And like, I'd also like to know about girls going through puberty. And we'll overrun whatever you need. It's too important a topic. But over to you.
So we actually do something. So we optimise our patients, and we're very passionate about that. But then Phil and I coined the phrase situational optimization. So what does that mean? So if I've got a patient who, and they usually do tell me on assessment that they have certain weeks of the month that their ADHD seems to be worse than others, and so I bank that comment, and then I optimize their treatment as normal, as I would do any other patient. And when I think I've got them to as optimized as I can possibly get them, I will ask them the question, do you feel optimized the whole month? Or is there a week in the month where actually you feel like your ADHD meds are not working as well as they could be? And it's usually the week before the period. So if the answer to that question is yes, actually there's 1 week where I feel like I've not taken my meds, or they're not doing what they should be doing, or they're not doing what they do the rest of the month, then what I do is I slightly increase the dose of medicine that week. And so So for example, I might optimize them on 50 milligrams of Elvance. So the week before, I might increase them to 70 milligrams. So they have 1 week at 70 milligrams, 3 weeks at 50 milligrams. And trust me, they know when that week's coming because the medicine's just not doing it. And then we do shared care on 1 week at 70 milligrams and 3 weeks at 50 milligrams. So that's how we situationally optimize our patients. And it's not every woman, and not every woman has issues with premenstrual symptoms. So I would say it's probably less than 5% of my female patients who need this situational optimization. But like we said last night, you know, if we don't get every week optimized, that's a quarter of a lady's life that's not on point. And in my book, that's not okay for a quarter of your life to be suboptimal. So it's fairly simple, but not many people are doing it. It's almost like, well, we've got you optimized, that's good enough, go away, we'll do shared care, and you'll just have to have a really tricky week. And Phil and I don't think that that's acceptable.
Henry, if I can jump in there, you just to move the discussion on, because it's easy to talk about and think about a woman having a menstrual cycle as that kind of 25, 30-year-old woman running a home and struggling with everything. And that's almost a classic cartoon image. But actually, this starts from the age of 10, 11, 12, doesn't it, with girls in society these days who start to actually reach puberty early. And so this is actually a paediatric issue as much as it's an adult care issue. And that is definitely being missed on how we can help a young girl get through school for 4 weeks of the month, not just 3. And we train and we focus really hard on catching that. And those are not easy conversations to have with a child patient. They're really not. And but the conversations that need to be had. And when that we go back to that assessment process, gaining that trust and that confidence in the clinician allows us and permits us to start having those conversations. And then your question from the contributor moves that conversation into perimenopause and menopause for a woman when life gets really bloody tough. And you know, if you look at the menopause symptoms, they in a lot of things they mirror ADHD symptoms, and that becomes tricky when you get to that kind of 45 to 50, 60-year-old lady who's now demonstrating symptoms that at a time of her life when she needs sensitivity and help can put pressure on a relationship. And what we've got to be able to do is unpick whether that's the menopause or whether it's ADHD that wasn't caught before and now it's exacerbated by the menopause, or whether or not we've got someone in treatment and now that we can see the classic signs of the menopause, it's as if the ADHD has got worse. In fact, it hasn't, but what we've got is other hormonal situations going on that make ADHD seem worse. But then again, we revisit the treatment plan, and that's the important part, is that when we've got an adult on a treatment plan, we have to come back to review regularly. And that review goes back to a screening tool, goes back to a structured conversation, and we start to think about what else could be going on at this person's stage in life. And that review should be designed for a woman to start talking about the menopause and the perimenopause and what do we need to do with medicine to change that. And one of our senior clinicians, Rebecca Whelan, is currently focused on studying the living daylights out of the menopause so that we can actually become national experts on this. Because what a lot of people do is study it and say there's a problem. What doesn't happen a lot is, and here's the solution. And that's the same with puberty and the menstrual cycle. There was a lot of research out there saying, yeah, I'm a woman and for 1 week of a month, I'm not as sharp as I would be with my ADHD because I'm a woman and my menstrual, but nobody bloody doing anything. So, you know, we cracked it for the menstrual cycle and we're in the process of cracking it for the menopause. And frankly, as a middle-aged man, I genuinely believe women deserve this. And we talk about the difference between women and men in ADHD symptoms. That's not the argument we need to be talking about these days. The argument we need to be talking about is giving adequate care and treatment for women so that they actually have their best life, not a life that some man has designed to 20 years ago in terms of a clinical process. And you can probably tell I'm quite passionate about this, because this is the journey that clinical practice and diagnosis and assessment and treatment should be providing now, is the argument of how women present slightly differently to men. It's actually not as profound as people say. Girls have been missed because we were looking for naughty boys, and we were looking for naughty boys alone. And 20 years ago, Lisa and I started banging the drum. It's not about naughty boys. It's about everybody who's got those impairments. And there was a lady with me yesterday in a leadership course I'm running here in London who said, I've not got ADHD, I've got ADD. I said, well, that doesn't exist. So what's really going on? And she said, well, I don't know. I've just got this. I've been told I've got ADD. I said, so if your brain is a computer and you've got 20 programs open and you're tabbing between each program constantly, how do you manage to write the letter in Word when you visit it once every 20 concentration cycles? And she said, yeah, that's me. That's my ADHD. Well, that's no different to a lad with ADHD. It's just been missed because it's not physical hyperactivity. And that's all we were looking for 20 years ago. And we have to shift our lens to become people that do things about it, not just talk about it.
Yeah, and I agree, that change of lens. So all kids, regardless of gender, if they're predominantly inattentive, if they're not showing that troublemaking, that we have a more sophisticated tools to we pick everyone up. And I think that's exactly right. Which is, like, with your permission, run a couple of minutes. So just because there's a number of people have written a very similar question, and I think one half you know the absolute answer for, and the other would be good to know. And it's I'm going to summarize them both. So it's people talking about the problem of private assessments and GPs, NHS GPs taking them on as shared care. One of the parts of concern is that as a private provider to the NHS does shared care, like the shared care relationship there. And the other is as a private provider. So when you're doing a private assessment, how then shared care with an NHS provider can help. And a person is talking about that in their area, GPs have been instructed not to do private shared care. I just wonder if you'd be able to say a few words on that.
This is the biggest bone of contention in UK healthcare, I think, is the freedom that GPs have and the way that the whole structure between private healthcare and NHS healthcare and shared care, as it's called, is constructed. It's wrong. It's fundamentally flawed. Now, there's a number of things in there. First of all, you said before, Henry, every GP practice is a private practice. So we're not actually talking NHS and private. We're talking private and private. And the primary care, the GP world doesn't like to hear that argument, but that's the facts. We're dealing with private and private. So let's take away that layer. Let's take away that fundamental misbelief. The fact that we're an NHS provider means that we're not talking private and private. We're talking NHS to private, and those standards are exactly the same. So we're busting myths, and we're having to have some very difficult conversations. The first thing I would say to anybody who's struggling for shared care is you are covered by the Equalities Act. 2010 Equalities Act, you have a disability under that legislation by having your ADHD, and every decision that a public servant, a GP, makes in relation to you and your disability has to be qualified under the Equalities Act. Now, that's a powerful tool to bring about some rethinking. Now, we've tried it, we've been there, we've done it. The better tool is to work with your clinical provider and gain the confidence and trust of the GP. And in doing that, your GP, we have brought many GPs into shared care with us because they actually can see what we're doing and trust and work with us. There's also an emerging national guideline to shared care, because at the moment it's a postcode lottery, and that shouldn't be the case either. So there's an emerging national shared care guideline coming out. Well, guess what? It's got no teeth. It's a tiger that sucks the blood out of something as opposed to biting it, because GPs don't have to adhere to it. So what's the blooming point of having a national shared care policy? But it's emerging, and the next thing to push with primary care is that there's actually an adherence to this national thing. So it's actually not a private NHS thing. There's as many GPs won't share care with an NHS provider than they would do with the private sector. This is the biggest pickle jar that we've got in medicine at the moment. is that the GPs are overworked, overswamped, can't do this, can't do that. Yeah, you can't. So actually, push the services away from and just come back for shared care. And actually, it needs a big strategic push. And I think that's one of the things we've talked about, Henry, is how can a charity like ADHD UK work with the biggest provider in the UK, us, to actually lobby for change at the highest level to make sure that this problem of shared care is managed more effectively.
And the core point, which is very, very sad, is that GPs do have this discretion, and some of them are declining, and they can decline. I think, as you said, both an NHS provider as well as a private provider, and it's a huge sadness. We do have to call it there. We've overrun because you're just too damn interesting and insightful and knowledgeable, both of you. Like it's your own fault. Like it's. I wanted to touch on before we sign up. Like one of the things I do think is like deeply impressive about. There's a lot deeply impressive about ADHD 360, but one of the things is the way you price and model, and you have very clear packages so people can know exactly what they're getting, and it covers the 12-month period, so people can know with some other providers who remain nameless. They kind of get you in, you do the assessment, and then it's like money every month. There's money for the prescriptions, money for, and it can become a very large sum of money. People don't know they're getting into that, and that can cause real problems. Your focus, your bursary program for people on benefits. So where I think you said £54 a month, like is a wonderful thing, and your other pricing is not so much. And I've certainly recommended people over to you for that reason. Like I think that it's a really great model. I know you're starting up an autism service shortly too, which I think it will be great. Obviously, we know there's a lot of crossover. I also wanted to share. So at 3 a.m., our feed went down.
Oh no!
I wasn't here. Poor Anna and Terry, who are our night team, had this realization, and very quickly we're able to resolve it. And there's a reason why we planned for this. So when we've been directing people, we direct them to the site, which has a live link, which takes you through. So it was always set up so for this eventuality, because we have a single pipe in. We knew it was something that could happen. But one of the things that it then rendering is we get to see how many people between our start and 3 a.m. have come to visit us, and it's 4,400 people.
Oh, well done, well done.
So
congratulations.
That was the halfway point, roughly. So we are pretty excited about that, and we were actually. I have to say, obviously it's been long now. I've got a little bit emotional. Like it's a big deal, and you've been a huge part of that. And I wanted to thank you so much for your involvement, for your support, for the work we're all trying to do together to change ADHD in this country, and the work you do every day for the people coming to you.
Henry, thank you, and it's humbling to hear those numbers and to hear your praise. May I make a suggestion? Take this away. Lisa and I will come back with you. We'll do a webinar specially to go through the Q&A, if you wish.
That would be genuinely, that would be wonderful.
We'll do a specific one that is completely patient-led by the Q&A, and we'll just rattle them off one evening and record it maybe for those in.
Well, that we'd love, because then we can put it in the site and give people information. So
once you've had some sleep, and once you've got me in contact with Adrian Childs, just mention that again. Then Lisa and I.
Man is a deal maker.
Yeah, well,
get stuff done.
I'm in business. We'll come back and we'll just specifically rattle through those Q&A to give people even more awareness than you've managed with 4,000 people over this 24-hour period. It'll be more by the time the 24 hours are up. Hats off to you and the team. Absolutely incredible. It's been a privilege to be part of this. It really has.
Well, you've been a big part of making it happen, so thank you very much. I've got to say adieu, but obviously we're running late again. I should not be allowed to be in charge of the clock. But honestly, it was very important to ask those particular questions. There are more important ones, and thank you for coming back to that. That's it. We say goodbye to you guys. Thank you again so much. Good luck with your days. And over to me and just my beautiful visage. we are going to, well, we're moving on. So the conference continues, as you just heard. At the halfway point, we've had 4,400 people join us. We're pretty excited about that. It's a big deal. Obviously, we're bringing ADHD together globally, learning from each other, helping each other, changing ADHD globally, nationally, locally, and individually. I came up with that line, and I like it. Let's see if I was with it enough to set up the next title screen. I was. ADHD in the criminal justice system coming up next. How the impact of ADHD and the misunderstanding of ADHD can have a substantial impact on court outcomes. This is a big deal. Then in the next hour, it's the benefits of coaching. Many faces, if you've been involved with ADHD, come to any of our support group sessions, you'll know them. ADHD nutrition, an important topic from Diverse Diagnostics. And then we've got Hans en Veld from, he's actually the chairperson of, was involved with ADHD Europe and ADHD Netherlands, as well as setting up a coach business to help people in employment. So we're looking forward to having him. We're going to have a short video, as we often do. This is Alex, one of our one of the people who supports the charity through providing coach support lessons, and here's him talking.
Hello, I'm Alex Campbell. I'm a registered BACP psychotherapist and a ADHD coach. I chose to raise money for ADHD UK, and I recently ran the Ealing Half Marathon for them. And I'm amazed at the work that ADHD UK does and the amount of support and free guidance and advice that they give, and the number of support groups. They keep growing every month, the different groups that are being led, and all for free on a donation basis. And so for me, it felt important to raise money in order to continue the incredibly growing work that ADHD UK are doing for adults who are, let's face it, most of us have been diagnosed later in life, so we're just discovering this about ourselves. And the support that is needed once you know that you have ADHD is so great. And ultimately, that's why I started raising money for them.
Caught out again by the mute button, the evil mute button. Unfortunately, very important. We must mute during video sessions, or it catches us out. As described, so we've coming up session about to start with ADHD in the criminal justice system, how the impact of ADHD and the misunderstanding of ADHD can have substantial impacts on court outcomes, followed by benefits of coaching, ADHD nutrition, and from burden to talent. Talking about the workspace. So without further ado, let me introduce our fabulous people. And thank you so much. Thank you for getting up early for doing this. And we're very, very excited to have you here. I just can't underline how excited I'm. Like, we know I've got to do the introductions. I'm going to do those. But it's such an important topic area. And when we first talked with Communicore and your focus on ADHD, and just the thought, I could just picture myself in the dock being asked to remember things of particular dates, and just looking like the most terrible witness. And I know I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd be like, is it in my calendar? Like, otherwise I've like literally no idea. And how that would reflect. And I also thought about how my distraction might affect if I was in the dock looking around. And so it's such, and we talk about people within ADHD getting into trouble and having issues, and the increased numbers in prisons. But the court part, I think, is really very rarely being talked about, if at all. It's so important. Right, introductions. Let's do my job properly. We've got William Scrimshaw, Managing Director of Communicore Limited. Thank you very much for joining us. Alison Woodhead, Clinical Lead for Neurodiversity which autism, ADHD, intellectual development disorders, offender health at Nottinghamshire Healthcare NHS Foundation Trust. And Alison oversees the neurodiversity pathway for 8 prisons and has practitioner in each assessment treating. Michelle White, a PhD student, a part-time law lecturer, currently considering neurodivergence within criminal law, and is currently writing an article on the phenomenon of confabulation and its impact on confession witness evidence. It's such an important area. So we've got a number of set questions. So this is a panel session, if I started slightly right, look, it's a 24-hour conference. It's been quite long. I did manage to get a few hours sleep, but I don't know if you're able to hear just now, but I was happily asleep at 3 a.m. and I got a call going, the feed is down, and working with wonderful Terry and Andrew, get it back up again, which we did very, very quickly. They did really very, very quickly. It allowed us to get to know our numbers, so we got to see that we'd had 4,400 people visit us so far in the conference, which we were pretty excited about. And I like always try and remind people, like, think of that like a room. You need to think of how many people that is in a room, and we've got them there talking about ADHD. It's a big deal, and it's because of you guys volunteering, like you're giving your time. There's no payment for you. You're doing it to help make change, and thank you so much for it. You are a part of this. Yeah, so we're pretty excited. I have to say I got a bit emotional when I saw the numbers. I was like, this is really wonderful. We obviously have a lot of people watching now. We hopefully live streaming currently on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube, all at the same time. Twitter has not played dice. Right, introduction. So we know there are high numbers of people in the criminal justice system with diagnosed and undiagnosed ADHD. And actually, I think a lot of the research around the difference between diagnosed and undiagnosed is very, very compelling. Research in 2020 suggests around 25% of adults in the British criminal justice system meet the criteria for ADHD. There is, I know, a lot of debate about that. We've had someone earlier talk about a number of 75% based on their own anecdotal experience. I've seen research suggesting 40%. I've seen research, I think the overarching thing that is absolutely conclusive is wildly overrepresented, and such a significant percentage that there should be a very, very focused program. And I think that's the bit that we don't need to argue over, and therefore could just essentially move the hell on. And we talked about in our introduction, in the bit when I was talking about how it can make people look unreliable when being questioned by the police or appearing as a defendant, may give confused evidence, interrupt. And actually, I do think that the impulsivity on speaking out and shouting out can be good, can be very impactful. Right, Michelle, if I may come to you first. To set the scene a little, how does ADHD contribute to the way people are perceived in the criminal justice system?
I think, like you've just said there, essentially, we know it's something that is highly prevalent within the criminal justice system. The research I look at is particularly concerning early stages, so kind of point of first real interaction with authorities, moving on to, detention, interview, interrogation, that sort of aspect. I mean, as we know already, we've got an increased risk with ADHD of early age criminality, increased risk of reoffending, aggressive incidents, psychiatric disorders, suicide, self-harm, substance abuse, etc. So we're talking about a population, essentially, that is much more likely to come into contact with the criminal justice system than kind of the standard person would, the neurotypical person would. And it's quite scary to think, with a huge prevalence of undiagnosed people with ADHD, potentially, a lot of the time people are coming into contact with the criminal justice system. It can be their first real experience of getting any sort of support, any sort of official help, any recognition. And when you think about, speculation massively in terms of the amount of undiagnosed population that we've got, particularly within the female population. So when we think about it from that sense, it's quite scary, essentially, that these people are relying upon the first time they're arrested, first time they're detained, for any sort of real structured support to be put in place. It's not always that somebody as well would be guilty of a crime that would lead to their detention in the criminal justice system. it's often done a lot of the time now in absence of mental health support. So, for example, people may be in crisis, they may be, a risk to themselves. And because of a lack of other areas of support, we're generally looking at relying on the police service to detain them for their own sake. Okay, so it's really that lack of other support that feeds into this. When we look essentially, at this notion of perceptions of ADHD in custody, it is really varied. We don't have a standard across the country, essentially. There was a report done particularly in 2015 by the Chief Inspector of the Constabulary. They said, even within their own research, their own studies, there was this kind of notion of looking at the crime before looking at the person on behalf of their staff, their authorities. And this was to do with children. So this wasn't even a study of adults and the impact of it. This was just vulnerable children. So I think, again, we've got this really daunting notion of potentially looking at a child in a way by which we're just looking at what crime they've done rather than what other factors may be in the background to that. So just to kind of give you an overview, what we're looking at in terms of early stage criminal justice system, stop and search processes, arrest, detention, interview, questioning, etc. And these can all be highly stressful situations for, the neurotypical person. You could say essentially by default, being in custody, being detained in that kind of way puts us all in some sort of vulnerable situation. So it's even worse, it's even more amplified when we're looking at people with conditions such as ADHD. What we've seen, I think, in recent years is this real push towards autism awareness, and recognition and protocols being put in place for people with autism, autistic people. But we're lacking in ADHD. There is this real kind of missing dynamic there. We haven't caught up to the way that we're looking at autistic awareness particularly. So just kind of overview really what we're looking at when we consider generalising people with ADHD. When they're looking at, stressful situations, we're talking about behaviours that are maladaptive to coping, essentially. They can present in escape avoidance, confrontation, lack of planning. This can make someone, try to escape custody, someone become confrontational, someone to appear in kind of a contentious situation with the police or with the authorities. So when we're considering particularly the first encounters someone may have at stop and search or arrest, for example, we're already in a position where they're going to be in conflict with the authorities. And that is obviously not the way we want to introduce this, not the way we want to start the ball rolling for being detained in criminal justice. Sometimes we have this fortunate situation where there may be a mental health triage present. Some forces roll this out more regularly than others. Some control rooms, for example, will have mental health triages available, which can be useful in identifying ADHD-related behaviours. So we know, essentially, we're telling our police officers what they can anticipate, what they can recognise. But again, this is a lack of consistency across the board. Similarly with stop and search procedures, the College of Policing sets out, that their officers are required to consider a person's vulnerabilities before conducting a search and exercise their powers accordingly. But I'm sure you can, that is such an ambiguous way to put things. What is consideration of a person's vulnerabilities? If you have, a potential suspect who appears to be violent, who appears to be confrontational, how much assessment are they going to do at that point of vulnerability? So it's really about early recognition for me. It's really about kind of getting the relevant authorities to really understand what they're looking at, what conditions are associated with ADHD, what behaviours are associated, so it can be dealt with appropriately rather than in a confrontational way. Moving on to the detention process particularly, it can be extremely challenging, like I say, even for the neurotypical person. Dependent upon your charge, you could be looking at 24-hour period in detention without charge, possibly up to 96 hours once you've been charged, depending on the circumstance, depending on the severity of the offence you've been charged with. And we're talking about this really prolonged period of time, expecting people who, stereotypically would have problems with sustaining attention, for example. Asking them to be detained for that period of time can be really difficult, can be really stressful and impactful on them. There is screening in police stations. There is screening offered throughout the system, essentially. But again, the limits have been found when the research has been done about this. You know, it's not always consistent. It often varies very much on a regional basis, force to force basis. Once that screening is effective, we have this fantastic process where we can, divert people through the liaison and diversion service, for example, to appropriate authorities, to appropriate bodies for them. But again, it comes down to this early detection. And if we fail to detect it or fail to recognise ADHD, we are really hitting a problem in terms of the treatment that person is going to get in custody. Particularly when we consider, the viability of the information they're going to give, the questioning they're going to have. When we look at things like interview and interrogation techniques, the generally accepted behaviours of someone with ADHD, so inattention, hyperactivity, impulsivity, essentially just go from the outset in terms of being interviewed and questioned by authorities. We know for a fact, we know the research has been done, particularly by Good Johnson, that there is this really increased risk of false confession with ADHD. It's estimated about 3 times more likely to falsely confess to an offence if you have ADHD. And when we looked at the reasons behind that, essentially, it wasn't so much that people with ADHD were excessively suggestible, they weren't easily influenced in that instance, but they were much more likely to be compliant. They were much more likely to try and, evade lengthy questioning processes. So there was a number of studies done where they asked participants with ADHD why they had falsely confessed. And essentially a lot of them came down to because they wanted to be out of custody. It was as simple as that, kind of their stress limit had been reached and they were ready to say whatever they needed to do at that point to get out of custody. They also had a number that tried to falsely confess to prevent other people from being found guilty of the offence. They did it as a form of kind of friendship as such, they did it to help other people. And we also had this really interesting kind of bit of research that was done that looked at the way in which people with ADHD would answer certain questions that were put to them, certain kind of open-ended questions, leading questions. And the general response rate there was for them to answer and say, I don't know, rather than giving an answer, rather than kind of denying knowledge or making a negative implication. The standard kind of answer for them was to just say, well, I don't know. And that kind of mobilises a different reaction from the interviewer. When the studies were looked into, particularly on this, it was found that the more they answered, don't know, the more evasive police officers, interviewing officers thought they were being at the time, which then again propels a different line of questioning, a different line of interrogation, which can lead them to not only falsely confess to a crime, but you're also looking at people with ADHD potentially believing they have committed the crime as well, which is even more dangerous in the realm of justice, essentially. When we talk about this confabulation of recollections, it's been found that people with ADHD also have can have what's called memory distrust syndrome, where they're not as confident as the neurotypical person in their own recollections of what's happened, which can lead to them being more influenced by what's happening in terms of interrogation. So for me, the real takeaway message from that is we need proper processes to put in place from the outset to make sure that people with ADHD are being treated in a way that is sympathetic to their own behaviours. We don't want people falsely confessing. We want them certainly having this false idea that they have participated in a crime, that they have been guilty, and giving us that information.
That's terrifying. Certainly the confabulation, like the trust of memories, I definitely, like, it's something that resonates with me. Like I have learned not to trust I've just, I suppose it's unreliable enough that I just can't quite trust them. Like in terms of, from as simple as thing as day-to-day stuff. That was very eye-opening. Thank you, and quite something. Our next question is for William. Your organisation provides intermediaries to support someone's communication skills in court. How can ADHD affect someone during proceedings?
Well, I think firstly, it's important that we understand what communication means, because often it's misunderstood.
it's important that somebody needs to be able to hear and then attend to the information being given to them, which is often through speech, but it could be through different ways as well. And they need to be able to process that information and understand it before they can formulate a response. And that response might be a verbal response, a written response, a note to discuss it with a barrister, or actually no response at all, which is a choice too. And we rely on our concentration for all of our thinking processes. So, for example, if somebody's having difficulty focusing their attention, they'll have difficulty responding or remembering the way they've responded or the information that's been given to them. So it sort of falls down at the first hurdle, if you like. It's also really dependent on the individual, and there's not a sort of one box fits all approach to communication problems for people with ADHD, because everybody has a different communication profile, and that will be affected by all sorts of things. Lots of the people that we work with, sort of building on what Michelle said, is they don't have a formal diagnosis. So often they are attending court and there's no formal diagnosis for them. They may have other diagnoses or comorbidities which impact on their communication profile. And they may have additional communication needs that wouldn't usually be associated with ADHD. So there's all these complexities that add to the way somebody communicates. But just as a sort of high level, some factors that might influence somebody's ability to be able to effectively participate. Things like attention skills. I think you drew on this earlier, Henry, about being distracted. Somebody who is in court in a dock or sitting on a bench at the back of the family court, often the courts aren't addressing them, so it's hard for them to keep up because they're often speaking to somebody else in the room, whether that be a barrister or a different witness. And often the verbal information is delivered at a particular speed, or which is difficult for people with ADHD if they can't process quickly enough, and all of a sudden they get lost in the process. There's physical distraction. People think courts are really quiet and still. They are on the whole, but there is still these people that sort of move around in almost invisible to everybody else, court ushers and things. So there's physical distractions, things like lights, flickering, or sounds, buzzing noises, people walking in and out of the room and door handles going, all sorts of things going on, people rustling papers. There's auditory distractions, like often the judge will be speaking to a witness, the barrister will be questioning the witness, the solicitor on the other side of the room is whispering to the court clerk about something else that's going on. So there's all these distractions going on at the same time. Internal distractions are quite difficult for people with ADHD because they will get lost in a train of thought. So there'll be some evidence about Jane wearing a blue coat, and the person with ADHD might get lost in a train of thought about whether it was green or blue or turquoise and all those things. And then all of a sudden they've missed the next bit of evidence. So they get lost in that train of thought. And sitting still and fiddling, I'm a fiddler, but it can be difficult for people with ADHD because it often sort of presents itself as somebody who's disinterested or unreliable, because they'll be looking at something else in the room, or they'll be shaking their leg, or they'll be looking around. And often, especially to people like juries, that can come across as disinterested or disengaged with the process, which has its own implications. So I think all of these things are linked to their ability to, going back to what I said at the start, which is their ability to hear and attend to and process verbal and written information. And all of those things then affect their ability to respond, not only effectively, but it's also with understanding in the way that they want to. And when we work in court, it's not about us being on somebody's side, it's about us ensuring that that person is responding in the way that they want to in the courtroom.
That treacherous mute button again. Thank you. And Alison, you've been so patient. You got I appreciated you being so. Could you tell us a little bit about what happens to someone when with ADHD when they enter prison? And I suppose, and if you could do that for sort of with and without diagnosis, would be great.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess I need to be talking about the prisons where I work, which the difficulty with that is that we have identified that neurodiversity and ADHD is something that we want to address in the prisons where I work. So it's really difficult for me to generalize what that experience would be like in all prisons. So, but I do know that in all prisons, that when a person comes in, then there is a reception screening process. So there's a very busy reception screening process where everybody is sort of inducted into the prison. And for a person with ADHD, we're aware that that in itself is a really challenging start to the journey. It's normally a pretty busy environment. But that's the place where you will get to be seen by everybody in the prison, really, education, health, and the prison team start to assess your needs, start to, get to know you, introduce you to the system. And from that process, you will go from reception screening into a kind of induction wing type setup where the idea is there that you are prepared for what your prison experience is going to be like. And that's where lots and lots of opportunities lie, because that's where people are supported to understand how to use the prison systems, what making an application looks like, how you're going to get access to healthcare. So coming into prison is a kind of pretty scary experience, and people are there with more or less knowledge about neurodiversity. I think I've got such a lot of positive things to say as we go through this discussion, because the one good thing in prison system at the moment, and from a Ministry of Justice perspective, is that neurodiversity is starting to be taken really seriously. So there is a lot of work going on at the moment, and it is rapidly there is a rapid focus on how we are going to make those adjustments all the way through the prison processes. But at the moment, I would say, if you come into prison as a neurodiverse person, whether that be ADHD, autism, and any of the neurodiverse conditions, you're going to be struggling with a busy, crowded environment, lots of people who are being remanded for lots of different reasons, who are coming into custody for lots of different reasons. And it is at that process where, if your needs are known, so from a healthcare point of view, I can be really clear that what we do there at reception screening on the day you arrive, if you have ADHD and we have a record of that and you're on medication and we can see that in your medical records, you will be immediately treated. Your treatment will be continued. You'll be immediately referred to a neurodiversity practitioner. And as I say, this is not representative of all prisons, because I do not think that this is in place in lots of prisons, but in all of the prisons where I work, you are immediately referred from reception day one to a neurodiversity practitioner. If you're if you are recognised to have ADHD, that you will be referred so that that person can review you, find out how you are doing with your treatment, and support you to continue your treatment. Have a look at everything else that you might need in terms of how you're going to cope with prison. If not, we start the screening process, and you're referred for that screening process to begin.
And is everyone screened, or is it only those that are picked up, or that it's considered it should be done?
So, I mean, that's a really good question. So I've looked at this loads of different ways. So in terms of these 8 prisons, we've had to develop a pathway that will work. Reception screening is a really tricky bit of the prison process, because it's physical health nurses who carry that out. So that's every prisoner who comes through the door gets seen by healthcare. But that process includes everything from your physical health to your mental health. So what I've tried to do is train all those staff to identify the very, very early signs of ADHD in a person that may not be self-disclosing that. We may not have a record of it. But what we don't do is a formal screening process at that stage. We're relying on practitioners to be trained to recognise. And so, if anything, I'd say that process was over-inclusive, that we refer on.
That's probably good to hear, because what I worried about, and to other parts of this conversation, is that with ADHD being so common within the prison population, that for those people screening, a lot of ADHD looks normal. It's their normal, and we get back to the scenario that only the most sort of obvious cases getting picked up. But you're saying that the screening's capturing more.
I think you'd have to say that that's probably the case, because in terms of what resource we have to offer, we're looking at where we consider that ADHD might be impacting on their ability to cope. Now, so people who appear to be coping quite well initially, people who aren't telling us that they've got any of those signs or symptoms, or visibly showing any of those signs and symptoms as they walk through the door, they have another chance, though, to be picked up any time in the process. So that it's not a one-shot thing. This is about us identifying very early what we can do from day one. But after that, if it starts to be that people start to suspect, or somebody learns a bit more about ADHD and starts to think that that's something that they identify with, there's an opportunity to come back around that process and refer yourself in at any time during your prison journey. But resource-wise, it still is focused on people who have the most problems. There is no doubt about that, because we've got one practitioner in a prison and up to 100, 200 men who potentially are presenting with ADHD. So in reality, it means that we're working with the people who have the most, you know, who are struggling the most. And it never feels right. We'd love to be offering a much more kind of proactive, positive service. We could talk about that, you know, as we go along.
Do you see that could there be a place for screening, like a more formal screening of everyone coming in?
So we do formal screening. So once we've done that early identification of who we I feel that this process is.
Well, so that would be that, because with that, so instead of having a sort of reliance on that practitioner, instead of having a more formalised screening process.
So the LDD screener has been used by education. So the Ministry of Justice has brought in a formal screening tool for all prisoners for ADHD, and it isn't diagnostic, it's a screening tool. So the LDD screener that's been introduced in prisons, and that's been in pilot since, is it last January? So what that's doing is having a look at any learning challenges that a person faces. So not only a healthcare having a look to see whether or not there's a hint, or you know, that you have ADHD, but education are carrying out a part 1, part 2 screening tool that is used to feed all of that information back to Ministry of Justice, but also to immediately put in a support plan for anybody within education who requires adjustments. So there are a number of things going on, and likewise programs will see you and also screen to see whether or not you have evidence through your OASIS scores and probation scores, whether there is any sign that ADHD is something that we need to think about. In my view, there's a lot of screening going on. What doesn't necessarily happen is that screening comes together to mean that we all understand what we need to know about that person in the prison at the same time, and all make the adjustments from the minute that the person, you know, starts their prison journey. That's the tricky bit, is lots of screening as opposed to coordinated screening, I think.
Thank you. It's really insightful. Now, just to remind our audience, obviously, one, like, please donate. Right, this is a charity event. Do consider donating. Go to globaladhd.com. Click the donate button. It's a big deal to us. We receive no government funds. It's the only way we can do stuff. So this is, we have multiple aims here to inform people on ADHD, to bring to the forefront where people are at, to educate and inform, and ideally raise some money as well. You have the opportunity to ask questions, so do put any questions you've got into the Q&A chat. If you go to again globaladhd.com, after you've hit the donate button, you don't need to, then you go to the Q&A section, and you can add your own questions. You can upvote, downvote other people's, and you can even boost, because like we thought that was a good idea. Apparently, it's like some people have done it, so you can boost and put your question to the top for a donation. Like, we like to think we're quite slick. Let's not talk about the 3 a.m. downtime. And I missed a question with the fine people of Comical, which was what support is available to people with ADHD. And I could see that he was doing a very good job of following his question structure. And I was like, bad host, and did not. So if we come back to him, and then we've got obviously some questions for everyone. Back to you.
Yeah, so there is lots of things available. There's a variety of adaptations available, which are outlined in the Equal Treatment Bench Book on page. It's a very big bench book, but it's on page 384 if anyone's interested. But one special measure that people can, well, the court can use is the use of an intermediary to assess an individual's communication skills and report those to the court, and then make recommendations to the court about how communication should be used in the court to make sure everybody understands. An intermediary will assess the communication, informally assess the communication skills and needs of somebody who has ADHD or all sorts of other things that they may have that affect their communication. And then once the report has been written, sorry, my light's gone off. Very distracting. We talk about distractions. After a report's been written and served to the court, there'll be a ground rules hearing that takes place, which is where all the professionals in the courtroom and involved in the hearing should be in a meeting together ultimately to decide the recommendations that might be used and the adaptations that might be used to ensure that person understands everything that's happening in the case and agree those strategies. So some adaptations that, as I said earlier, there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to somebody's communication needs in court, because there's all sorts of things impacting on that. And I suppose the beauty of an intermediary assessment is that we can have a bespoke approach to the way that communication is used. But some adaptations that an intermediary might recommend might include things like evidence being given from behind a screen or from video link. Often our intermediaries are in sort of a private room with a video link to the courtroom to remove distractions for somebody with ADHD. Restricting movements around the court, so maybe that people aren't allowed to enter or leave the court until there's a break time. Minimizing background noise, so is there a way that the judge or the court can minimize noises from outside, or pick a different courtroom, for example, where there's less outside noise or road noise or something that's happening in there. Regular breaks for the service user, so making sure that they've got time to recover from really working hard with communication for a period of, I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour, or whatever that is. Signposting topics throughout evidence to ensure that it's easy to follow. So, and especially in cross-examination, so we're now going to talk about the time in the park, we're now going to talk about the time at John's house, we're now going to talk about when you went to the shops afterwards. So rather than jumping around, which barristers often do, signposting those topics to keep it chunked up, if that helps. Approving the use of fidget objects. I'm not going to call them toys, but fidget objects for people to use in court to sort of try and keep them engaged with the communication that's going on in the court. The intermediary would often, or usually, sit in the dock with the person with the communication needs. So they sit in the glass box at the back of the court, or in a family court, they'll sit with the respondent at the benches, and therefore they can explain things in real time and support their communication, but also that ongoing assessment of their attention and whether that's fading, and then can request a break from the court. Use of visual aids, so things like timetables and maps, all sorts of things. We've had Lego in court, all sorts of things to explain, to sort of demonstrate where things happened or what time things happened, and support that attention. Real-time explanation, like I said, about sitting next to people in court. So how can you explain things? The intermediary will often be assessing the evidence. Is there something I need to explain right now? And is there something that can wait until, or maybe it's a bit more complex and I can't explain it in real time? Either I ask for a break and then we go and explain it in a conference, or can it wait for 10 minutes until we've got a break scheduled? And explanation time is really important, because often the court will have a 10-minute break or a 15-minute break, and everybody in the courtroom gets a rest. The person with ADHD has been working really, really, really hard. And then they've got to go into a conference room and they've got to go through it all again to make sure they've understood, and the intermediary will be working with them to do that. And then just as they've finished and they've got to the point where they've understood everything that's been said, or the evidence has been gone through back in court, everybody goes back into court, and that person with ADHD hasn't had a break. So it's ensuring that the court recognise that they need time for explanation, which is separate to time for a break. And that probably means that everyone else is going to get a longer break, but it's important that that person with the communication need has that break time as well to recover. So like I say, these are typical recommendations, but the importance of that intermediary assessment is that it's specific to the communication profile of the individual who has the communication need. And this could be influenced by all sorts of factors, like we've said, comorbidities or no formal diagnosis, other things going on, mental health problems or other neurodiversity that's there. So it's really important that that sort of bespoke approach is taken to somebody's communication, and not just they've got ADHD, so I'll give them this tick box in court, because that doesn't support anybody.
Wow, like that's damn mute button. You actually made me just have a sort of a bit of a moment where you talked about the court processes and then going out, and the fact that they've been working so much harder, but then the going through was itself work, and I've
explanation time,
that's really good phrasing, and making sure people know it's still work. But I have to, even for myself, like doing meetings and stuff where like these sort of one, with lots of people, and everyone has this 10-minute break. I'm like, what do we do? Like, I'm exhausted, and and then they focus and do something for a while. Like, how do you even doing this? Like, and just needing more time. I'd always, when you know you're different, but you don't quite know, put your finger on, like that really helped me see something myself. So, which I think it's interesting how these reflections here reflect into everyone's individual life as well, and that being just a small example. It's and I have to like, and sorry world, Michelle, like when you talked about people being distracted by the coat, the green coat, and then thinking about a red coat and missing what was going on, I was like, gosh, that's my, like, for ADHD, people think we're not interested, but the thing is we are often too interested. We're thinking about it and we continue to think about it, and then we're like, oh, I missed, oh, what just happened? And now if I put my hand up, I'm going to look like a wally, with much more significant impacts in a criminal justice system. And right, we have, we're trying to come to the end time, so we've got some wrap-up questions for you all. So there's a final question. It's the same for variants. Michelle, what do you think needs to change in the justice process during those initial stages of arrest and detention? What do you think will make a difference for people?
I think for me, it's kind of taking a more bespoke approach. It's more personalised. It's not, we've got this system in place at the moment that recognises vulnerability. Okay, but what essentially do we mean by vulnerability? Well, in essence, we're treating, a wider concept there. You're asking a wide spectrum of neurodivergence to be pigeonholed within this notion of vulnerability. What we should be doing, I think, for the most part, is making sure that the authorities that are dealing with people have a real understanding of the individual conditions, so they can acknowledge it, but not always relying on, detainees to self-identify as having ADHD or any other condition. So it's really about persons supporting the individual, not just kind of looking at them from a vulnerable perspective overall. It's really understanding what they need for support.
Thank you. Moving a question over to Alison. What do you think needs to change in the area you see?
So I think, my post came about in 2020. Knox Healthcare decided that we needed a neurodiversity clinical lead in prisons, and I'm aware that when I've just been talking, and I did say so, that other prisons will not be, having a full pathway in place where they are screening, where we are making sure that there's continuity of care. So where that's working and we are able to identify somebody's needs, recognising that there's still a whole load of people who have unidentified needs, but I'm also concerned that we work with people where there are identified needs, because it's not even necessarily going to be the case that if we know you have ADHD or if you had it as a child, that you are going to be supported in a criminal justice setting. So where we're getting that right and we're able to offer treatment, we're offering psychoeducation, recovery college, where somebody could be a student in their own, learn about themselves, not just ADHD, exactly like Michelle was saying about what that might mean for you. So we will do sensory assessments, sensory plans, we can make adjustments in the prison to mean that you have different levels of gym access. And so there is absolutely loads of things that we can do to provide you with a very individualized kind of approach. What that requires, though, is a level of resourcing to identify need. It requires what the prisons are doing at the moment is employing neurodiversity support managers who are Band 6 prison officer, non-uniform grade people, and there's going to be one in every prison within the next 2 years. And that job is so crucial. I've got one in one of the prisons where I work. And that then means that what we're doing in healthcare or education or psychology can be supported by somebody who's on the wing, working with all the officers every day. So what needs to happen is exactly what Michelle said in the prison setting, is that we need to have the resource to be able to identify need, coordinate then the approach that we take once we understand what somebody needs, and ensure that we have a prison system-wide, or criminal justice system-wide approach. For me, the bits that have worked the best about setting up a pathway has been making sure that we haven't seen a person who comes into prison in isolation from their lives before they came to prison, and most importantly, when they leave prison. So we spend an awful lot of time planning release and making sure that we're looking at where that's going to need to be, where their treatment's going to need to be secured. It's not a straightforward thing. It's a controlled medication that you leave prison with. We're needing to make sure that that continues for you. But even if that has happened, we're also looking at whether you're housed, whether you're supported, whether people understand that your ongoing needs are a risk for reoffending. So yeah, getting that right is going to take a lot more resource, a lot more work. But I'm really, really optimistic, because the fact that we're employing support managers in every single prison to look at ADHD and the wider neurodiversity issues, I think is really, really, really positive. So.
It is, no, that is positive. I'd not heard of that. No, it is exciting, and I desperately hope it happens. Right, like there seems to be quite a lot of, well, it's the volatility around budgets that appears to be happening within government right now. That's obviously, I think, very concerning for everyone, particularly if they know for a long time they've not been considered a core, and yeah, it is. I think we're all waiting on that one. William, it's for you to close us out.
Oh wow, quite a responsibility.
Well, what do you think needs to change?
I think from our aspects, I think I sort of draw on what Alison was saying earlier, that there's lots. It's encouraging that there's lots going on around neurodiversity in the criminal justice system, as well as wider, I think. But and this year, I mean, Community Court's operated as an intermediary provider for the last over 10 years now, and it's been totally unregulated. We welcome the creation of the HMCTS appointed intermediary service this year, which is a framework which allows for that bar to be set about what an intermediary should look like, something we've been asking for a long time. That then ensures that people have access to a service when they need it, because the service is regulated. So that's really encouraging for people with ADHD and all sorts of communication problems. I think for us, our concern is that our research suggests that there's a massive justice gap, particularly in the north of the country, where access to our service, and probably to other services, but I can only speak about our service, but our research is suggesting that the northeast and northwest are 3 and 4 years behind London and the southeast in intermediary referral when you normalise that number against the number of cases. And it gets even worse in Wales, where I think it's 6 years behind. So I think it's, for us, we're sort of really concerned about this access to justice gap, which seems to, not only is it 3 or 4 years currently, but when you sort of project what the numbers may look like based on the past data, it suggests that the gap is getting wider. So not so the north and the northeast and northwest are not catching up with London and the southeast, but they're actually getting further behind, and that's sort of worrying for us, and it's something that really concerns us. So we're in the process of sort of publishing our findings, but also doing as much as we can to get the word out and raise awareness. But I think, just going back to what Alison said earlier, I think it's encouraging that there is an awareness that's happening in the criminal justice system. Some would say finally, but I think it's it's an encouraging move, which, you know, having, you know, Community Court's been in this space for 10 years, it seems to be accelerating somewhat now, which is good.
Fantastic. I had one question. It's just when you say a gap, what does that mean? How do you measure the gap?
So we've looked at intermediary referral rates per 10,000 cases in the criminal and family courts and across various regions. So there's nationally published data about how many cases there are in all the regions. We do, I believe, between 70 and 80% of all the intermediary work across the country now, which means that our data set's quite substantial. When you look at the number of intermediary referrals per 10,000 cases over the last few years in London, well, every region, you find this gap of it's about 3 or 4 times the referral rate in the southern, London and the southeast compared to the northwest and northeast. So that means that Joe Bloggs, who walks into a solicitor's firm in Newcastle, is 3 or 4 times less likely for his solicitor to recognise that there's a need and make a referral for intermediary services than he would be if he walked into a solicitor's in London. And that's the concern for us, I think, Henry, is that it goes back to some of the earliest point of contact, which is where's that informal assessment taking place, that somebody's recognising there's a need and therefore signposting to the services or accessing the services that they may need. And this is a centrally funded service, so it doesn't come out of local legal aid budget or council budget or anything, local authority budget. It comes out of a central pot of money. So there should be equality or equity of referral rate. I think what we've done then with the data is looked at, well, where's the speech referrals, speech condition referrals in the country, where's the mental health referrals in the country, where's the social care referrals in the country, and you almost get an increase in the areas where our referral rate is lower in those conditions and those referral rates, and the intermediary referral rate drops off. So there's a bigger need, and there's a lower referral rate. Hopefully that explains.
No, thank you. I think that was important to understand what the gap means, and I think it's been talked about that those differences across the country. I think everyone's touched on. It's very important. That's it.
So just to add to that, Henry, we're going to publish the data in the next couple of weeks. So
oh, wonderful.
So it'll be on our website in the next couple of weeks in a visual format, which is always helpful, I think.
Okay, well, we'd love to help promote that. It's important. It's a big deal, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for being part of this. You've all volunteered your time. No one's getting paid. Everyone's here just to try and make a difference for people with ADHD, for neurodiversity. You've got up early to do it, and obviously prepared and brought your knowledge and expertise to share. It's a wonderful thing, and I truly, genuinely appreciate it, and thank you. So thank you on behalf of the audience. Yeah, that's it. I'll say goodbye and move on to the next one.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Have a great rest of your days. And, bye. That was an incredible session. Very, very interesting. Obviously, ADHD in the prison service and the criminal justice system is incredibly important. We know that people with ADHD are overrepresented there, and that discussion that is just so important. And what we want to do is obviously change that, so people with ADHD, with a health issue, are not ending up in the criminal justice system. They need to be getting the health support that they should. We are lobbying for that. We're trying to make that change. Do donate if you can. Go to globaladhd.com and click donate, and we receive no government funding. Donations there will be are split between the different between the charities across that are participating in this. All of us changing ADHD globally. We're coming together to learn together, to raise the bar for everyone, and it's a big deal that we're doing this. So thank you so much. Thank you for attending and watching this, and thank you to our participants. Right, up next. We've got the benefits of coaching with Kim Toe, Lex Harvey-Bryn, Katie Friedman, Katie Hees, Natasha Hickling, and Alex Campbell. Are very tired. Alex Campbell will talk to you about that why in a second. If you've got questions for them, go to globaladhd.com, hit Q&A, and you can put in your questions. It's a panel discussion, so we're going to be walking through some. Those then coming up is ADHD and nutrition, followed by From Burden to Talent, specialist coaching team around coaching in the workplace, particularly a European perspective, but lessons for us all. And then our closing session, which is ADHD and suicide risk. We know that individuals with ADHD, we know that men and boys with ADHD have there's 1 in 10 will at some point try and take their own life, and we know that it's 1 in 4 women or girls with ADHD will at some point try and take their own life. We need to understand that. The charity with wonderful supports is paying for research into that, and that's Jane Roberts. She basically gave us the money to do it in memory of her son who took his own life. It's completely honestly, we're just the conduit for it. She's the power behind it and the money behind it, and so, but it's so important. The lead researcher is going to be talking about their research about what our understanding of suicide and ADHD. It's a very, very important segment, and that's going to close out. Right, for those who have seen a few of these, we're going to have a quick video, and then we'll come to the next session, which is on coaching.
Hi, my name is Lauren, and I'm going to tell you some stuff about ADHD, a disorder, and some stuff that can help you with ADHD if you have it or if you're just trying to learn something about it. ADHD is a disorder where you find it hard to do things like get up, get dressed, brush your hair, not move, and stay in one place and be very still. ADHD makes it really hard to concentrate, and it can also struggle in school. It's something that affects your brain and your processing. You might need a bit longer to do things like other kids can, like learn. And this is one thing that could help. First, have like every 10-20 minutes, just walk somewhere, have a little run. It'll help you concentrate in class. Other things are these things called fidgets. A squish, you squish one, and they have different textures. You pop one, and you spin. You can have just a big pop, and you can bring them to school. You just have to make sure that you're using it to concentrate. You're not playing with it. And it's not making you not concentrate. And some other things that can happen in school is you can get bullied. Kids can say mean things to you or something. This is 2 things to do if it happens. First, tell them to stop and see if they were meaning to do it. If they were meaning to do it, go and tell a responsible adult you know, like a teacher, mom, or dad. Remembering things can be difficult, and time management. Let's say sometimes you can struggle in certain things like math, reading, but sometimes you're really good at physical sports. And sometimes
you can be really clumsy.
Sometimes you can be really, really, really clumsy. And don't worry when it happens.
Hello, everyone. That was a wonderful short video. So we're very excited to bring you to our next session. So live now is the benefits of coaching with Kim To, with Lex Harvey-Bryn, with Katie Friedman, Katie Hees, Natasha Hickling, and Alex Campbell. we're absolutely thrilled to have them here. And without further ado, here they are. Hi, guys. Wonderful to see you. Just absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. As you might know, imagine it's been quite a long night. I happen to know one of you also had quite a long night. I think we're all enormous fans of the importance and power of coaching and the life-changing difference it can have. And it's something we really wanted to highlight in this conference. And so I want to thank you for coming. You're also all part of our ADHD UK system. You volunteer and support the charity, and you provide support groups and as well as often conversations with me to educating us on what's needed. Like you are wonderful. So bear that in mind when I get to the questions. No, they're all wonderful and charming. Right, let's do introductions. I'm reading for a pre-written. It's been a long night. Hopefully you all know what I'm about to say. So Kim Tu, founder of OwnYouRownFlair.com, certified ADHD coach. Lex Harvey-Bryn, a neurodivergent coach and therapist and head of training at Headstuff. Katie Freeman, ADHD coach, coach trainer, TEDx speaker, and director of Goldmine Neurodiversity Limited. He's a positive psychology ADHD coach and laughter yoga leader. If you want to try a taste for all of these people that come to one of the sessions that they do with ADHD UK, supporting bringing what they do to people at no charge. They don't charge for their time to us, and it enables us to get support to everyone. And it's a very important thing. It's a wonderful thing. And if you're in the market for a coach, it's also a wonderful way to test out a coach, see what they are, and see different coaches and start to work out which you think you're going to gel with. And that's better for everyone. It's better for the coach, better for you, because you find someone who you're going to gel with. It's a really great thing to do. Natasha Hickling, ADHD life coach for adolescents, families, young adults, and couples. And when we first met her, she was in Singapore and recently become a coach, moved back into the UK, but a wealth of experience around adolescents. Alex Campbell, ADHD coach, therapist, speaker, mental health first aid instructor. He provides basically zero cost mental health first aid training for all the staff here, which is really a wonderful thing. And we are very grateful for it. Is important. I think in the intro, I'm not quite sure if you heard it. We talked about some of the really significant mental health risks around ADHD and working, and so being able to know what to do in a crisis is very, very important. And we thank him for it. And he's founded ADHD Alex.com, I think. Yes. Before I go into the questions, I thought I'd start with a question for Alex. How are you feeling, Alex?
Well, had a great call with ADHD New Zealand at 3 a.m. this morning. And my daughter has been sick all night. So I have been up a bit longer than I had anticipated. So I'm currently operating on little sleep, coffee, and concerta. There we go.
To be fair, there's a pretty similar mix on this side of the table. Not quite identical, but like not so far off. Yes, no, we've been, obviously it's been a long night, and we were very excited. So there's a lot of people joining us now. We had a bit of excitement during the night where the feed went down for a short period. I got a panicky call, or not like a sensible call, and we together got it back up very, very quickly. But as a result of that, actually, we got to see, because when you're getting live, you don't get to see your data. So it then renders, you get to see your data, and we found out that we've had 4,400 attendees so far. We are pretty excited about that. And so I want to thank you and your help and support in this. And it's a big deal what we're trying to do, raise awareness and understanding of ADHD. Our tagline, I love it because I wrote it, is to help people globally, nationally, locally, and individually. And there's nothing like blowing your own trumpet. we've got questions. And people, so if you've got questions, do put them, go to globaladhd.com, go to Q&A, you can put them there. You can also upvote, downvote other people's questions. And you can also, because like with charity, like you can also boost it. And so overall, everyone's upvote votes and put yours at the top. And it's an excuse to donate. That's really what it is. So do consider, if you're putting in a question, doing a boost bar, do consider donating. We can't do this without your support. We get no money from government. Please consider doing that. Natasha, for like apparently yours is the first question. I believe you've all seen these questions beforehand, potentially, possibly very, very recently, because I'm pretty sure some of them have been worked on earlier today. We've got Natasha. How does coaching with adolescents and children compare to adults?
All pressure, first person. Well, it's very much, people think it's very different, but it's actually very much the same. With teens and with adults, you know, we really want to, coaching is about empowering the client, right? And the client brings the subject, the client brings the topic. And with teens, it's very much the same. Obviously, there has to be a bit more scaffold, but it's very much the same, because if I was to give a topic to a teen, firstly, they're not going to want to do it. And secondly, they're not going to empower to take it on themselves. And I find that when I work with teens, with younger children, it's all about giving them the empowerment to bring things themselves. Obviously, when they're under 18, there is a bit of a difference because we have parents involved and we have other people involved. And the communication, we have to work with that. But fundamentally, the coaching is very much the same. There might need to be a bit more scaffold. There might need to be a bit more, because obviously when you're 14 to 18, the self-awareness is not always there. So there needs to be a bit more involvement with parents, with the family. However, the fundamental thing is, it is the same. When it comes to kind of younger children, it is more work with parents and more work with the family around versus the child themselves. But when it comes to kind of 14 and up and the self-awareness is already there, it is very much the same. And I feel that that's a massive kind of misconception, that it's very different and the coach is going to be more hands-on. But if I was more hands-on, it wouldn't work anyway. And that's why it really is about empowering the teen and empowering them to take it on themselves. We do have to have communication with parents, and I do get parents to have their say. But at the end of the day, when the parents have their say, it is brought to the adolescents and say, what do you think about this? And it's about bringing that family communication and that family coherence. Everybody is on the same page. So yeah, it might not just be me meeting the adult and that's it. It is me meeting the teen, and there is a bit of that parent communication, but it's very much the same, because, you know, the teen is living in a house with parents, with siblings, with everything else. When you're an adult, sometimes you're living by yourself or with one other person. When you're a teen, there's could be 4 or 5 people in the house. So there is that communication, but it is very much the same. And that's why I absolutely love it, because it empowers them to take it on. And then when they get to adults, they've got those skills and that self that they can do it, because someone's not told them what to do, someone's listened, and someone has helped them build the skills that they need to be able to do that as an adult and take that on. I hope that answers the question.
It did. Thank you very much. It's a good answer. And I think a part of what you said was the involvement of the more scaffold. Well, actually, involving the family, involving the other people, obviously the family unit. When you say scaffolding, what does that mean?
So what I mean by that is you might need to use a few models or something to kind of, or a visual to get the conversation going. So let's say a child comes to me and says, you know, I need to get my homework done, right? And then you start to kind of, when you go into the exploration, you can't figure out what's going on. We might need to, I don't know, let's say they say it's time management. We might need to bring something in there to start the conversation, because sometimes at 14 we don't have that awareness, because our executive functions are not, you know, we're going through that kind of developmental period that our self-awareness might not be there. So sometimes we use scaffold just to start the conversation, just to start that awareness, but it's still much on their terms, them bringing it.
And so in summary, scaffolding is building the knowledge and understanding using, and models are either, you know, ways of describing that help explain that aren't metaphors and other things, but it's only because But I remember a long time ago, someone talked to me about a financial model, and I was like, what's it like? I had visions of people building things with sort of balsa wood, but I couldn't get my head around how that was financial. I later discovered it was a spreadsheet. So I was thinking sometimes in this context, worth just helping build out. This is supposed to be an informational. So, Kay, it's over to you. Kay, over to you. Why might a student with ADHD struggle more at university than their peers? I think this is such an important question because we see so many people. And I spoke with a senior university person not so long ago, and they said, the challenge with ADHD is it's not that they can't do it; it's that they don't finish. And God, that hit home. Right, over to you.
That's so true. It's so true that the fact that so many students actually with ADHD end up not completing their degrees and dropping out, myself included. I actually dropped out. I actually was only diagnosed in my 50s, but looking back now, that is exactly why. That's exactly what happened to me. And it's interesting, Natasha, that you were talking about scaffolding, because I think what happens when students who are either undiagnosed or already diagnosed, when they go to university, a lot of that scaffolding, that sort of emotional support, that structure at school and at home that kept them kind of just about ticking over, that kept them safe, that kept them motivated, all of that is taken away. And suddenly they're on their own. So even if they've gone with friends, it might be that, they're missing their family pet, they're missing their family. It's even things like doing the laundry, looking after yourself, cooking for yourself. Quite often people's diets suddenly fall off a cliff. Obviously, there's lots of, if you think about Freshers Week and all the drinking that's out there, and there's lots of temptations, and we know that people with ADHD tend to be more impulsive. So that's another issue. And I haven't even got started on the academic work and organisation yet. So there's all this sort of emotional stuff going on. And we know that lots of people with ADHD, especially if they're not diagnosed, feel like they don't quite fit in, and then they feel a bit broken. And we do know that. And obviously for the undiagnosed students, they come in and they suddenly feel like a fish out of water. That's what one of my coaching clients said to me. I just didn't know where I was. For lots of people, that maybe their accent sounds quite different, they're in another part of the country and they're somewhere completely new. And then once you start getting with the academic work, it's all that they've gone from, quite a lot of them have gone from having 3 or 4 different subjects that kept their interest up and structured timetables, and then suddenly they might only have 5 hours of lectures a week and they're expected to do lots of reading in between. And we all know that people with ADHD have trouble with working memory. So quite often people might read a book and then have forgotten what they've read, or they don't quite know how to do note taking. There's not been that, they've not learned how to organise or prioritise work, or they struggle with that. And obviously we know that when people have got high emotions, when they're stressed, when they're anxious, their executive function skills decrease. So it's all these things compounded. It's almost like a perfect storm. And I'm always surprised as well that the university year starts in September, because most people with ADHD struggle with that change of the seasons. So September, October, their nights are getting longer and everybody's energy drops. And it's something we don't really think about in terms of students, but it does have a real impact. And we know that students, more and more students are struggling with mental health these days. And, even more over the last 2 years with COVID, people have had to negotiate online lessons, so they've not been able to meet people in the same way. There's been so many additional pressures on students. And there's also that expectation and pressure, especially in the final year when you've got to apply for a job and look for jobs at the same time as finishing your degree, finishing your dissertation. And we do know that people with executive function issues really struggle to do both of those things at once. They're both huge things. And quite often what happens is that students with ADHD who actually manage to finish quite often then finish and it's kind of like, oh, what now? I haven't thought about what's next. Because of course we live so much in the present moment and can't really future focus so much. I mean, what I'd like to see, Henry, more than anything is that if I think about students investing about £10,000 per year in their education, I just think, you know, we've been talking about screening for people in the youth offending system in prisons. Why can't universities screen students for ADHD or for other neurodivergencies when they start? It just feels like, you know, people are investing in their education and parents are investing in their children's education. It just feels like such an obvious thing to do for universities to actually do a screening and just pick out, and then they can offer that support, and people would have much easier and more enjoyable time. And it would, you know, it would reduce mental health issues, it would reduce deaths. You know, we know that suicides are a big problem at universities in the UK. So that's my plea to universities, and I think it would just take one university to be the first to do it, and hopefully everybody else would see the results and be inspired by it. I've stopped.
Thank you. No, you're all right. I was busy in the background.
That's okay.
Although I worry you can't see me moving for reasons that are unknown, but I think you can see me. Well, so we're going to move on rapidly to the next question. Whilst you see a frozen picture of me, it is what it is. Katie, if we can ask you, what do you love about coaching ADHD women?
So I was originally a leadership coach, and I kind of feel like late diagnosed women are your ultimate leaders. They have so much influence, and you know, fingers in so many pies. And so as someone who kind of wants to affect change, I feel like, you know, women are where it's at. In some of my group coaching, you know, I often have women who are listening to other women and appreciating their strengths, and they kind of come alive because they're inspired by seeing the strengths of others and think, actually, maybe this is what other people think about me. And, you know, selfishly, I get that every day because I get to coach these amazing women, and I'm having that same kind of beautiful mirror effect. And I just think there's so much potential with ADHD women. And you know, coaching is about empowerment, and women are often disempowered for many, you know, intersecting reasons. We've got misogyny, we've got an onslaught of hormones later on in life, which doesn't help with ADHD. We've got the mother load, or let's call it the woman load, because it might not be anything to do with kids. There's stuff out in the media at the moment about women now working full-time way more than ever, but still doing 40 to 60% more housework. That's a load. If you've got ADHD on top, this is huge. That's disempowerment. There's the mother load, and the fact that often ADHD women have ND kids, and therefore we are often executive function for our children, which is ridiculous when we can barely manage our own. We might also be the executive function for partners. We're navigating diagnosis often for more than ourselves. And so, you know, Natasha's talking about the importance of having that support for children. I also think that if parents can lead with their diagnosis and their understanding, that's very, very powerful. Just like, you know, when leaders can lead with their identity, that's going to have a massive effect on psychological safety for everyone in their team. It's kind of the same thing. So I absolutely love working with women, because when you do coaching, it's like they've got such a tight belt on, like a corset. Let's talk about women's oppression, a corset that's so tight. And what we're doing is we're starting to expand and really feel ourselves in our space and realize the potential that was there. And I love that. So I'm sorry, I've given you a load of metaphors, Henry, but I hope that answered the question.
It did. Thank you very much. And now see me in moving glory. No, that was, it's important. We've actually, one of the reasons we ran late was we were talking about ADHD in women from a specialist, particularly around medication. So it's obviously an incredibly important area, and there's been a historic underdiagnosis. It's obviously a historic underdiagnosis for the entire population, but it's more so in or anyone who's not a little boy who's hyperactive. Everyone else, underdiagnosed, inattentive boy, women, girls, but it's more, there's obviously difference, which we're going to go on to. I think it's Kim. Wonderful to have you here. So this is the extremely awkward question for the middle-aged white bloke. It's it always feels like well, what's your, obviously, like one of the areas you particularly coach around is being an ethnic minority and the difference that a combination has. And I think we've talked about you've been talking to me about the cultural differences, the impacts of different perceptions, and that's obviously. So, what is your advice and on giving to people in ethnic minorities about pursuing a diagnosis? The impacts. What are the sort of things you find yourself coaching around?
Yeah, so I think it's a very important topic, and one which is why I trained myself to be a coach, because I just didn't see like representation and talking about issues that I felt was important, you know, in the topic of neurodiversity in general. And most of my clients have been people of color, very surprisingly, because I don't know, I didn't expect that, but it just shows that people do want help, but they just want to feel like they can, you know, see somebody that is similar to them that can offer that help. So I think that's really important. So I think what is really important to highlight is that neurodiversity has been, I guess it's been talked about in kind of one lens and not so much in the lens of kind of different cultures or anything like that. And I think it's really important to mention that I guess in my culture, it's very shameful to, you know, have a neurodiversity. In my culture, it's long years, you know, behind what we view. I mean, we're still working on neurodiversity views here, you know, in Europe, but in different cultures, it's very shameful, and that is what I find when I'm coaching my clients, is that they're not only dealing with the practical stuff of ADHD, learning skills, they're dealing with a shame, and they're dealing with the fact that they don't have family support. And we know that one of the healing, you know, elements of having ADHD is having a family support network. It's really important. So if you don't have that, you're really just working on skills, and you're not really fundamentally kind of thinking about, okay, well, how does being a neurodiverse person of color means to me in my existence? And I think that is really hard, and that's not really spoken about. And I think that also prevents a lot of people of color seeking a diagnosis, because they don't want that label, and they find it, you know, there could be a lot of shameful aspects and emotional trauma to deal with, right? Because at least I can say in my Asian culture, there's a lot of pressure to do well in life, you know, be a lawyer, be a doctor and stuff. And I definitely worked extremely hard all my life to meet those kind of expectations and never met them. And then when I was diagnosed, I felt very ashamed. I'm really ashamed of it, because I tried really, really hard. So there's a lot of feelings to that. And yeah, that makes it really hard to go seek a diagnosis in the first place, right? So I think my advice is that hopefully, in my eyes, as more and more discussions of neurodiversity through an intersectional lens becomes, you know, mainstream, more people would want to kind of share those experiences, like myself, like Sam Hugh, who I met along my journey of advocacy and discovery. I think more and more people of color or from ethnic minorities will feel safe to come forward and actually get a diagnosis, and believe that getting a diagnosis and working on all these things will help them move forward. And my other advice is, I know it's really hard, because sometimes you feel like you really want that approval from your family, you really want that support. And I honestly don't have any of that from my family, but I've got that support network from everybody else, you know, everybody else in the community, through ADHD UK, through, you know, WhatsApp group that I built for women who were diagnosed late. Like, you can find these communities online, and it, you know, maybe you won't ever get that family approval, but it's all about carving support and identity away from whatever culture binds you to in terms of expectations. So I hope that makes sense. And thank you for asking the questions. I do think it's really important.
Well, thank you. And I think it is very important. And I think it's also very important that the middle-aged white bloke doesn't just shy away from it for fear of getting it wrong, which I think can be very easily done. And it's not something we are. And I thank you, because you are helping us build, and you do a support group, particularly with us, focus on being an ethnic minority and ADHD. And it is very important. And having talked to people when they talk about that intersection, it's very clear how important that discussion is, and having people who are in the same situation to talk about. And so thank you for your part of that, and thank you for answering that. I missed a question and jumped over Lex, your question is, what is rejection sensitive dysphoria? How is it linked to ADHD, and how might a coach help? And I think it'd be interesting to talk about well, where it sits in terms of what people's perception of it, because I think it has. Over to you.
Well, I love the irony that I'm talking about RSD and you forgot about Henry. But ultimately, how I paraphrase RSD, which is quite often the thing that people find quite painful when they realise they experience ADHD, that there's this coexisting thing called RSD, rejection sensitivity dysphoria. And how I put it in a nutshell is essentially it could actually be happening, but it's more so when you're perceiving that you're failing to meet your own or other people's expectations. And once that's triggered, so you're perceiving that you're either not meeting someone else's or not meeting your own expectations, it hits you like an adrenaline punch, like right in there, wherever it hits you, that's where mine goes, right into the chest. And then what happens after that is a snowball of sort of catastrophizing. And what causes that, once you've had those triggered thoughts, is an adrenaline spikes. But our central nervous system is incapable of knowing if the difference between someone stood at the door trying to harm you or a spelling mistake on a report that your manager's just raised with you. So it's one of those things that is quite often a light bulb moment for people who've just become diagnosed or just become aware of RSD, because you can see the patterns and how they've influenced your life right from a very early age. And quite often, as well as the thing that started to put your mask on when you were at school, is that sort of real draw of wanting to meet the expectations of your peers and your teachers. More so teachers, I think, when you're younger, because our executive dysfunction starts to come out, and we sort of very quickly recognise that we're not quite the same as everybody else for a number of different ways. And that can often be the first memories that people have of putting the mask on. So it's something that is, for me as a coach, is because I work with people who are diagnosed later in life predominantly, is realising and understanding and mapping out how that has impacted life and how you can manage that moving forward. Sadly, it's something that you'll never completely get rid of, but it is something that we can strategize and develop some tools in the bag of tools that you can use to manage all of our ADHD traits, that we can minimize the impact that it can have, because it can feel, in the moment, it feels catastrophic, and can feel like you're fine, everything's great, and then we can really seriously catastrophize, sort of throwing the towel and ending it, especially damaging with relationships. I mean, we've talked about in education how a lot of us didn't finish, and there's for lots of different reasons, but I certainly remember vividly several times quitting because I just thought, can't do this, done, before I realized I experienced ADHD and I have autism and RSD. So it's one of those things that we can, as we pan back in life, we can see just how devastating it has been to our whole picture, but equally is something that we can put in place some really good tools to manage moving forward.
Thank you. One of the things around rejection sensitivity, you just nailed me on. There is a whole load of debate, right, about does rejection sensitivity dysphoria exist, and that it hasn't had full academic research. And therefore, it's not part of the psychiatric formal guidance, etc. And I do think that kind of misses, like from my perception, it feels like it misses the point, which is that a whole load of people have real sensitivity about rejection, and as a coach, helping them with that is extraordinarily helpful. And it doesn't matter if it's got a formal name or not. What matters is, here is someone who's got a problem that you've met many times before and have an understanding of. I think it would be useful to go through that full, so that we can build up more tools and people can have research and provide more, even more guidance. But I do feel like that debate gets a bit polarized. Well, it's not formally recognized, but does it really matter? If someone's coming to you with that,
no, it's how it's the only important thing is how if somebody identifies with how someone explains RSD and they go, wow, that happens to me, it's irrelevant if it's diagnosed or not. We work on that because it's real and it's painful and it's damaging.
Yeah.
And equally feeds into that whole if you can't see it, it doesn't really exist mentality that we have around neurodiversity in its entirety. We don't look autistic probably 3 or 4 times a week. And I think that in itself, those are quite harmful things that we experience as human beings who are neurodivergent.
I do think that's you don't look autistic out. That's and on ADHD, I was talking to someone, I was running late, and I was like, oh, I'm running late. I've got ADHD, I'm running late. And actually, I was just trying to be like, I can't do the thing you want me to do because, like, at the moment, actually, shocker, I'm going to be on, I'm going to do your thing. And they were like, no, look, everyone runs late. You can't have that one on ADHD, mate. And I was just like, oh, I bit my tongue.
I've had that with keys. My keys for like 42 years. Can't you just put your keys in the same place? No, I literally can't. But thank you for. I have alarms that just I put on them now because there's no point trying to talk to myself with that one anymore. So yeah, absolutely understand.
My wonderful wife is buying us the tags, and it's mostly because in the last 2 weeks I've left my keys in the front door 4 times.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it's
no
just,
shame.
It was very well. It was the whole burglary problem, and being murdered in your sleep issue. Katie's raised her hand on murdering me, and so not sure where this is going, but okay, go for it. And then it's Alex, and then we've got some questions that have been submitted.
I just want to ask a question of the panel, really, because this comes up in my coaching. People get told this: you don't look like you have ADHD, you don't look autistic. What's your best response personally that you've come back with? I'm going to Henry, Lex, Alex, anybody.
Natasha's raised her hand. She's.
Go on, Natasha.
I say, well, you don't look neurotypical. So I do that because or I say, well, what does ADHD look like then? And that usually I ask that. So it's usually, it depends what sort of day I've had. If I'm sensory overloaded, you don't look neurotypical. If it's a day where I've got that capacity, then I say, well, what do you think ADHD looks like? Because I feel that opens the conversation into then educating and teaching someone what it could be.
That's such a wonderful coach answer. It's either I'm going to coach this person into understanding, I'm going to help them. What do you think it means? Or it's just like, no, you don't look normal, mate. Said with longer words. It's absolutely wonderful. Good question, Katie. Next time you're in charge, I'll give you the camera. Alex, what is the difference between ADHD coaching and therapy?
I got asked this question at 3 a.m. as well, so I feel like I'm primed. I had less executive functioning available to me in that call. I like to think of the difference as an analogy that a good coach friend, Tony Coward, uses, which is, if a car is broken down, the therapist will help you understand why you got to that point. What happened when the car broke down and you're here and what we're going to do about that. The coach is you've figured out why the car's broken down and now you're figuring out where you want to move forwards. What do you want to do now the car can get back on the road and how are we going to get there? And so it's there's a difference of focus in terms of past and future with therapy and coaching. But I want to caveat this. The coaching in the therapy field is so super diverse that often if you ask a different therapist who might also be a coach, you might get a little bit of a different answer because there's so much crossover. But there is one thing I think that does delineate the two, which is that a therapist is trained to work with mental health issues, and they're there to also work with things like suicide, right? And that often a lot of coach training does not go into that level of depth of training. They're not trained to work with someone who's acutely suicidal. And in my foundational coaching training, they explicitly said that there is a point by which it's not your remit to support someone if they're acutely suicidal. So I think there are some quite clear boundaries around this, but beyond that, if someone has ADHD and they've got some things that they want to work on around their ADHD, it might be more appropriate to go seek a coach. One other thing I would say is it's about the lack of awareness and training that therapists have had about ADHD in particular. I know many clients who I see as a therapist that come to me because their ADHD has been pathologized or it has been described as simply trauma. Now we know that there is something of trauma intersecting with ADHD, and I'm not disputing that, but I think it can be quite damaging for some ADHD individuals where actually the therapeutic healing and support they needed from that therapist wasn't there because of ignorance. And funnily enough, Katie Friedman and I are trying to correct that by developing a course for such things for coaches and therapists. Which is an ICF accredited course. But I think that there is something about often if you're an ADHD coach, you have ADHD. So there is this lived experience and this knowledge and this understanding, and what I call profound empathy, that can happen when two ADHDs get together to talk about things that are really personal and really quite intimate. And you really need to know that that's something that you can trust someone with. And in my experience, that happens more with an ADHD coach than it can with a therapist. And I think that's just a knowledge gap. But I hope that I went off a bit there, but I hope that helps delineate the two a bit.
It did. I think that was a wonderful metaphor, and it's wonderful to bring in Tony, who sadly can't be here today. Bright questions. We've had some questions submitted and actually very heavily upvoted. How hard is it to learn coaching skills? I teach and manage mentor students. Some of whom have ADHD as I do. How would I and colleagues best go about learning some basic coaching skills to use with neurodivergent students and colleagues? And how big an investment of time would you expect this to be? Who wants to take that? Crickets. Katie, over to you.
I vote Katie.
Well, if you are a manager, which it sounds like you are, then certainly our 20-hour course would be well suited to you. We're piloting it at the moment this month, ADHD Awareness Month, and it should be ready for sign up for February. We are specifically encouraging ADHDers onto that course. So if you didn't have ADHD, you'd be getting a very rich experience through the lived experience that all the participants bring, as well as obviously the training that both Alex and I have. And yeah, I think it's very important not to, in the autistic community, they talk about nothing about us without us. And I think that's really important when it comes to education. I've seen some pretty dire courses that have been run by neurotypicals and use words like how to deal with neurodivergent clients. So, you know, I just think you're in much safer hands if you have well-trained leaders of a course who understand learning and understand that learning can be really different even within the ADHD community, because we have very different processing preferences and communication preferences. So leaders who can hold different ways of learning and keep up the pace, because let's face it, focus is a thing.
Henry, do you mind if I just add on to that? Sorry to interrupt.
No, I do not. Go for it.
I also wanted to build on from that, Kate, because the other thing I hear a lot is, well, how will it benefit neurotypical minds? And one of the things that's really important to understand is that anything that benefits neurodivergent minds hugely benefits all minds, because we need clarity, we need no ambiguity, we need clear communication, and all of those things benefit all minds. And just on the end of that question that was just had about how long would it take, I think if you're looking at coaching as an entirety, I think it's a lifelong thing. Once you have the aptitude for wanting to coach, and you have those sort of integral skills and desire, it's a lifelong journey. We're always researching and looking and enjoying and indulging all of the different and new theories that come along. We're just hearing about Alex and Kate's course right now, and we're super excited about that. And it's because we're constantly seeking and learning and developing and adapting. So it's definitely a lifelong, whether you're coaching or in leadership positions as well.
Thank you.
Can I just add as well, Henry? I think sometimes I think we're prone to overcomplicating things as well, and actually just the importance of listening, like really listening to somebody else's lived experience and not dismissing it is absolutely crucial. So if somebody tells you, that they're having a really difficult time because they can't organise their work, and then actually listen to them and believe them. I think there's so much in that, and meeting somebody human to human. That's what we do as coaches, but you can do that without any coaching training. It's just a case of caring enough, being compassionate, really listening and really wanting to help people. And actually that doesn't take any training. It's about your values and how you see other people.
No, I think that's a wonderful insight. I can also see the value of learning the constructs of how to question someone and that openness. And and if someone feels that they don't have those skills, I often think that someone who's asking that kind of question usually has the right mindset, which means that because if they're asking it, they've already got the insight that they know to do it differently, and that's kind of the big leap ahead of time.
It is, but I think if you're managing a team of people, it's really important that the people in the team, the ones who have that sort of face-to-face contact with students on a daily basis, that everybody knows that about the importance of listening and about that mindset. It's about getting that message down to everybody within the university or within the organisation, whatever it is. Sorry, I will shut up now.
That's right. It's an ADHD meeting.
I know.
And you've been very good at everyone raising their hand, thinking, good job, team. We've had another question, which is, what level of professional qualification or accreditation should someone look for when choosing an ADHD coach? And the answer is not my qualification that I'm doing. No, you're allowed to answer the question, Alex. I'm teasing. I think Alex has raised his hand, and let me know any other takers.
So there are a few different, I guess you could call them governing bodies, or bodies that kind of represent the coaching professions. And one of the main ones is the ICF, the International Coaching Federation. And for a lot of us, they hold up the standard, the code of ethics by which we agree with and we operate in as coaches. And so technically the coaching profession isn't a protected category. So anybody could call themselves a coach, whether they've done training or not. But what I would also say is if you're exploring coaching in terms of going on a course, see if they have met some kind of ethical standards of their training. There's also someone's gonna have to chip in here, the Association for Coaching. Lex is definitely going to be well placed to pick up from here. But yeah, I would say to look at something that has some kind of meeting a standard. It just gives you a bit of peace of mind when you know that someone has got accountability and due diligence.
Thank you. I think that an overarching body is a good thing. Certainly in something like ICF also demand at least 100 hours of coaching, which is going to segue nicely into. So as a charity, we think finding good coaches is incredibly important. We've created the Coach Marketplace, which I think you're all on. So thank you very much. It's also a kindness because a percentage comes to us, which is very gratefully received in terms of helping the charity fund itself. But it does come from a primary thing of trying to help people find the coach that's right for them, because we know how life-changing that can be. We are intending over the next couple of weeks to start a new segment, which is going to be for people who have just trained, but are looking to, who don't have that experience yet. And so we know that there are people who can't yet, can't afford a coach, or like don't have the means. We want to put them with those people who also want to give out free or very, very low cost training hours. And in doing so, like, it's a wonderful symbiosis of helping both parties, one get their qualification, which can be tough trying to find clients, and the other looking to, and we want more people trained in coaching who really understand ADHD. We want to facilitate this, but it's a lovely win-win that we see. So that's going to be happening in the next few weeks. We've obviously already got the infrastructure to do it. That's it. Kim's raised her hand.
Yeah. Sorry, can I add to that? Yeah, I think it's really important about the governing body, so that people can understand is that I think it's the philosophy of coaching, right? I remember getting a coach before kind of being certified, and I immediately recognized the difference between my training and versus me getting a coach and didn't checking, the qualification side, etc. I think it's really important because the mindset through a coach is empowering the client. It's not about suggesting things, and that is it's just very different. So you will notice when you kind of talk to a coach who did go through that rigorous training and that philosophy, that there is a whole different approach to coaching, which is about empowering you, and it's never suggesting things or it's very different. So I just wanted to add that.
No, thank you. Thank you. And Alex, and then we've got to cut it. Lex, Lex, sorry.
It's just, so I just want to tag on to the last sort of ethics around coaching is some other key things are making sure that people have insurance as well as being qualified, and I totally agree with everything around being associated with professional bodies. There are, like Henry has the marketplace, which cuts out any needs, because it can feel quite overwhelming. There's so many coaches if you Google them, but there are some places which already hold people to account. So Henry uses the marketplace. There's also companies like Head Stuff that also hold their coaches to very high account and already done the due diligence as far as insured, qualified, and those sorts of places can give you that peace of mind, because Henry puts us all through our paces, as does Sarah Templeton, who you met last night, to hold people to a high standard. So there are companies like that also that can really help you sort of go through that process without feeling overwhelmed trying to access coaching, because it can feel quite overwhelming with the amount of people that there are. So find people like Henry and Sarah who hold us to account.
Thank you. Well, you're just wonderful. You're all wonderful. That's it for this segment. We have to move on. It'd be great, like, just so if people can, they can all contact you through the marketplace. But do you want to tell, like, it'd be just nice if you could tell people where they could contact you. So perhaps just a sign out thank you, and you can reach me at your web address if you could. You're all happy to do that. We'll do it in the order on the screen, which in this case you actually can see. So we'll start with K and then go whatever. I'm assuming clockwise. So the K, Alex, Natasha, Kim, Lex, Katie.
Oh, thank you, Henry, and thank you, everybody. It's been fascinating. I could talk for hours. I'm sure we all could. Couldn't we go and get a cup of coffee and talk for hours? But anyway, so yeah, if you wanted to work with me, my name's Kay, and my web address is HappierYou. So Kay@happieryou.co.uk, and I also work with Head Stuff with Alex as well. Thank you.
Yeah, likewise, it's been really, really great to be with some friends and colleagues today and share and spread the word. So you can contact me at alex@adhdalex.com. Hopefully that should be easy. But all information on me is at adhdalex.com.
I'm going to third that and say it's been a nice start to my morning, and I feel for people that have been up all the night, and it's really great an honour to be here. I've wrote mine down so I wouldn't forget, and it's www.indigo-hub.com, and yeah.
Yeah, I'll go next. I think the easiest is if you go to ADHD UK marketplace and find me, Kim To. I will also be on Head Stuff pretty soon as well. Or you can contact me directly via my website, which is Own Your Flair, and Flair is spelled as FLAIR. There you go.
Thanks, Kim. Lex.
Again, I'll third, fourth, all of that. Thanks so much to Henry and the team as well in the background. I know that they've been working super hard. But as, I work exclusively through Head Stuff, or you can find my profile on ADHD UK.
Thank you. And Katie.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Henry, because I think, you know, all these amazing coaches do great stuff, but we're often absolutely overloaded with, you know, the stuff that we do, and we don't get time to platform and have a voice, and you provided that. So thank you so much. You can find me at goldmindneurodiversity.com. My TED Talk's there, or find me on LinkedIn, Katie Friedman, PCC. And also on ADHD UK Market.
Nice, good plug at the end. Guys, you've been amazing. Thank you so much. I've loved spending this hour with you. I think we've answered some important questions around coaching, and obviously your support of the charity and all you're doing, and your support of individuals, just wonderful. Have a great rest of your day. See you soon, no doubt. And thank you again.
Thank you. Bye, Henry.
Thank you so much, Henry and the team, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Right, handing over. So that was a wonderful session, and let me tell you what we've got coming up. Trying to go off. So next we've got diverse diagnostics, providing a section on ADHD nutrition, how good nutrition helps people with ADHD, and busting some myths around it, by Dr. Jagdish Bazara and Camilla Flores. They're going to be live next after this. So shortly live now, and then coming next from Burden to Talent, coaching people within the workplace, specifically coaching employees for employees. Hans van Velder from Rotterdam. He's at 11, and then our final session, which is ADHD and suicide risk. It's a frightening reality of ADHD that we have such stark numbers. Those that see will have a quick video. I use that time to bring the next people into the room. So I'll see you on the flip side, then we'll go live on nutrition.
Hi there, my name's Neil, Neil Mankey. I took part in the Jurassic Coast Ultra Challenge in May this year, which was 100 kilometres non-stop down in Dorset, and it was absolutely stunning for the first few hours, and then hour 23, 24, you've kind of been going non-stop, apart from, you know, some rest breaks and refueling, etc. You're kind of mentally having to remind yourself why you're doing it. So I ended up raising just shy of £2,000 for ADHD UK, and my reasons were purely because I was diagnosed with ADHD, well, major depressive disorder comorbid with ADHD of the combined type, in February 2020, so just before lockdown. I remember now getting the diagnosis. I went private in Harley Street, and it was the relief was quite palpable, to be honest with you. Just walking out of the clinic, just like a big weight kind of coming off my shoulders, because just started answering so many questions just as soon as I kind of found out. It was like, right, okay, so I can start piecing lots of different aspects of my life together, both kind of childhood and more so with some of the mental health issues I've kind of struggled with in my adult life. You know, I'm in mid-40s now, and prior to my diagnosis, I'd been on antidepressants for a number of years because I suffered from anxiety and depression. And I kind of look back now and realise that a lot of what I was going through, you know, was because of a lack of understanding of what was going up in here. So I was working against it, whereas now I kind of know why I am the way I am and why I think the way I think and behave the way I behave, etc., etc. And I can start working with it. So it certainly helped. There's no doubt about it, the diagnosis. One thing that has been really obvious for me is I've had to make some changes with my lifestyle, with my relationship with alcohol, which is no longer a relationship because I don't drink. Haven't drunk now for well, it's over 18 months, which has been great. And the difference in cutting that out, because I have a very addictive personality, has meant that I've been able to have more time and energy to really focus on other aspects of my life. So getting in a routine, exercise, meditation, healthy eating, all of the things which we kind of all know are good for us, regardless of whether you're neurodiverse or neurotypical, but don't always necessarily follow. So for me, it's been great. It's been great to understand. It's been great to be part of the journey for the charity and that the charity are on. Working with Henry and the team to really drive our mission and really open up awareness of ADHD, more so in the corporate world, because as I said earlier, you know, I struggle with work due to my mental health, due to my ADHD and my different ways, which haven't always been understood and been very misunderstood. But now I am seeing there's positive change in the workplace for a lot of organisations and for a lot of individuals, but it's still not enough. I think we still have a long way to go, which is why it's really, really, really important that we can raise as much awareness, support, advocacy, research, etc. into ADHD from an educational, from the bottom up. So from, you know, schooling right up to, you know, organisational level in terms of what businesses are doing to ensure people like me that are neurodiverse have a platform where they can thrive and don't always necessarily relate to the norm, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'll be continuing to drive awareness, to hopefully raise more funds for this charity, which is very close to my heart, and hope you're all inspired to do the same. Thank you, take care, hope you enjoy the conference.
Hello everyone. So back off that video, that was Neil. He's an ambassador for the charity. He's absolutely fantastic. He raises funds, has raised significant funds. I think he said over £2,000. Look, we're trying here to do a lot. We're trying to have a positive impact on changing attitudes and understanding of ADHD globally, nationally, locally, and individually. Do support us and do consider donating. Go to globaladhd.com. Click donate. We get no government funds. This is how we do it. And so this is a telethon, people. Like it's as well as a conference. Like it's a lot of things all at once. It's been a wild success. The number of people get involved. We've got some special people just coming up. If you've got questions for them, go to the Q&A section. Go to globaladhd.com. Go to the Q&A section. You can put your questions in there. You can upvote, downvote other people's comment. You can add comments, and you can look at this for charity. You can boost, you can donate, and boost your question to the very top. It's really just an excuse to donate and a fun way to do it. But do consider it shoots it to the very top. It's kind of a fun thing, and it's actually been coded by. We have a team of volunteer coders who have ADHD who are helping the charity, you know, perform at this level to do really exciting different things, and they've done that, and it's actually something quite special, and you'll see it in the future. It's going to become an entire section on helping people find strategies, advice, ideas, and then seeing people's comments and upvotes, so we can have an idea of what people think of these things. Right, if I go back to that title screen, so live now, ADHD and nutrition with Dr. Jagdish Basra and Dr. Camilla Flores, diverse diagnosis. After that, it's from burden to talent, coaching within the workplace, from Hans Vervelde. He was until recently chairperson of ADHD Europe, and is also involved with the ADHD in the Netherlands. So it's wonderful to bring that sort of European side in. Then we have ADHD and suicide risk, closing us out, incredibly serious, important topic. And then it's conference close, which I can tell you, like, it's been a long night. It's going to be quick. It's not. It's going to be a celebration of this whole thing, all of which is from people. So let me, without further ado, bring you guys in. Oh, they've just disappeared. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. It would be ADHD with a bit of fun of that. Wonderful to see you, Dr. Pastor. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
I am great, and I'm very, very excited that you're here, and I'm excited for this section because I think we talked about it a while back, and it's a point of passion for you. It's very important. We see a lot of discussion around ADHD and nutrition, and I know you're really looking forward to hearing you speak about it. If I do a quick introduction to you, you're Medical Director of Diverse Diagnostics, which you can find on our marketplace, fully qualified NHS CAMS consultant based in Glasgow, as well as experience working with a wide range of mental health conditions, including ADHD, depression, anxiety, and autism. Completed medical school in Leicester University and completed psychiatry specialty training in child and adolescents in Scotland. Consultant child behaviour psychiatrist, adolescent psychiatrist since 2018, and medical doctor for over 10 years. And Dr. Camilla Flores, so we're excited to have you here, clinical manager at Diverse Diagnostics, a general physician originally from Peru, now in Glasgow, and completed medical school in Peru and a master's degrees in sports medicine from the University of Glasgow, special interest in mental health, working as a general physician in Peru since 2017, moved to Scotland in 2020 to complete an MSc in sports science, and now working in Diverse Diagnostics since 2021. This is where I hand over to you. What are you going to do, and when do you want me to start the presentation?
Well, let me start off by doing telling you guys a little bit about us. So as you have mentioned, Henry, my name is Dr. Jag Basra. I appreciate my name can be a little bit complex to say. And I am a CAMS consultant.
Yeah,
for
sorry,
the NHS.
I definitely slightly butchered it earlier. It's been a very, very long night.
That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. And at Diverse Diagnostics, we are a private mental health clinic where we focus on neurodiverse assessments for both adult and children. And my focus here today is on ADHD and nutrition. And it's really to get people to start thinking about what we put in our bodies impacts our minds and our behaviors. So why don't we get started on the slides and we can go through it and have a discussion around it at the end as well.
Okay.
So, like I said, our focus here is on ADHD and nutrition. And, you know, there's this very common saying, we are what we eat. And Hippocrates said, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. And, you know, these words hold a lot of wisdom even today. Now, I want to be really clear to start with. Like I said, I'm a CAMS consultant. And prior to doing medicine, I had done a degree in psychology. My expertise in CAMS is ADHD and ASD, and I'm not a nutritionist in any way, but it is really important as medical professionals or any professionals that are working with ADHD to be thinking about how what we eat and how that has an impact on who we are as individuals, on our physical well-being and our mental well-being, one of which today we're focusing is on ADHD. Next slide. Okay, so let's look at modern medicine. So modern medicine is focused on solutions, and those solutions are largely pharmaceutical. Now, I'm an absolute firm believer in medication as it can be transformative and life-changing for many people. But what if you could do something for yourself on top of medication that could change the trajectory and the severity of your ADHD? Lifestyle plays an absolute role in many illnesses. Let's look at cardiovascular disease like heart attacks and strokes. And one of the things that they give you is medication. They give you blood thinners, they give you blood pressure medication. But on top of that, they give you lifestyle advice. They tell you to stop smoking, reducing your drinking, eating fruits and vegetables, reducing your cholesterol levels. And we know that from research that the combination of both lifestyle changes and medication leads to the best results. Let's look at mental health conditions like depression or anxiety. We know that when people are low in iron, they can present with having a very low mood. They can be quite tired, lethargic, really struggle with motivation, sleeping a lot, and other behavioral symptoms. But what we also know is that when you change their diet and you increase their iron, or they start taking iron supplements, these symptoms can change drastically. And this applies to even things like cancer. Lots of research has come out in terms of how eating certain foods can reduce your risk of certain cancers. The same applies to ADHD. What we eat and our nutritional state has a really powerful impact on who we are, both physically and mentally. So, what are the determinants of ADHD? We know that there's genetic risk factors. And what do I mean by that? I mean that genes absolutely play a role in whether ADHD is present or not. We know that ADHD is 70 to 75% heritable. But what makes up that other 30%? We know that if one sibling in the family has ADHD, there's a 3 to 5 times greater risk that another sibling will have ADHD. We know that if a parent has ADHD, this increases a child's risk of having ADHD by 50%. Now, at Diverse Diagnostics, we constantly assess children for ADHD. That's that's what we specialize in. And what we often were having was parents coming in to these appointments saying, you know what? All these behaviors that are being described in my child, I used to see in myself. And that's actually some of the same problems that I am having to this day. And that's what led us to actually doing adult assessments. And they're absolutely right. When we did the adult assessments, the adults would have it as well. So both parent and children. We definitely know from research and from clinical evidence that there is, genetic risk factors to it. But what we need to do is look at the genetic bit into more detail. Firstly, there's not one single gene on its own that determines whether someone has ADHD. It's actually a number of genes that come together that determine whether someone has ADHD. And if we go back to that original point of ADHD is 70 to 75% heritable, what makes up the other 30%? One of the things we have to remember are genes are not always expressed and they're turned on and off. So what impacts gene expression? The environment. And that's that whole field of what we call epigenetics, where the genes and environment are working together. So what is one environmental factor that we know plays an absolute role in turning genes on and off? Nutrition. And nutrition is one of the mechanisms which can influence and change the expression of our genes. There is little doubt now, and there's a whole absolute huge body of research that confirms that certain foods have the ability to turn genes on and off. And that's what we call nutrigenomics. We know that nutrition impacts the brain development right from the fetus, the baby, the toddler to childhood. This is where we as humans do have control. This is one of those lifestyle factors that we can change and create change for our bodies and our mind if we have the correct information, and also we need the determination to do so. Now, what am I saying about nutrition? I am saying that it plays an absolute huge role in our mental and physical well-being. I am not saying it's a cure, but it plays a significant role in ADHD behaviors and can influence the trajectory of ADHD behaviors. And I'm also saying that it's one of the most instantaneously modifiable factors. We know from research that additives and food coloring can trigger ADHD symptoms like hyperactivity, even in kids who don't have ADHD. I'm also saying medication is absolutely important and has its place and is really important for professionals to consider when managing children or adults with ADHD. So I want to give you a bit of background on why I got into the nutritional bit, because you won't see many psychiatrists go into the nutritional bit in a lot of detail. So where did this journey start for me? So in the past year, there's been an incident where I've seen a direct impact that nutrition has had on me and my family. And the first was with my toddler. My toddler started attending nursery at the age of 1. And I'm sure many parents will tell you at this age that, toddlers move from formula to regular cow's milk. So when he started nursery, he started picking cold after cold after cold. I mean, it was absolutely incessant. He had so many ear infections and multiple bouts of tonsillitis. I had to see an ENT specialist who put him on prophylactic antibiotics. I did that and it helped a little bit. So now he wasn't getting ear infections every week, but he was still getting them every second week. We were constantly in and out of hospitals because his temperature was so high. It was just unmanageable at home. This went on for months, and I started doing some research, and I was like, okay, well, what can I do to help my child? I couldn't stop him from going to nursery, as that's not feasible. We parents have to work. I wanted him to interact and engage with other kids. He was already on the wait list for grommet surgery, which was needed, and for to help with his ear infections. But what I started learning from research was that toddlers are very iron deficient, and they're iron deficient for a lot of reasons. When they move from formula to cow's milk diet increases the risk of iron deficiency. Toddlers, we know, are very fussy eaters. Okay. And on top of that, my child was vegetarian. So again, might not be getting iron sources from certain foods. So when I started doing the research, it came to light that iron deficiency increases the rate of respiratory tract infections, and quite significantly. So I thought to myself, I wonder if my child is iron deficient. And he's picking up all these infections. He's on antibiotics. We're waiting for grommet surgery. And so I went to the GP and said, listen, I think my child might be iron deficient. I didn't want to give him iron without medical input. And the GP flat out said to me is, we're not going to, because we know it's normal for children at this age to be iron deficient. And that's all it would show. And I was thinking, well, it does make a difference, because for my child's picking up multiple respiratory tract infections, we know you're saying he's iron deficient. The likelihood is he is iron deficient, and it could make an impact on his immune system. It could make an impact on how often he's picking up respiratory tract infections. So I convinced the GP anyways to do some bloods, and lo and behold, he was iron deficient. And so I started giving him iron drops. And what we had noticed was this, that your upper respiratory tract infections were still happening, but they were not happening at the same frequency. And also the severity of the illnesses were not as great. So we were able to manage him more at home with his ear infections, or when he picked up a bug, he wasn't getting sick for as long. And also it wasn't as hard to deal with as a parent. Now, did he get grommet surgery? Absolutely. Did it make a difference, the grommet surgery? Absolutely. But I am also very confident that the iron deficiency and that being corrected had made quite a significant difference. And the research does show that iron deficiency does lead to increased rate of respiratory tract infections and the severity of the illness. So that's where my journey with nutrition started. So this is what got me thinking, okay, why do we not think about nutrition more often? Why do we not think of nutrition when it comes to mental health? Because we do think of nutrition when it comes to physical health diseases, for example, heart attacks and strokes, like I was talking about earlier. People are now talking about it with respect to cancer. But why are we not looking at it when it comes to mental health? And more importantly, especially for us at Diverse Diagnostics, why are we not looking at this in terms of ADHD? Because as we know, the rates at which ADHD are being diagnosed have been increased. So it's something that is quite predominant in our child population, but also our adult population. So why is this not being given enough of a focus? Next slide. So the slide is, why is nutrition advice so limited? So as I was saying, why do we as a society not look at and give nutritional advice, and particularly with ADHD, and give it that bigger spotlight? And more importantly, as medical professionals, why don't we give patients advice? Now, when I look back at my own medical school training, or look at my own career, which has been 14 years as a doctor, I've had I was reflecting on this when I was doing this session, was my experience and training with dealing with nutritional issues is quite limited. And if I am dealing with nutritional issues, it's very much in keeping with physical health issues. For example, if I'm dealing with eating disorders, making sure someone's at the right weight, etc. It doesn't have to do with the mental health side in how it impacts people's behaviors or their minds. And when I look back even at medical school, I realized when I was looking back at my modules, there was only 2 modules that had some nutrition in it that and that was my learning as a doctor. Now I work for the NHS, and as I said, I work for, I'm a director at Diverse Diagnostics, and the amount of nutritional advice before I started delving into the world of nutrition has been very, very limited. And it got me asking the question, why do we shy away as society, but also as professionals from this? So I started speaking to families about this in clinic, and I started asking them, what has their experience been about nutrition, and what they've learned about nutrition from their own research and their own ADHD journey, because I really wanted to have a good understanding about why people don't talk about this, whether it's medical professionals or whether it's, just the general population. And what it came out was many people comment on the fact that there's just so much information on the internet about nutrition, and they don't know what's accurate and what's not. So people are getting this massive information overload. And also, one of the things that you often hear people is there's all this information about magical potions that cure neurodiversity, and that just puts them off at looking at nutrition altogether. While I was doing the research for this session as well, I spoke to medical professionals, and I was picking other consultants' brain about this. And one of the things that's come to light, and it's very clear, is they also very much feel the same way as everyone else feels. There's just too much information, and trying to research it on our own is quite difficult. So if it's difficult for everyone, even professionals who are well versed in, looking through journals and research, find it quite overwhelming to figure out what is good, accurate information around nutrition and what's not. But also there's that lack of training. And because we aren't familiar with it, it's very hard to feel confident to go into a clinic and be offering advice about it. Okay. Again, it's not an excuse for medical professionals, but it does give us an idea of as to why the nutritional advice has been so limited when it comes to offering advice around nutrition and mental health. So that is what my goal is with today, is to look at the nutritional side of things, looking at nutritional deficiencies and how they impact ADHD and what's the evidence out there. I'm not going to be looking at herbs and potions, etc., and saying that this product is good and this product is bad, and offering advice of any sort like that. I'm literally looking at medical research that has been done and nutritional deficiencies which we can medically monitor, which we know that there is quite clear significant evidence around ADHD. Okay, so before we dive into that, I want to do a quick anatomy lesson on the brain, because I think it's really important to understand a little bit about the brain to be able to understand about the nutrition side of things. Next slide. So let's look at the brain, and I'm not going to go into mass amounts of detail. I don't expect anyone to be an anatomist or anything, but the brain basically can be broken down into 4 lobes. There is the parietal lobe, there's the frontal lobe, there's the temporal lobe, and there's the occipital lobe. The frontal lobe is particularly important, and it's the part of the brain that is different in terms of structure when you compare the ADHD brain versus the non-ADHD brain. So what does the frontal lobe do? It is responsible for judgment, decision-making, problem solving, memory, and impulse control. Now, all of these things are a challenge for the ADHD brain. The parietal lobe is also important, as it's responsible for paying attention for longer periods of time. Now, all the lobes are very important and have their own roles and have to be able to work together efficiently and effectively. Now, what do we know from research? We know that nutrition, exercise, sleep deprivation, infection, and illness can all cause damage to the brain in smaller, big ways. Now, when I have, spoken to people, whether it's coming to clinic or whether it's my friends or whether medical, other psychiatrists, everyone knows that when I list off these things to them, everyone feels that that is general knowledge. Okay, so everyone recognizes this. But what there seems to be is that discrepancy between recognizing these factors that can cause damage to the brain and recognizing that that then means that there could be an impact on your mental health. Okay. The second thing I want people to just think about is the structure of the brain. Okay, and what is it made of? So the brain actually weighs 1.5 kilos, and it's quite surprising at how heavy it is. And it actually is made up of 60% fat. This is a really, really important fact to keep in mind when we look at our first nutritional source, which is omega-3. Okay, next slide. Okay, so like I said, the brain is made up of 60% fat, and one of the fats that's very essential in making up the 60% is essential fatty acids. They're quite crucial molecules that make up your physical brain, and they're most crucial in terms of having your brain function to the best of its ability. Now, essential fatty acids can make up 60%, but essential fatty acids is also something that your body cannot make on its own, but rather must be something you obtain from your diet. Okay. Now, there are a few fatty acids which are important to think of, and that's the omega-3 fatty acids. So, essential fatty acids make up a big portion of your brain. One of those essential fatty acids is omega-3. Okay. And which types of omega-3 are very important? It's DHA and EPA. Okay. So docosahexaenoic acid, which is DHA, and eicosapentaenoic acid is EPA. Okay, so I'm just going to, that they're quite, it's quite a tongue twister to say them over and over, but the two essential omega-3s that we're going to focus on when it comes looking at ADHD is DHA and EPA. Now, DHA is a type of omega-3, and it's absolutely vital for babies as it helps to develop their brain, their eyes, and their nervous system. And it is added to formula for this reason. Okay. Now, fatty acids do more than just building the brain structure. So they're very, very important in, building the structure of our brain cells, the neurons, but they also play quite a significant role in neurotransmitters. They play an very crucial role in how different brain cells communicate with each other. They play a role in how fast brain cells can communicate with each other. And they play a role in how efficiently brain cells can communicate with each other. So what are some omega-3 sources? Oily fish has DHA and EPA, those two essential fatty acids. Wild caught salmon, fresh tuna, so not canned, mackerel, herring, crab, oysters. Now, I always get asked the question, is there a vegetarian omega-3? Absolutely is. So this includes algae, spirulina, and chlorella, which contain both EPA and DHA. Okay, so there is absolutely a vegetarian omega-3 source. You can also have nuts, flaxseed, and chia seeds, which contain a different essential fatty acid called ALA, which converts into DHA and EPA, but it's not as good as the algae version. Okay. You can also, there's lots of supplements out there that contain omega-3 that contain, and one of the key things is when you look at omega-3 supplement is to ensure that it has DHA and EPA, those two very, very essential omega-3 essential fatty acids. Okay. So the question is, what is the research and evidence behind it? Because this is what's really important. And this is where my goal is to help parents, to help, the public understand how to look at the evidence around nutritional sources. So the evidence is this. There's been an analysis of 9 studies that was done by Oregon Health and Science University, and they found that blood levels of omega-3 in children with ADHD on average is 38% lower compared to children who don't have ADHD. Lower levels of omega-3 in these ADHD children meant that they had higher levels of hostility, higher levels of defiance, higher levels, there was much more greater mood swings and greater learning difficulties. Another study was done in the UK, which showed that children with ADHD and low levels of omega-3 had poor emotional regulation. So, that ability to control and manage their emotions in different situations, they weren't as good with that. Multiple studies have been shown that supplementing a diet with omega-3 consistently lessens hyperactivity. And this has been evaluated by both parents and teachers. And other studies have shown that omega-3 supplementation decreases moodiness and aggression. Brain imaging diet intervention studies have been done, and there was a study done in 2010, and they gave some children no omega-3, so they gave them a placebo. They gave another group of children a 400 milligram dose a day of omega-3, and then they gave some children 1200 milligrams a day of omega-3. And what they had noticed was from the brain scans that the children who were taking higher levels of omega-3, the area of the brain that was linked to attention processes increased. It was lighting up more on the brain scans. If we just move on to the next slide. Oh, I think there's been oh, there we go. Perfect. So what they also had found in this study was they did tests and found that the reaction times of these children decreased, meaning that they became faster and the performance improved. A German study was done with children with ADHD, and they found that supplementing omega-3 improved their working memory. So that's that short-term memory recall. There has been studies that have been done that where you take methylphenidate. So everyone, I'm sure, is aware that methylphenidate is one of the first lines we use in treating ADHD, especially in children. That when children were taking methylphenidate plus omega-3, their hyperactivity and impulsivity symptoms improved much more than just taking methylphenidate alone. Now, I always get asked this is, I've had parents, message and say, my child's been taking omega-3 and I haven't noticed any change. What's going on? And I ask them, well, how long have they been taking it? Okay. And they all say to me, oh, they've been taking it for a week. I've not noticed anything, etc. The first thing I say to them is, listen, it's not a cure. Okay. It's something that we can use as an adjunct with medicine. And the second thing is, and really, really important is, it does take time for omega-3 to work. It does take 3 to 6 months for you to start seeing the impact and its real effects. Next slide. So the next nutrient we're going to look at is magnesium. Again, magnesium is something that we can medically monitor. It's something that actually, if you went to your GP and got bloods done, you could actually mark off on the blood sheet magnesium. So you can see if people are magnesium deficient, okay? Now, magnesium plays absolutely a massive role in our body, and not just from a mental health point of view, but from a physical health point of view. Okay. And many of the nutrients that we're actually talking about today don't just play a role in your mental health, they have substantial other roles in our physical health. So they play a role in neurotransmitters, the immune system, managing our blood sugars. Low magnesium can lead to poor concentration, low mood and anxiety, mood swings, fatigue, and sleeping difficulties. So what are some sources of magnesium? So when the diverse diagnostics team was doing their research, one of the key things we wanted to do was look at sources that we could incorporate in our diet on an everyday basis. It's really, really easy to give people dietary advice. One of the hardest things we know about humans is changing our patterns of behavior, changing our habits. So looking at sources that we could, we would commonly have access to and be able to incorporate much easier into our diet is the best way to go. So dark chocolate, avocado, cashews, pumpkin seeds, broccoli, fish, bananas, these all are very, very good sources of magnesium. Next slide. So what is the evidence around magnesium? Okay, studies have shown that children with ADHD are deficient of magnesium. And there was an Egyptian study that I looked at, and they were actually 72% deficient. They found that the ones with the lowest magnesium levels had the most hyperactivity and the lowest IQs. Studies have shown that supplementing magnesium in ADHD children leads to less hyperactivity, less impulsivity, less oppositional behavior, and greater attention. There was actually another French study that was done, and that was looking at giving children magnesium, but also they gave them vitamin B6. Now, vitamin B6 helps with absorption of magnesium. And what they noted was that magnesium levels when they went up over 2 months, there was less hyperactivity, they were less aggressive, more focused, and slept better. But when you started, removing the magnesium supplement, what you found was the ADHD symptoms returned. Again, this is helping people understand what nutritional sources are important in terms of ADHD, and what nutritional sources there isn't enough evidence. And what we do know from research is magnesium and omega-3 are one of the ones that have been most researched, and there is quite a significant body of evidence around it. Next slide. So one of the studies that's quite important to look at is looking at a study where they gave children omega-3, omega-6, zinc, and magnesium combination. Okay, and what they did is they monitored 810 children from the ages of 5 to 12. And these were children who had been referred for medical help and what they were recommended was taking this supplement that had all these three in there. So omega-3 and 6, zinc, and magnesium. And what they did was they gave these children this food supplement of omega-3, omega-6, and magnesium and zinc. And after 12 weeks of taking this food supplement, what they had noted was this: there was a considerable reduction of attention deficit symptoms, and a significant reduction in hyperactivity and impulsivity symptoms. There was also for assessments to look at emotional problems, and what they had found was at the end of the study period, compared to the baseline, that the emotional problems had reduced and the sleeping disorders had improved. So problems falling asleep had improved by 12 weeks. Now, by the end of the study, 61.1% of the children continued to take the supplement because it was recommended by the pediatricians. Okay, so again, it's just emphasizing the importance of looking at these nutrients. Next slide. So what is one another nutrient that plays an absolutely important role? So I had already talked about iron, and from my own experience with my toddler with upper respiratory tract infections, but iron plays multiple key roles in our physical and mental health. It transports oxygen in our blood cells. It plays a role in the brain cell structure, such as myelin. It plays a role in the neurotransmitter synthesis and metabolism. So what are some sources of iron? Red meat, beans, such as kidney beans, chickpeas, nuts, dried fruit, and soybean flour. Next slide. And next slide again. So what is the evidence around iron and ADHD? So what we know is iron poor brains are very common amongst children with ADHD. A lack of iron can worsen symptoms of ADHD. Iron deficient children score more poorly in math and language tests. The lower the iron, the higher the risk of ADHD. Okay, and children with iron deficiency anemia have been found to have a 60% higher risk of developing ADHD in some studies. Low levels of iron increases your risk of sleeping disorders, which is common in children with ADHD. We know that they struggle to fall over asleep. We know that they wake up throughout the night and they may have early morning awakening. What we also know is iron supplements can improve ADHD symptoms. So the hyperactivity, the poor impulse control, the learning problems. Next slide. So vitamin D. So this is one of the last nutrients that we're going to look at, because I know we're running out of time. Is what we know is that there's quite low vitamin D levels in the UK population. We know 65% of people in the UK are thought to be vitamin D deficient. I'm sure many of you will look out your windows and it's absolutely pouring rain. I can tell you in Scotland, it has been dark, gloomy, and rainy for the last, I can't even tell you for how long. Vitamin D deficiency is very common in the UK, and that's not surprising to anyone. Research shows that expectant mothers with vitamin D deficiency have a higher risk of having a child with ADHD. What we also know from research is there's lower vitamin D in children with ADHD. But what we also know is that if you give them vitamin D, these vitamin D deficient ADHD children, a vitamin D supplement, they found that the symptoms of inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity improved. So what are some sources of vitamin D? Sunlight, fatty fish, and seafood. Again, this common theme of this Mediterranean diet, or, fish. there's, really, really important about what we are taking away from our diet. And lastly, but I want to quickly touch upon zinc. Next slide. So zinc is not as well researched as the likes of a magnesium, omega-3, and iron, but there is an increasing body of evidence and research around it. Some research has shown that children with ADHD have lower levels of zinc. We also know that giving zinc supplements can show improvements, particularly in the hyperactivity and the inattention symptoms. And also what we know from new pieces of research out there is zinc with the likes of methylphenidate can help improve the ADHD more so than just giving methylphenidate on its own. So some sources of zinc are red poultry, dairy products, beans, nuts, and whole grains. Next slide. Last but not least, now, like I said, I've only focused on a couple of nutrients today due to time, but also I just wanted to be able to give, the wider audience an understanding about where there is the most research in terms of nutrients. But other nutrients that do have research behind it in terms of how it can impact ADHD is things like vitamin B, vitamin B1, thiamine, vitamin B2, vitamin B6, because we talked about vitamin B6 as helping magnesium become better absorbed, vitamin B12, vitamin C, vitamin E, folic acid, and iodine. Now, all of these have been shown, there's some research out there with respect to all of these having a role in ADHD behaviors. I'm hoping that this has just given you a little bit of a flavor on the nutrients that do play a role in ADHD, and it gives people just something to think about, because what we eat absolutely plays a role in our physical health and our mental health. It doesn't take away from medication, and it doesn't take away from the fact that medication may be required or therapy is required. But what it can do is change the trajectory of ADHD behaviors, the intensity and frequency of ADHD behaviors. So I hope you guys have found that very helpful. And I would like to, I missed introducing my team at the beginning. So Dr. Flores is our clinical manager at Diverse Diagnostics, who's played a huge role in helping put this information together. And our research specialist and assistant psychologist, Shona Thorne-Knowles, who has not been able to log on to the broadcaster bit, but she's been absolutely essential in helping us put this presentation together. I'm really, really hoping that one of the things that we can take away as medical professionals as well is to be looking at how do we offer good nutritional advice. It doesn't have to be complex. It doesn't have to be detailed, but to be able to give people some guidance around this. And interestingly enough, I actually recently had a conversation with a professor in Scotland who plays a big role in mental health here in Scotland, who had given me a call and said, listen, like, I totally see the value in the nutrition side of ADHD, but I feel that we aren't able to publicly talk about this for lots of reasons because there's just so much misinformation about it. But I'm hoping that this can be a start for people's conversations and really focusing on the evidence that's out there, but also sharing that knowledge in a way that people can process and digest. Changing people's nutritional habits is not as easy as giving them the information. It's helping them understand how it can impact their behaviors, how it can impact their life, and helping them motivate them to create the change for themselves. So thank you very much to you, Henry, for having Diverse
Well, we've got some
Diagnostics on.
there's some questions for you. So Camilla's asking those to you. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Okay, so you've had a lot of questions sent in. If you go to the page, Camilla, I'll hand over to you. If you need the page, I've just dropped it into the link for you. People do go in. We've got a little time. Do pop in a question. Go to globaladhd.com, click Q&A, and you can add your questions and upvote, downvote others. Over to you, Camilla, to ask the questions.
Okay, thank you. There's a question about omega-3. They are looking at supplements online, but they can't find anything about EPA or DHA in the ingredients.
Oh, There we go. So the first thing is nutritional supplements should have the ingredients at the side. So if you're not seeing the ingredients at the side, I would not have the confidence to be buying those supplements. I'm not able to say, I know, like I get these questions all the time at the clinic, is to, provide which omega-3 is very good, which one's not, because a lot of them, if you notice, will also tell you the doses at the side that they have. So it's important to look at, the main thing is you want it to have DHA and EPA, and you want the label to actually show that, because if it just says omega-3, well, you don't know what type of omega-3 that is. It could be ALA, and what we know about ALA is only 20% of ALA gets converted into DHA and EPA by our body, so it's not going to be that helpful or useful. So what I would say is one of the things we're doing at the clinic is we take a very holistic approach when it comes to ADHD. We look at therapy, we prescribe medication, but we also are starting to provide nutritional advice for families and looking at what's out there and what families can, use in terms of helping support their child or even their own mental health. Sadly, I cannot go through all the different supplements out there and advise this one's good, this one's not, this one's good, this one's not, because there's lots of things you need to look at. You need to look at, whether it has the right types of omega-3. Does it have omega-6 in it? But one of the key things I would say is make sure the label has DHA and EPA in it. Okay, that's the very, very key bit. And the other key bit is once you order it, take it every day consistently. Okay, and don't expect overnight magic to happen. This is not a magical cure. Okay, you have to wait 3 to 6 months. Okay, so make it part of your everyday routine, make it part of your normal breakfast routine, just taking those nutrient supplements.
Okay, next question is, I have recently come across an ex-pharmacologist who treats her own ADHD and others through supplementation. What wisdom can you offer here?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I just missed.
So the ex-pharmacologist is treating her own ADHD only through supplementation. What is your comments over there?
So I would say that every case is individual. What I would say is that, it's really important that when you get diagnosed with ADHD, that there is a holistic plan. So, that we're not just looking at medication, we're not just looking at therapy, we're looking at the individual as a whole. Do I think that nutritional supplement on its own can cure ADHD? No, I don't think that. I think that there is absolutely a role for therapy. I think there's absolutely a role for medication if it's required, but there's absolutely a role for nutritional supplements. Now, when it comes to nutritional supplements, the ones that we focus on at Diverse Diagnostics are the medical ones, the ones that you can medically monitor. We don't advise in terms of, I know there's ginkgo biloba and there's all these other ones where there isn't as much of a body of evidence or research around it. It would be very hard to comment on your particular case, but what I would say is anyone treating ADHD needs to look at it as holistically as possible. Look at the whole picture, look at the whole person. And nutritional supplement alone, I'm not sure as a medical professional that I think that's the best way to go. Do I think that it's worth trialing and seeing? Absolutely, if that's your journey. But I think it's important to get advice about from a medical professional, what is that whole picture for that person. So for example, I've had a child that's come in and quite severe ADHD, quite severe learning difficulties as well. And what we looked at was therapy plus medication, plus we're looking at nutrition, his nutrition side, because what we know with ADHD is they have sensory difficulties. They could be fussy eaters. You get a lot of oppositional defiance, so they don't eat. Looking at the nutrition side alone wasn't going to just change the trajectory for this child, because this child was on the border of exclusion. Parents were really frustrated and upset and not being able to help their child, and were looking for support as parents. So it really does depend on an individual case, but what we do is we look at everything and not just nutrition alone. One of the things that we do differently at Diverse Diagnostics is focus on nutrition as well, but we definitely look at what's recommended as per clinical guidelines, which is, therapy and medication, because nutrition alone doesn't have a significant body of research of, curing or taking away all those symptoms of ADHD.
Okay, next question is, someone suggested no need for medication, just have coffee, cause similar effects. Views, should people with ADHD, medicated or not, avoid caffeine totally, or is it just a useful tool? I like a tea first thing to get me going, but that is also when I take my meds. Have been told this is not a good idea. Any suggestions for time interval should be left?
So I'm going to be very honest and say that in terms of caffeine, I don't, the research out there is quite mixed. What I would say is if you take caffeine in moderation, okay, caffeine in moderation, asking people to just stop something is very difficult. It's like asking people to stop smoking, just, cold turkey. Can a very small proportion of the population do it? Absolutely. Asking people to just, hey, lose weight and start eating healthy. Is it possible for a very small proportion of the population to do it? Absolutely. But it is very hard to change these habits. What I would say is this, that in terms of caffeine, there is a huge body of research how caffeine impacts our sleep patterns. And if you take caffeine after lunchtime, we know it can have an impact on our nighttime sleep pattern. So if I take caffeine to get me going as well. And I do think everything in moderation is okay. But if you feel that, for you, that it's impacting your ADHD, it might be worthwhile, eliminating it for a week or two to see how you get on. In terms of the body of research behind it, it's very mixed, okay? And there isn't a lot, to be honest. And the things that I talked about today are the things that actually have the most body of research. And the other thing my focus has been on today are nutrients that we can medically monitor. And I wanted to start off with that simply because it's a way that we can measure and monitor change. With regards to caffeine, it's not easy to go and medically monitor how much caffeine is in someone's bloodstream, etc. But with things like magnesium, things like iron, etc., they can be easily measured and monitored.
Okay, and I think this is the last questions. Many of the studies mentioned seem to have used children as participants. Is there evidence to same conclusions on effect of diet supplements can be drawn for adults?
So you're absolutely right. The body of research and evidence is largely around children. Adults have been very much forgotten when it comes to ADHD. And we know this because we know there's a huge proportion of the adult population that hasn't been diagnosed. And many people think of ADHD as something that only children experience. Now, the reason why that is because people thought of it as a children's mental health disorder, that it doesn't really impact adults, because adults go on and become, they move into jobs or they have a family life, and therefore, well, they can't really have ADHD. Is there more and more research coming out about adults? There is, but it is quite small. And I only wanted to focus on the research that has quite a significant body of evidence. Do I think, though, that you can apply the same things from children to adults? Absolutely, I do think that, because although our brains are not exactly the same, the structure of our brain, the anatomy of our brain can be quite similar. The difference is children are growing at a phenomenal rate. So do I think that there would be a difference? Absolutely. Do I think that the food sources and the nutrients would be different? No, because you got to remember, adults who have ADHD also were children who had ADHD. Remember that for a clinical diagnosis of ADHD, you have to have symptoms before the age of 12. So the same adults were also children. So do I think this body of evidence can apply to adults? Yes, I do. But the research out there, in terms of current research, there isn't a lot in terms of looking at these nutrient supplements in adults.
You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. And I found that really insightful and interesting. And and I actually, the honesty and candor of what we know, what we don't know, what we can measure, what we've seen, what's this research, to get beyond the, those sort of myths. Actually, when you said ginkgo biloba, I was like, oh, like, there's a group of supplements that are just always sold as like, and we as a, you just see them like there's this constant barrage. And previously ran a charity called Sarcoidosis UK. Some people might know that about me. And ginkgo biloba was also promoted there. It's like, let's have the science, people.
No, absolutely. And that's our thing. Like, if anyone is looking for an ADHD assessment where you do take more of a holistic approach, looking at the medication, because we do prescribe, we look at therapy, we do the therapy, but we also look at the whole individual. But we're very much an evidence-based, research-based clinic. And if anyone is, looking to get in touch with us, they're more than welcome to contact us via our social media, our website, www.diversediagnostics.co.uk. We do offer free 15-minute consultations for individuals, and I appreciate it might not be for everyone, but it is really helpful for people to know that there is medical professionals who are looking at the nutritional side and who do take a holistic approach when it's treating an individual. This is what it's about. It's treating an individual, and what things can we take control of as parents, as adults, just
and you have an assessment service for both adults and children.
Yes.
In ADHD, and do you have an autism service? I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
Yes, we do. So we do autism assessments as well as at Diverse Diagnostics. So we do depression, anxiety. So anything that you would go for CAMS for, we do at Diverse Diagnostics. We have an adult consultant psychiatrist who is an ADHD specialist for the NHS who works for Diverse Diagnostics doing our adult assessments. Again, our ethos is look at the individual, not one size fits all, but also we're very much evidence-based, science-based when it comes to therapy, medication, and nutrition. All of these things in combination, I think, can really create change for people and change the trajectory of their mental health symptoms, whether it be ADHD or anything else.
Thank you very much. We're running almost exactly on time. We've got to call it. Thank you so much for being part of this, being part of the ADHD community, being part of changing what it means to have ADHD. That was an incredibly interesting, insightful presentation. I know you put an enormous amount of work into it, and you're really wonderful and really accessible, which is obviously very, very important. Accessible and achievable. It's I think you note that difference of sort of trying to oversell a very detailed, difficult package. Thank you so much. That's where we have to say a bit adieu. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for being part of this.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
And
obviously find them at Diverse Diagnostics. You can find them in our marketplace. Wonderful. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye.
You too. Bye. Bye.
Oh, well, that's a bit exciting. Hello, so you can see me here. Wonderful. Thank you so much for them. So next, coming up, title screen. So we've got From Burden to Talent, Coaching Employees for Employers with Hans van Wilder, coach from Rotterdam. Really excited to have him bring in particularly the workplace aspect and also bring in the European aspect. We'll talk more about him and his really very wide breadth of experience. Then after that is ADHD and suicide risk. It's an incredibly important topic. We're ending with it because of its importance. I mean, we know that suicide and ADHD, as unfortunately, it does have there is a very high rate. We know there's 1 in 10 in boys with ADHD, but at some point try and take their own life. It's 1 in 4 women or girls. For people who saw Tanya's video yesterday evening, you can obviously catch it up on YouTube, and we will be. You can actually, it's clipped, so you can catch it on YouTube. You can know that that's something that impacted her when she was a young girl, and she talked very movingly. We have our traditional end question of what's made you happiest, or the impact of ADHD has made you saddest, and what impact made you happiest. And saddest was after trying to take her own life, and opening her eyes to see her parents, and them knowing how she felt and how difficult things were. And so we know how significant this is. And then it's me closing the conference, having survived this wonderful thing. It's been absolutely extraordinary. Right, those who know will know we'll have a little video now where I'm talking from some people involved with ADHD UK. I've got to do the thing, like, look, we're a charity, we get no funds from government. Please donate. Go to globaladhd.com, click donate, and please do support us. This is, yeah, it means a lot to us. We can't do anything without it, so thank you. Do get in touch. If you go to ADHD UK, go to our fundraising page and get in touch and get involved with fundraising. There are lots of ways to get involved, so we need your help. We're trying to do a huge thing. We're trying to positively change what it means to have ADHD in the UK, frankly, if not the world. You can see, and to help people with ADHD thrive. Right, we know people can, but we need to change the world a bit for that to happen. We need people to get assessments quickly. We need people to get support quickly. Right, video. See you in a couple of minutes for Hans.
So instead of lying around in bed, I'll get up and I'll make the most of the day. So I'll get up, I'll go and have a coffee, I'll make a coffee. And I don't just make an instant coffee, I'll make a proper ground coffee, filter it. I love the process of doing that, and then go and sit in our garden room, which overlooks our garden, which has got nice views of trees and shrubs and what have you. And I'll just sit there, take it all in, kind of just think about the day. Exercising and being present has really helped, really helped. And also learning and understanding and appreciating the challenges that it brings, that if I need to take myself away from the screen,
I do not know why,
to get 5 minutes, 10 minutes, then
I can hear sound.
Don't feel guilty of being like constantly in front of the don't feel guilty of taking yourself away.
Can you hear it?
And feel that you've got to constantly be in front of your laptop working. There is an element, obviously, there's deliverables. I get paid to do my job, so I need to ensure that I do my job. But the flexibility's been there to.
We're being told that you can't hear that video, so which I could. Like, that was a new problem. Everything's starting to break at the end of the day. Hopefully, we'll make it through. It's only something like you may notice my camera's changed because the original camera, which makes me look much more beautiful, is no longer working. We've got. So I went through quickly the title screen. We've got Hans van Veld coming up live now, coming up right next. Then it's ADHD and suicide risk, and then it's closing out the conference. Hans, wonderful to have you here.
Good day to you.
Well, good day to you too. Absolutely wonderful to have you here, and thank you so much for being involved with the conference. We've had, we're having a. It's been wonderful. We've got a lot of people involved. We've got a lot of people watching. We had a bit of excitement at 3 a.m. Our stream went down. It was always the weak point. You have a single pipe into the internet, and we quickly re-established. I can't show obviously modern world, new button, new thing, but it did mean we got to see how many individuals had. That was roughly the halfway point, about 3 a.m. How many individuals had come and joined the conference? It was 4,400 at that point. So we are really excited about that. We are really excited about that. So it's wonderful. Right, I'm going to do a little intro on you. So you're an entrepreneur and an employer yourself. Your first company was Illegal IT from 1989 till 1998, which you sold. And I think when we talked, you said you sold a reason. You had a comfortable existence, but felt that need to help people. That you'd always coached your employees, you'd always supported them, and that you saw an opportunity to do that on a wider basis. And so in 98, you started your second company, Quisto Coaching Bureau. You need to think about that, 1998, like where coaching was at that point, like a very different world, right? Like right now, much more accepted. A lot of the tech companies have done a lot to change attitudes, but like really pioneering work. And coaching employees with ADHD, autism, dyslexia, giftedness. Focus on talents, and you're also Vice President of ADHD Europe and Chair of the Science Committee of the Dutch Association for People with ADHD, Dyslexia and Dyscalculia. So you also bring that wider European experience, which is something we were very keen on. I mean, we're looking to do this as a global event, which we've successfully done. You've got a fabulous presentation for us. Shall I flip over to the slides and
yeah, great,
bring people
great.
in, and then just say next slide, and I'll push on. And for anyone from like for our UK listeners, that is extremely reminiscent of COVID times. We used to come in, watch the news, and we'd have the chief medical officer give us horror upon horror of slide, and each time we'd just be like, next slide. We'd be like, oh my god, what's coming next?
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. Just go.
Over to you.
Yeah. So thank you for having me here. It's a wonderful opportunity to share my experience in coaching employees for employers. This is next sheet, please. Next slide.
Doing a terrible job already. There you go.
Yeah. So you already told this. I'm here today as a coach. My company name is Equisto, experts in people at work. And as you told them, I'm also Vice President of ADHD Europe, etc. Next slide, please. Yeah, in addition to what you are told, I would like to share how did I become a coach. And like you just said, it emerges in 1998 from two lines in my life. One is that I've been working in different organizations. I started in a cleaning company when I was 15 or some, till 21, next to school, etc. And I was kind of secretary of the entrepreneur. So I already sensed some entrepreneurship there. And then I went to work in the Rotterdam Court of Justice. So a totally different culture. And I studied law next to my job in court. And I was a court clerk, so secretary of the judge. And then the first computers were brought in 1988 or some. And I will tell you about that later. And then after court, I worked in university as a teacher in legal informatics, legal IT. And from there, I started my own company, Legal IT Expert Systems. Never mind what that is. It's programming software. And the other line is that in the 80s, I got, we would call it now an anxiety disorder. And I didn't know back then that I have ADHD and dyslexia. I just felt, well, I have to go to a mental hospital or something or whatever. And I went to my GP and he referred me to Gestalt therapy. Maybe some of you know that. And it helped after, well, more or less 1 year. Back in court was the time I worked in court. Back in the court sessions, etc. Go through all my fears and anxiety. And well, I became up and running again. But this opened for me the world of psychology. So I did more therapy. And then it became trainings, then it became courses. And in the end, I did a 3-year education to become a therapist trainer. So in 1998, when we had sold this legal IT company to a big editor, this experience was still well present. And I thought, well, let's, the word coaching, like you said, the word coaching came up in 1998. And I thought that's going to be it. I kind of have a good intuition of innovation, things that will succeed or won't. And I thought coaching, this is the answer for employees in working situations. In the beginning, I had to explain to everybody what coaching is, but after a few years, everybody became aware, oh, the manager has a coach and the secretary has a coach, etc. So people got to know it. Anyway, so that's how I started in 98. And then I took in another colleague, a trainer, and another coach. So this became my second company. and it grew, and we had an account manager and an office manager, etc. Then in the 2011-12, the financial worldwide crisis, it shrank again, and then we had to fire almost everybody. It was a terrible time, of course, but everybody has new job in the meanwhile. So, and then it grew again, but now we work in a network setting. It's more modern, and nobody on the payroll, but as a network of coaches and a psychiatrist, etc. Next slide, please. Yes, this is here it starts about coaching. In 1979, I worked in court, as you see, as a secretary to the judge, and my manager back then, nobody knew about ADHD, dyslexia, whatever. They weren't even into psychology, but my manager said, Hans, leave your secretary work there, and these computers that came in are a pilot of the Ministry of Justice, and it has to be a success within 1 year. Hey, now we know for ADHD, that's a magic formula. It's 1 year, a fixed period with a clear aim, and let's say he backed me up. He helped me and he supported me. So these computers became a success, and it was the start of my career in legal IT. So I explicitly thanked him for that later on. Next slide, please. So this is the network I'm talking about, and we have some other colleagues also. We work for employers, and most of the time, company doctors and HR advisors refer to us. Next slide, please. Yeah, let's go into first, before I talk about coaching employees, let's take away some prejudice about employers, because employers are not the bad guys most of the time. Of course, there are some, I know, but in the Netherlands and also in other countries, employers pay you and they want production. And if you flourish, if you are happy, the employer is happy. So please try to not see the employer as the bad guy. Next slide, please. This is how an HR manager or the manager, him or herself, looks at an employee. This is kind of in the back of their mind. They look at, of course, your performance, quality and quantity, but next to that, how you communicate with clients and with colleagues, how you work together with colleagues, the risk that you get ill, of course, your well-being, because if you feel well, everybody feels well, and especially your employer. So are your talents in place? Do we make the maximum profit of you? And of course, environmental circumstances. Next slide, please. This is what I show employers to make them realize that they have a certain percentage of special brains, neurodiversity, whatever you want to call it. And it always works. So when I show it to them, I fill in the name of their company, look at the internet, if they have 1,000 or 30,000 employees, and then they see this calculation. And for an employer, most of the time, this is an eye-opener. Oh, whoa, this is serious business. Yes, it is. So, and putting it in the statistics of other things like depression, sleeping disorder, etc., they see that these are concerns of HR. You have to pay attention to that. You have to invest in that. Next slide, please. So for employers and of course for everybody, it's kind of easy if you realize that about 10%, if you count dyslexia, ADHD, autism, and giftedness, 10% of every office, more or less, has a special brain, is neurodivergent. Next slide, please. This is what employers want and what they do not want. This is what I try to explain to my clients also. Don't go too much in fight for your right and demand adjustments, etc. Of course, useful adjustments are very good, but please realize what an employer wants: quality, innovation, creativity. Hey, when I'm talking about innovation, creativity, inventivity, does it ring a bell? ADHD maybe? So there is where you can get a connection with your employer. Next slide, please. So now about coaching. First of all, coaching in general. The coach, in my opinion, by the way, this is the Equisto way. There are other ways to look at coaching, of course, and I'm only talking about the Equisto way. Coaching, the coach is kind of an extended brain. Think along. And for the time, the period of coaching, the coaching trajectory, the brain of the coach is connected with the person, and the person can use my brain. Okay, next slide, please. If you want to know the opinion of ADHD Europe about ADHD coaching, you can look in the internet, and if in Google you just type in ADHD Europe coaching guide, you will find it. Practical coaching guide version 2020. And there will be a new version in 22, but you will find it. ADHD Europe coaching guide. And it's very helpful for, especially for people who discovered they have ADHD and they are looking for a coach. And it has a list of questions you can ask a coach to just check, is he or she a fit with me? It's a practical way of supporting you how to find a coach. Next slide, please. And this is, we go through it step by step. Employer, employee, everything fine, everybody healthy. Next, please. Then something happens. Employee gets ill, or the relation employer-employer is under pressure. Next, please. Then the coach is called in via what I said, the company doctor or HR. Next. And we do an intake session with employer. That will be the manager, maybe with HR and the employee. Next. And we start working on the relation and health, etc. Next. And then if things are repaired, the employee and employer can independently go on, then the coach leaves. Next. Okay, fine. That's in general. I told this because it's a triangle coaching. That's why I started with explaining about the employer, because people tend to, of course, empathize with the employee. But if you don't include the employer in your mindset, in your attitude, that is a risk factor. And okay, next slide, please. In Equisto, this is about the average way we coach. It's always a limited time because there's a contract with a quote, and it's the average is, I think, 9 months, maximum 12 months. Of course, exceptions are possible. And the budget is around €4,500. We do 15 to 20 sessions of 1.5 hours. And what is important that when I start as a coach with the employer and the employee, like I said, in the triangle situation, I ask the employer, okay, you pay some money for this. What are your aims with this trajectory? And then at the employee, I ask, what are your working issues, the issues you want to work on? Because that's important. If an employee thinks, well, I've got nothing to work on, then there's no coaching. It might be mediation because the employer has a problem there, but it's important that the employee formulates more or less openly the issues he or she wants to work on. What also is characteristic of our way of coaching is that the coach is kind of softly leading the whole trajectory. So if something is needed from someone else, the coach takes initiative. And because this is the employer pays me or my colleague, this employee, it doesn't work, there are problems, issues with communications, whatever, like I told you in the scheme. And we are responsible for the whole person to get back in place. Next slide, please. We do integral and multidisciplinary coaching. I will try to explain what integral is. This is one of the aspects of integral coaching. It's not very well readable, but anyways. At conception, you get your genes. Your genes are in an environment, first in the womb, then as a baby, etc. And all this creates your personality, including school, etc. With this personality, you are in a certain culture, like I told you, in the cleaning company or in the court of justice. That's quite different, you know. So your personality in interaction with your environment, that makes out your functioning. And from your functioning, you have your productivity, and from there, your career in the direction of the future and becoming, getting in place, and etc. So this is one of the aspects. The total person is taken into consideration in the coaching as we do it. Next, please. So integral, for us, the Equisto way means all aspects of private and working life, as far as it's economic and necessary. Of course, we're not going through a whole list of things, and we're not working with protocols, but everything can come on the table, can be discussed and worked on in the coaching. It's not only ADHD, it's giftedness, autism, trauma, communication, private relationships, the family, whatever is necessary for this person in this situation to become healthy again, to go back to work, to find another place to work, to an outplacement or whatever is needed. So the whole integral is also that we do the whole process. We start with analyzing the situation, detection, and then we organize, if necessary, diagnosis. That's why in my network is a psychiatrist who does diagnosis, can prescribe medication, do together with me or my colleague therapy or other treatment. We also do the psychoeducation. We work on acceptance and taking, very important, taking responsibility for the way you are, your ADHD or whatever your characteristics are. It's multidisciplinary. I think you have grabbed that idea already, because we are a team of coaches. We help each other. If I come to my boundaries, my limitations, I ask my colleague to come in and sit in the session, coaching session, the psychiatrist, or we have psychologists, or we do tests or whatever is necessary. It's all in the network. Next, please. So before I proceed, I'm explaining this is the way Equisto does it. It's developed since 1998. And of course, I'm very much in favor of this way of working. That's why I do it. But it's not the only way, of course. That's why I showed you the ADHD Europe ADHD coaching link. And there are always other ways to do it. We are not perfect. It's just our way. So let that be clear. I'm just telling you my experience and how we think we became successful. So the coach also does detection, because many times a client, an employee in our case, comes in and there are problems in interaction, and the manager is a bit irritated, etc., etc. And ADHD is not always already diagnosed. So we also do detection, and we do that listening in. If someone says, well, I always felt different, and of course we're going to look at giftedness or ADHD, etc. If the person talks about sensitivity for light and sounds, if the manager complains, he is always postponing things, and etc. So procrastination, as you know, is really an ADHD thing. Next, please. Other detection criteria is, that's why we always involve the manager. If the manager is quoting colleagues and tells us, well, she's a perfectionist, or sometimes they call me one-on-one, the manager, and they say, well, if he just wanted, he could. I think everybody with ADHD recognizes this kind of gossip behind your back. If he just wanted, and then I can translate this complaint into, hey, this might be ADHD or something else. So all these things, and planning, of course, logistics, or the employee asking for, well, do you have a course in time management? I said, well, let's talk first. Time management is okay, but maybe other things have a better priority. Next, please. Well, more into coaching. Then if we have a diagnosis, as I told you, we organize that, or the person already has a diagnosis for ADHD, then there are we have the general coaching tools, and we have the specific ADHD coaching tools. I think the thing that takes, well, a lot of time is again and again explaining to the person, this is your ADHD behavior. And even when we do triangle conversations with the manager, the team lead present, and the employee has decided to be open about his or her ADHD, I also explain the brain. That's what I call it, explain the brain, and point out this is ADHD behavior and why it is ADHD behavior. And this is something else, because a person is not only his or her ADHD. You have a lot of characteristics. What is very important in ADHD, to explain self-control and make it specific in certain situations, and not as critique, but as feedback for the employee to get to know him or herself. And as is well known within ADHD, of course, emotional regulation is a huge challenge. And of course, with medication, that helps. But still, the coach explains to make the person aware where these emotional regulations going over the top in your happiness or grief or madness or whatever. So what is happening here in all this explaining the brain is creating a kind of helicopter view in the person. And that helps to raise internal awareness of what the person is doing and why. Next, please. Then now we have two long lists of all kinds of ADHD characteristics. And of course, these two lists are not applicable for everybody. But I never bring it up as a list, but it's in the back of my mind, of course, after so many years. And these are the detection criteria, but also when diagnosis is there, it's something to talk about, to realize, for instance, that with ADHD, most of them are functioning better in crisis situations. So they become a crisis mechanic, crisis manager, an ambulance nurse, or whatever. And that's great, of course. But if in the end, you're about 35, 40 years old, 45, and energy changes, then always being in a crisis, which is a solution for your ADHD brain, is draining your energy. And that's when we meet them, for instance, when they get burnout and they have a problem at work. So to realize that your brain is kind of looking for crisis situations, selecting crisis situations, is a solution for your ADHD. Then, if, for instance, you use medication a bit, then you don't need too much of a crisis to really become awake. Okay, but also point out the quality side during the coaching, like you're good in risky business, you're very rapid solution finding, conceptual thinking, and on the other hand, also to explain or to work on during the coaching is the swerve off topic. or have a hard time with making choices in your work or in your life. Hoarders, of course, cleaning your house is many times it's a problem. Here again, we work multidisciplinary. We also have in our network a coach who helps people at home to get things organized and clean the house. Sometimes this really is a problem and people are really ashamed for it. So it's important to have in our network such a person who knows the background a little and helps to structurize life at home. Okay, in detection, and also explain later, I think for ADHD, a very neurological symptom is the bumpiness and the making careless mistakes. So bump into things when you walk around, have blue spots on your legs and arms, etc., is one of the most important diagnostic criteria for ADHD, I think. And of course, alcohol is important to bring up. And for me, that's easy because in the 5th or 6th coaching session, I just tell something about myself. And some 10 years ago, I stopped drinking alcohol, and that was for a reason. And then I checked a little about that. That was really more than a bottle of wine per day, every day, and that my doctor said such and so. And then they feel open to, okay, Hans, now that you bring it up, yeah, I do have a problem with alcohol, and I blow a lot and whatever. So that's, of course, yeah, that's the advantage of being experienced myself. I can always tell a little story about my own history, and then people feel more at ease to share their problems that are hidden behind the mask of being such a fantastic employee. Okay, next slide, please. One of the things that is also important is in diagnostic criteria as well, but also to talk about during coaching, is interrupt people when they talk. In diagnostics, this question is asked, but be careful, because someone who interrupts others when they are talking is not always ADHD. It can also be giftedness, because gifted people also interrupt. So when you ask, do you interrupt people? It's important to ask us, if they say yes, ask the second question, why do you interrupt? Gifted people most of the time answer, I already know what they are going to say, and I have an opinion about it. And people with ADHD say spontaneously, otherwise I forget what I'm about to say. So the forgetfulness, the memory problem in ADHD makes them interrupt. So for diagnostics, that's important. And then when coaching starts, to bring it up, and for instance, as a measurement, if ADHD medication is working or in another way. And then, of course, all kinds of other ADHD traits will be discussed. Procrastination, I already mentioned, and the forgetfulness is really something more than once has to be talked about. How are you going to solve this? Because now we are talking coaching, so diagnosis is there, and then we start coaching the ADHD trait, and then forgetfulness is in kind of all aspects of life, private life, working life, etc., and that needs attention. And if we proceed to the next slide, we can now go into tools for coaching. This is my favorite. This is me in my former office and doing a power nap. And there are other ways, but mini breaks are very important for ADHD. It helps your brain to recover, to bring back energy. And I prefer the power nap, but mindfulness is okay. Take a walk. The power nap, please, if you want to do a power nap, first look on the internet and remember power nap never longer than 25 minutes. That's very important, because if you really get to sleep longer than 25 minutes, you will have a hangover and really disturbing your brain and your biorhythm, etc. So if you're not used to it, I'm trained in power nap. I do it for whatever, 40 years now. So I can do it everywhere. And after 25 minutes, I wake up and come back and go ahead with my work. But for people who are not trained, you need to set a timer. That's important. So power nap is a very powerful means to calm your brain better, to energize your brain. And we know that after a power nap, people with ADHD are more tranquil, more calm, and more focused. So it helps. Power nap is good for everybody, but especially for ADHD. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Oh, this is, I found this is very expensive, but some companies do have a power nap cabin where you can sleep a little. It's funny, I wouldn't ask an employer to buy these expensive things, but it's okay. Next, please. So other ADHD coaching tools. To protocolize. So that is training the brain to structurize. If we have time later on, I can tell you how we do it, but I want to proceed now, but this is very important. The brain of ADHD doesn't create a step-by-step plan for every action, every small thing you have to do, or a total project, etc. There in the brain, there's no pop-up how to step-by-step do something. Hopefully we have some time left to explain that later. Then habits are good, and a chain of habits is extra good. So let me say, I've also coached adolescents. Sometimes brushing your teeth is a problem, but sometimes they forget to take their medication in the morning. So this is a nice example. I start asking, okay, when you get up in the morning, do you brush your teeth? Yes, I brush my teeth every morning, no problem. Okay, that's great. Then take a rope and connect it with your toothbrush or your toothpaste, and connect the pills, the medication, with the toothbrush. Leave it there for a few days, and this will remind you to take your medication. After a while, you can remove the rope, and the rope is now in your brain. So this is the chain of habits. So use a habit that's already there and connect an important basic habit to it. Like, so if you know, if they know I use breakfast every morning, you can connect something to the breakfast. So these chains are the anchors during the day. I always explain that the anchors during the day give you the freedom to be creative and be yourself, as long as the anchors are secured. Then, of course, we work on TTD, means things to do. So have one list of things to do and maintain it every day. Have one diary agenda. Really, I meet people who have 3 agendas. That's no good. It has to be in one place, one thing to do, one email, and one diary. Ohio is also a very, very nice one, because Ohio, I met it in 2002. I was in Chicago, and there were workshops, and in a workshop, someone explained this: only handle it once. So when you pick up an email, when you open an email, deal with it, archive it, delete it, do what's asked for, and then if you don't want to open it, if you don't want to deal with this, don't open it. So Ohio is very important. Compartmentalization of the week. So every morning I start with this. Every Tuesday I do that. That is helpful for some people with ADHD, not for all, but some. Next, please. Yeah. As I told you, in the triangle, that's why I showed the triangle, we also include the manager, because if you overcome your prejudice against managers and employers, you will notice that they are open for it. I meet a lot of managers or HR advisors that say, oh, we are perfectly open for ADHD, but please, Hans, explain us, help us. What can we do for John or Mary? And how can we support him or her? How do we have to deal with it? Are there any adjustments necessary? And what I meet, and I've been in a lot of organizations in the Netherlands and also abroad, it's just that if they don't know, then they will, of course, be irritated and yeah, it won't work. So in the coaching, you also have to advise manager in what they can do. And apart from adjustments, this is what a kind of thing I try to explain. Hey, you pay him or her 2, 3, 4, 5,000 euros per month, profit from it. So make him stand by for a crisis event, because ADHD is good in crisis events. Or like I told you, when I was in court and my manager, who didn't know anything about ADHD, he gave me a challenge with a deadline, including support. It's wonderful for people with ADHD. They really hyper-focus and go for it. And you only have to support them, and every now and then, well, tell them to take it easy or something, but they will go for it. And also to create, to help in things like innovation or in Missions Impossible. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's back to employers, because employers nowadays ask me and my colleagues, how can we become neurodiverse aware? And we made a list of a few steps that an employer can take to make more profit from people with ADHD, from their employees. Okay, next slide, please. Next, yeah, thank you. So these are the 10 steps to become a neurodiversity aware employer. The first thing is, I'm very open and challenging with that. Hey, employer, realize you're paying this person, so you have to profit from him or her. Not profit in a negative way, but make the best out of it. Because sometimes employers and people, they are also, you know, they're human and they want to empathize, etc. No, take your position. Our aim is we pay you and we hope that you do a lot of good work for us. That's the aim. That is realistic, practical. Next thing, the 10% that I showed you, 5%, more or less 5% is ADHD. So they are in your company if you want it or not. Very important, mind your language. That's not only for employers, that's for all of us. Please be aware that ADHD is not a genetic anomaly or a disorder or something is broken in the brain or you're sick. No, it's just a property of the brain. It's a characteristic of the brain. It's a set of property, maybe. It's not only the noradrenaline or not only the dopamine. It's a lot of things, but a set of properties of the brain, and which have advantages and disadvantages. Also important for an employer is if they see certain problems, that it might be dyslexia, ADHD, autism, giftedness, etc. So the problem is not that John or Mary doesn't want to deliver. a problem in communication, in procrastination, in malfunctioning, there's always something behind it. So, and if you are aware of neurodiversity, of your 10% of your employee population, you realize, hey, this might be something with the brain, let's get in an expert. And then, of course, an employer, you can't make all employers psychiatrists and HR advisors. Of course, that's impossible for, but if they understand the core of ADHD, that will help. So I think, that's my personal opinion from many years of experience, the core for an employer to realize about ADHD is not a disorder, not a concentration problem or whatever. It's a lower standard default level of noradrenaline, which makes them less alert, which makes the brain less alert of what the person is doing. And from this less alertness, the person isn't aware what he or she is doing. The best picture you can see is children, when they are talking, their hands are moving around and they bump into things, they throw over their glass of milk. If you grab that picture, they are not aware where their brains and their arms and legs are, so they bump into things. And that's also in adult life. They are not aware that they are talking for more than 10 minutes, or that they just push the enter and send an email without checking the language or whatever. They are not aware of it, and you can help raising awareness, of course, with medication, but also with coaching. So what I teach employers, HR advisors, company doctors, is try to grab an essential core of ADHD. And of course, with the symptoms I showed you before in these detection lists, how to recognize this 10%. And then the seventh step, how to use their qualities. Because if you understand what the quality of ADHD is, or the quality of autism by all means, then you can manipulate a little and put them just in give them another job or another project and use their qualities. Because number one is, hey, you pay this guy, so use him and make a profit from it. And then, of course, hire a coach every now and then. That's what happens more and more. Reasonable adjustments. I prefer the word useful adjustments, but anyhow, that's choice of words. And in the end, and it's happening now already, advertising for people with special brains. So yes, I will now proceed to the questions, but let me finish this. Number 10 is important. My personal aim is that employers start advertising, looking for account manager, sales manager, dyslexia or ADHD counts as recommendation. Now, wouldn't that be wonderful? And here and there, it's already happening. So let's end my talk with this hopeful aim for all of us. Thank you so far, and let's have some questions, Henry. Maybe you can close my presentation.
I will close in just a second. I seem to have lost my.
Oh, never mind.
There it is.
Questions.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, we've had a couple of questions in, and so very keen to ask you.
Yeah.
We've had someone enthusiastic, so they've actually emailed it in because for some reason wouldn't enter in the system. Do you ever see resistance from employees that don't see the coach as on their side because the employer appointed them? And she goes on to say, I would be wary of someone I hadn't chosen myself. Is this attitude common?
Yeah. In My experience since 1998, it happened 2 or 3 times within whatever 1,500 cases or whatever, I don't know, didn't count them. It's an understandable question, but well, they come to me via the company doctor, and the company doctor is already a bit not the employer, but between employer and employee. So, and then the company doctor refers to me and gives a referential. So that helps, of course. I can understand the question, but it depends on the attitude of the coach, I think. Because as I told you, the triangle, I empathize with the employee as well as with the employer, and I do it openly and transparent and let them understand. So when I address the employer, I also include the employee and say, this is the way the employer thinks, and it helps you to understand the employer, and vice versa. So then they really feel that I'm independent.
Yeah, so you have that strong conversation on where the sort of lines of information are, so people can feel confident.
Yep.
We had a question submitted, so and I think it is an interesting question. So the title is Self-Employment for Late Diagnosed ADHD in Mid-40s. I have latent diagnoses of dyspraxia, ADHD, ASD traits. Is self-employment the way forward? Disproportionately, people with ADHD are self-employed, maybe my niche. I got a degree, postgraduate qualification. Only place to get meaningful employment is declaring dyspraxia ADHD in a government organization.
So the question is self-employment something for me?
Yeah, no, I think that's slightly inferring, is it sort of all they can do? Is it just a government job or self-employment?
Yeah, self-employment is really a solution, not the solution, a solution for people with ADHD, because operating, that's why ADHD sometimes looks like autism. The interaction with the environment, with colleagues, is sometimes a bit challenging, so to say. So self-employment, then you really feel where the necessities are, where the priorities are. And I see a lot of people with ADHD and other traits who, in the end, choose to be self-employed, and it can help. But also, as a self-employed person, be it only self-employed or even becoming an entrepreneur and hiring people, you always need people to support you. So a good bookkeeper, your partner, your private partner, as your kind of secretary support, like my wife always supports me. So it's not the solution, it can be a solution.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
In the meantime, there's 2 more questions.
Okay, another question.
Thank you. Sorry, we do have another question, so let me just bring that up. People have been very impressed by your approach.
Thank you.
They'd be keen to know, obviously it's focused on the workplace, like, do you see how it could be adapted to work in schools?
Work in schools in what ways? In schools there are also employees. I coach a lot of teachers and from all kinds of primary school, secondary school, etc. So is that?
I think they're wondering. I think they've been impressed by some of the guidance you've given, and they're asking. I think predominantly, could it work for the kids? Like this coaching.
Yeah, I have been working in Rotterdam clinic for family clinic and coaching adolescents, and I kind of did the same approach. I went to school with them, the mother, the girl or boy, and the teacher or the mentor, etc. And but it's a bit different than at work. There is not a contract, you know. You can't say, what I always promote is, hey, employer, you pay them, so profit from them. You can't say that with a student. So it's different, but a lot of the tools are very applicable, very applicable.
They're absolutely wonderful and very interesting. You know, and I think it's wonderful to have introduced a lot of people to those tools, which I think they're going to find, you know, which people will find a lot of value from. Oh, my poor video is gone again. It's very sad. So I have to go to this one so you can see me slightly less beautiful. I thought we'd got the other video back. I'm sad for it. Hans, you've been absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. It's genuinely been really wonderful and insightful listening to you, and thank you so much.
Okay.
We have to say goodbye. It's always a rather quiet goodbye, yeah, you've been absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. Very insightful, very interesting, and we hugely value you coming. Thank you for supporting this. Thank you for all your work you've done for people with ADHD that you do in the charities with ADHD Europe and in the Netherlands, and your support here. It's a big deal. Thank you very much.
It's absolutely my pleasure, and hope to meet you again. And if there are any questions, just forward them to me. And if there's an email address, I will answer them.
That's very kind. We will. Well, yeah, you
Okay,
heard
bye.
that. Goodbye. Thank you so much.
Success with the conference further.
Thank you. Bye, Hans. Bye. Wonderful. So that, I thought that was wonderfully insightful, very interesting, and incredible wealth of experience. And I think particularly bringing a perspective of someone who's been doing it for a long time, who started when coaching, wasn't fashionable, looking at different things, and having had to build up his own techniques around coaching and ADHD. And you can see he's built up real structures and ideas which bring their own insight. We're coming to the end. So we've got one last segment, which is the University of Glasgow. It's ADHD and suicide. It's obviously an incredibly important topic, and overview of the research being done there, and then conference close. So it's we're coming to the end. It's absolutely it's been quite something. It's 24 hours going around the world properly circumnavigating. It has been wonderful. Right, those who've been watching know we'll have a quick little video whilst we go to our next.
Part of ADHD was what is referred to as the ADHD tax, where this can come down to impulse spending or buying stuff that has a short shelf life and you forget to use it and so it's gone, and that was just a waste of money there, and bits and bobs like that really add up over time. So to kind of help with that now, I kind of moved all my pay that I get from my job into a Monzo account. I'm able just to make all these little pots, these little mini bank accounts within my main one that I can just, as soon as I get paid, it just automatically distributes pay my salary into various pots. The main one would be taxes. Then you have my bills. Say, for example, with my video games, they're so expensive now. It's easy to spend 70 quid when you look at your bank account and you see a large number in it, but you don't realize that by the end of the month, you needed that 70 quid to pay off a bill. What is so great for me now, and it's been so positive on me for my mental health, is I just go, oh, okay, I see a game, and then I look in my bank account, I look in my Monzo account, I look in my video games pot, and if I see...
or frustrated, she now will go off into that little space and be in there for 10, 15, 20 minutes until she feels ready to come out, and then she'll come out, and often she's absolutely fine and feels much more calm. So that's been a really good thing to have. Me recognizing some of the signs of her, what she says she doesn't feel right, we can't quite pinpoint what it is and how she's feeling, but I will just say to her, how are you feeling? Are you not feeling right? And she'll want to cuddle. And that kind of will just make her feel a bit more secure, and that it's okay if she's not feeling okay. We'll deal with it, and I'm sort of here to support her, or we'll find a way to help her to kind of regulate herself, I suppose.
as ever, caught out by the mute button. I mean, it wouldn't be the last session if I wasn't. I assume I will do the conference sign out in silence as well. It's only to be expected. This is our last session. It's a really big deal. It's very, very, very important. And this is about ADHD and suicide. And it's being done by well, I'll bring her in. It's being done by once I can find the correct screen. It's being done by Sinead Clare, who's at the University of Glasgow. And this is an overview of the research working and being done at the University of Glasgow. It's titled as sponsored by ADHD UK. The reality is there's an incredible woman called Jane Roberts. It's all her money. It went through the charity, but it's her, and she is supporting the charity. She's has become a trustee. She's an incredibly important person to us, and her drive for change is something else. And it comes from an absolute tragedy that her son Ben Roberts took his own life, and he had ADHD, and and consequences of that, and it was undiagnosed for a very long time, and the consequences of that led to that awful result. It's Ben, Jane Roberts' son, and and so she's sponsored this research through the charity. Sinead, shall I just hand over to you to and open up the presentation? And the University of Glasgow is a specialist centre for research into suicide. It's incredibly important area of expertise. Right, over to you.
Thank you very much. So yeah, as Henry says, this is a massively important area of research, and I'm delighted to be along at such an incredible event to tell you a bit about it. So yeah, this project is funded by ADHD UK, and as Henry said, particularly by Jane Roberts, who unfortunately lost her son to suicide. So obviously suicide is a very sensitive, very personal issue. And I just wanted to take a wee second to point out that in the bottom of my slides, there's a rocket ship. This is a link to a website which has kind of international resources and things. So if there's anything today that comes up that anybody feels they would like to talk about further or discuss with other people, then please, please, please use those resources. So today, what I thought I would do is basically that my two main aims for this presentation are to give you a little bit of the overview of kind of ADHD and suicide risk, and then to talk about the kind of scale and challenges that suicide research or that faces suicide research. So could we go into the first slide, please? Okay. So I know everybody here knows a lot more about ADHD than I do, in all honesty. But just for completeness, I thought I would just give a wee overview of it. So basically, as we are aware, ADHD is a neurodevelopmental condition that the symptoms commonly appear during childhood. And a diagnosis is based on the presence of persistent and impairing levels of hyperactivity, inattention, and impulsivity. And they obviously can appear in kind of to varying degrees. Sorry, train going past. And so the graph, the line graph that's there, just gives an overview of prevalence of ADHD in children. And it's data from 2003 to 2011. But I thought it was a very nice indication of how the diagnosis of ADHD has increased in childhood. And as you can see, this represents a 43% increase from between 2003 and 2011. And as we are aware, estimates across the globe are between 2 to 7% currently. In adults, there was a recent World Health Organization survey, which was conducted across 20 countries. And this indicated that rates of ADHD ranged from about 0.6% to 7.3% across the globe. And this averaged out at 2.8%. So the numbers that are under the bar chart, so a lot of the stuff I'm talking about today is research into the area, and obviously the numbers and the rates that we're seeing in research can vary quite a bit. And I thought this was a really good example because the statistics that are there, the percentage, the 3.5% is the results from a recent study looking at prevalence of ADHD in medical students in China. And then the prevalence of over a quarter was recently found in a study that was conducted in Ireland by Brown and colleagues. And that looked at kind of multiple university institutions, and the data was weighted to be more representative of the population. But just in terms of the numbers that I'm going to be discussing today, a lot of them can vary depending on how conditions have been measured, the population that's been assessed, and that sort of thing. So I thought I would just clarify that before we move on. So if we could go on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So regardless of the studies, regardless of the population, regardless of measurement of assessment measures, the one continuous thing we do see is that there is an association between people having ADHD and suicidal ideation. And a lot of studies do have this as coming in roundabout. People with ADHD are maybe twice as likely to experience suicidal ideation. And again, that study from Ireland by Brown and colleagues found that 44.8% of individuals who had ADHD, who scored on ADHD measures, had experienced suicidal ideation in their lifetime. And this was compared to around about 20% people who didn't score for having ADHD. So there's a similar pattern seen for suicide attempts. The literature around suicide plans is a bit more varied. But in terms of suicide attempts, there are people with ADHD symptoms or a diagnosis of ADHD are more likely in some research to report having experienced suicidal behaviours. And in a study in 2019 that was conducted in a Danish registry sample, this study looked at research that had been, hospital attendances for suicidal behaviour over a 20-year period. And what they found was that over the 20 years, overall, people with ADHD were more likely to have attended or to have had medical support for a suicidal behaviour. And this was round about 4 times more prevalent in people with ADHD than it was for people who didn't have ADHD. And in this study, they found quite a gender difference. So in men with ADHD, the prevalence of attending for a suicidal behaviour was around about 4 times more likely for them to attend than it was for people without a history of ADHD. And for women, the increase was around about 9 times more. They were 9 times more likely to have sought help for suicide behaviour. Again, that's over 20 years. And one of the things as well that makes this really difficult, and I will discuss it a bit more later, is it's really challenging because we know that people will experience suicidal thoughts, suicidal behaviours, and they might never ever seek treatment. So again, the hospital data is really interesting, but doesn't quite give us a full picture. Another thing that adds to this really complex relationship is obviously in terms of ADHD, there's a high rate of other conditions occurring alongside it. So a lot of studies indicate that people who have ADHD also have kind of mood disorders, anxiety disorders. A lot of the literature suggests that if in people who don't have a diagnosis of a mood disorder, they maybe have higher rates of depressive or anxiety symptoms. And this just really adds another layer of complexity to understanding this relationship, because it's not clear. It's not clear the nature of this relationship a lot of the time, and a lot of the data that is existing at the moment is cross-sectional. So we can tell it's associated with kind of thoughts about suicide, that sort of thing, but we don't actually understand how the relationship actually works. And it is really important for me to point out as well that most people with ADHD won't experience suicidal behaviours. And so this is something we see quite a lot in other kind of areas for suicide research, in that I think around about one of the most common statistics is that 90% of people who die by suicide have, say, a mood disorder or other kind of diagnosable psychiatric condition at that point. However, when you look at the kind of population overall, this actually equates to around about 5% of people who have, for instance, depression. So I know the numbers are they are big, and it is a major problem, a really big concern that obviously highly important to look into and kind of understand more of. But just I'm aware that I don't want to come across as very too alarmist. And like I say, we really need to understand the relationship more. So again, a further complexity is that the research into the different kind of subtypes and the symptomology of ADHD is a bit sparse, but there is some indication that there are different relationships between inattention symptoms and suicidal ideation, or hyperactivity and suicidal ideation as well. And sometimes these can be through, it looks as though the relationship might be communicated through different factors. So multivariate models and mediation models have shown that in some situations, inattention might be associated with suicidal ideation through daydreaming or impairments that are brought on by rumination, that sort of thing as well. So again, it's at this point it's very early, and we really need to understand this relationship more fully. And basically, there's a dearth of research in this really important area. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. Thank you very much. So I thought now we would just take a wee step back and look at the scale and the challenge that's presented by suicide research across the world. So as we know, suicide affects people across the globe to varying degrees, and the graph that you can see in front of you, the world map, the different colours represent the rates of suicide across the globe, and as you can see, there's a couple of areas where we can't get data from, but like I said, it's a global problem. And in 2019, it was estimated that 703,000 people died by suicide. And if we can move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. And what that equates to is that every 1 in 100 deaths is from suicide, which means that more people die from suicide than die from HIV, malaria, breast cancer, war, or homicide. And one of the things we currently don't know is how many of those deaths involve people with ADHD. And a further complexity is obviously that the identification of ADHD in adulthood remains incredibly poor, unfortunately. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So obviously, again, thinking about The burden of suicide, as I already said, suicide hospital presentations and actually suicide deaths, they don't represent the extent of the burden of suicidal behaviour. So for those 703,000 deaths from suicide, those individual tragedies, there's a potential, it's estimated like potential 135 people could be impacted from each one of those deaths, which makes the impact of suicide around about 95 million people potentially affected every year from suicide. And I always think one of the most startling statistics is that every 42nd, one person dies by suicide. And in that time, a further 20 people will make a suicide attempt. And again, just to go back to that, the paradox around, the gender paradox around suicide. As we know, there are more men die by suicide than women, but women are more likely to make a suicide attempt than men. In the UK, 75% of suicides are by men, and suicide is the leading cause of death among men aged 35 to 49, and for men and women aged 20 to 34. There's also data from the National Center of Health Statistics in America, which indicated a 56% increase in suicides in young people, so aged 10 to 24, between 2007 and 2017. And again, at this point, we are unable to answer the question that how many families of people with ADHD are affected by suicide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, as I said, suicide is an incredibly complex phenomenon that occurs from a range and an interaction between various factors. And I think this model, it's a biopsychosocial model of suicide risk, and I think this just really gives a kind of a glimpse into just how complicated and complex this phenomena is. So this model obviously emphasizes the biological, my computer was trying to restart. So it's trying to, emphasizes the biological, psychological and social factors and their complex interactions. So things like, and it also gives quite a holistic approach in that we can't consider these factors in isolation. We have to look at them as a kind of integrated model for how these impact individuals. And we have to take them into consideration. So in the top box is the kind of social context of which suicidal thoughts and behaviours may develop. And we cannot even begin to consider these factors for individuals without taking the social context into their lives. So things like economic turmoil or social isolation, these sorts of things. And then obviously we have to look at this in a lifespan approach, in the early life events can increase or change somebody's vulnerability to stress. And then obviously the impact that these factors have on somebody's suicide risk will vary between individuals, and is the interplay is affected by all the factors you can see in this model. And sorry, I'm trying to make it a bit bigger. And obviously, like down in the proximal factors bit, we've got this really emphasizes the importance of psychological factors, especially in the development of kind of dysregulated mood, and it highlights the importance of entrapment, which I'll talk about a bit more in my next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the integrated motivational volitional model of suicidal behaviour, and it was basically created by Rory O'Connor to basically help us figure out how the kind of common pathway from in the emergence of suicidal ideation and suicidal behaviour. So basically, I know this is a really complicated model to look at. It's actually not, it's not as complicated as it looks at first sight. But essentially in this model, it kind of, the pre-motivational phase just gives factors which might increase somebody's vulnerability to stress. The motivational phase talks about factors which are pertinent in, potentially pertinent in developing suicidal ideation. And then into the volitional phase, we have factors which may be implicated in the transition from suicidal thoughts to suicidal acts. And the two things I'm going to focus on really today are basically just to explain a little bit about how we think suicidal ideation develops, so the motivational phase. And then I'll say a bit more about the factors that differentiate between people who have thoughts about suicide and people who go on to engage in suicidal behaviour. So the main drivers of this model in the motivational phase are in the presence are defeat and entrapment. So this model says that in the when somebody encounters an experience that might make them feel defeated, it's the emergence of feelings of entrapment that will lead to potentially them feeling more suicide or having thoughts about suicide. So when they feel they can't escape from the situation, and that is more likely to lead to thoughts about suicide. And then in the emergence of suicidal behaviours, it's a different set of factors. And what is really nice about this model is the fact that it gives us testable pathways to look at the emergence of suicidal thoughts and then suicidal behaviours. And the motivational phase, defeat and entrapment, have repeatedly been linked with suicidal thoughts. And the volitional factors, which we'll go into in the next slide, please, have been more associated, thank you, with the transition from thoughts to behaviours. So when somebody is having thoughts about suicide, it would stand to potentially, if they've got access to means, then it might make the likelihood of them engaging in suicidal behaviour more likely. And the same in terms of one of the ones that might be incredibly important to look at in terms of ADHD is if somebody's feeling suicidal and they are impulsive, basically like that could lead somebody to be at increased risk to suicide. So this is one of the things we're going to look at. If we could go into the next slide, please. Thank you. So basically, we understand that ADHD is associated with increased risk of suicidal thoughts and behaviours, but currently we don't know why. And we're not 100% sure what factors increase risk and when. So IMV factors have been found to be useful in highlighting indicators of potential early risk. And one of the things we're really keen to look at are which might be better to help us understand why some people with ADHD are increased risk of suicide. And we're going to use the IMV to kind of map out our hypothesis and test these. And if we could go on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So basically, the programme of research we have, like I say, it's just getting started, is looking at, it's a programme that's going to run for about 18 months. And there's 3 phases to it. The first phase, we're looking at just to find out what the current literature says about the relationship between ADHD and suicide risk. And this is mostly so as we can try to identify gaps in our knowledge. And then we will figure, we can extend on the research to kind of really address these gaps. So in terms of the current literature, there was a review published in 2018, and we are using the same methodology as that to just really kind of hone in the most recent research And so far we've found 50 papers that we're going to really go into depth with. And if we go on to the next slide, please. So that will help us inform and figure out where to go for phase 2. And in phase 2, we are going to conduct an online survey of people who have ADHD, people without ADHD, and this will be really to test components of the IMV and see which, like I said, if there's any factors which could be most pertinent for identifying people who may be at increased risk of suicide. And then the third and probably most important part of the study is going to be carrying out interviews with people with a history of ADHD and suicidal thoughts and behaviours, and just really exploring the model in depth of this. And yeah, if we could move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So hopefully in 18 months, we will have a better understanding of the ADHD and suicide relationship. And yeah, thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much. And we do have some questions that have been popped in. This should just work before we have to jump around cameras. Thank you for putting the QR code into your presentation. People would have seen I also put it up in a slightly larger format. For people in the UK, also you can go to ADHD UK. If you go to the bottom, and there's a link "Need Help Now," which will direct you to care within the UK. So it's clearly absolutely important to get help if you're in that situation, or you know someone who is. Those same agencies will talk to people who have someone they to give you advice if there's someone you think is at risk of suicide. And obviously, if you think it's a clear and present danger right now, then you call 999 or your emergency service wherever you are. Thank you for that. Like, it's obviously incredibly the numbers you presented were stark, and the impact that you showed was absolutely stark. Yeah, and it's obviously extremely sobering. We know from some of the evidence that and you talked about that people with ADHD are higher risk, and trying to understand that. And I think some of that understanding of what are the sort of co-conditions that make someone at higher risk, there's the potential to yield very, very important information, and to help target support, and also to be able to recognize more situations that are significantly more dangerous. When we talked a long time ago, well, not so long, but a little while. It feels like a long time ago. It's been 24 hours. Actually, it's been, and everything feels a long time ago right now. I think one of the things that I was struck by was that you intuitively knew, which I hadn't recognised, was the difference between the fact that a lot of ADHD people, we know are really, really struggling. We know how difficult it is to have ADHD. We know the impacts of that. And but the piece that I think you're particularly looking into is what's the difference between someone who's having a really, really tough time and someone who has, is at high risk of suicide. And I was just confirming that is correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in other mental health conditions, what have you seen can be some of the factors that play a significant impact?
To go back to the IMV model, one of the things we do see really coming through quite strongly in the literature is entrapment. So when somebody is in a situation that they don't feel they can escape from, for whatever reason, whether it's impaired kind of like goal adjustment, or impaired memory, recollection, and problem solving to get out of it. If they start to feel trapped and stuck in the situation, then that can that's quite often associated with increased suicidal thoughts and things like that. But it's a very, very good question, because obviously it's, unfortunately as well, it's not, if there was one factor, everything would be so much easier, but it's just such a complex interplay. Yeah.
I thought that, and that's quite, it's particularly, it's just it's very emotional, very sad. Like this, that point on feeling trapped, but your point, it's not about physical entrapment, it's about being not able to think out of the thing and out of your position and situation.
Absolutely.
And people with ADHD will often talk about overwhelm, where they're locked out, like it just can't and how that aspect people will have had some familiarity with, and it is it's very important research you're doing. I think we're excited that you're doing it, and excited for the donation that's made that be able to happen. We probably should do some nuts and bolts in terms of like what should people do, like if they themselves have are feeling suicidal, like what would your recommendation be, and what would your recommendation be to people who feel that they know someone who might be?
I think always a go-to is, if possible, speak to people. And it can be really difficult, obviously, in terms of sometimes we find people find it really difficult to speak to somebody they know about how they've been feeling, because they don't, sometimes there's a perception of that feeling putting it on somebody, and I would always recommend, like, that's why I think that the website and stuff that's linked, I find incredibly useful, because there's a ream of resources out there for people who are feeling in distress, and these people are, people at the resources are trained to discuss these things, and it gives people a safe place with trained professionals to have a conversation with, and I think it's really important as well, if people do think that they do suspect that somebody they know is struggling, then I think it is really important to ask the person directly, and just try to have an open dialogue to find out how they've been feeling. And obviously, if you are concerned, like you said, Henry, contact emergency services. If you are really concerned that somebody cannot keep themselves safe, or you feel you can't keep yourself safe, please contact emergency services. Please don't suffer in silence.
And the you in case that isn't working for people, and for the global audience, so it's findahelpline.com that you've directed people to. The other, so we've had some questions come in, so if I'll go through those. One is someone offering themselves up, recruitment for researchers, someone with lived experience of ADHD and suicidal ideation in previous attempts. Can I participate in your research?
We are currently not at the point of recruiting, but I really appreciate the offer. And if you can get my email, which is on the slides, please feel free to pop me an email. And that goes for absolutely anybody. We have a phenomenal, a lot of people who've contacted us for other research are really keen to be kept on board for learning about future things as well. So we do have, thank you. We have a database of people, and if anybody would like to be added to it, we can certainly, we'd be delighted to link people in with our future research. And yeah, so sometimes the research does involve coming to Glasgow. So I know that might not be practical, but certainly we can let people know about research up and coming. So please feel free to drop me an email or find me on Twitter.
Yeah, and rather than attempt to, after 24 hours, attempt to spell everything out correctly, well, it's at Sinead Clare, and it's Sinead Clare at Glasgow.ac.uk. I'm going to go for SEONAID.CLEARE at Glasgow.ac.uk. Did I get it right? Wrong? It's actually quite, no, we're golden.
You did better than I do most days, so thank you.
Okay, I got it right though, that's the joke. Okay, good. And otherwise it's actually Claire on Twitter. Do get in touch. We will, at the point at which that happens, we obviously as a charity will also be putting it on our newsletter. So do, like, if you subscribe to that, that's another way you'll find out about it if you don't look to email now. Certainly we will obviously try and direct you or direct people on. So that's great. So yeah, do send her an email, and if you're watching this later, so not live, in a completely different from when, you know, those TV competitions. If you're watching this on catch up or like at a later date, please do not. So this is actually for a future list, and looking to have your interviews in what sort of time scale again?
We haven't got that far, but hopefully next year.
Okay, so sometime next year. So you can still get in touch if you're watching this later as well. That's going to be. We've had someone ask, and I think it's an important question because there's some misconceptions around this. What are the signs of suicidal tendencies? What should people look out for? And that's in other people.
Well, obviously anything that if you suddenly start noticing behaviour changes, maybe somebody withdrawing from situations, or somebody seeming particularly distressed about future, I always think it's really helpful to ask people as well, especially about kind of how they are feeling about the future more generally, and I distracted by my face. Sorry.
You can look at my face as well if that helps at all.
Much better. But yeah, essentially, like people withdrawing from situations, or if they are feeling, if they're talking about things that they maybe seem just distressed or depressed, hopeless. Again, sometimes it can be really, really difficult to pick up on these things, and I do think if you have any concerns about people, asking them, just asking them how they currently feel about the future, how they're feeling more generally, if there's been anything that's happened recently. Again, going back to the entrapment thing, asking if there's any, just basically trying to get a sense, like, how do people feel? Are they thinking about the future? Are they, able to see past things? Are they feeling stuck? Are they feeling trapped? There's some really good resources, like the Samaritans website and NHS.
Yeah, and those are both directed from our Need Help Now page on the bottom of ADHD UK. So we've got some resources to direct to people. And I think something important, because I think a lot of people are very concerned that if they speak to someone individually about suicide and ask them that is in some way a bad thing. And I think,
Never.
Do you want to clarify that? Yeah.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's always scary. I personally would say that, like, it's not an easy thing to ask somebody if they are having thoughts about ending their life, and it's not an easy thing a topic to have a conversation about. But a lot of the time, it can be a massive relief for people to be asked directly. And I know there is a myth around that, if you ask somebody about suicide, there's a potential that you're putting it into the forefront of their mind, that sort of thing. But there's not evidence to support that. The evidence is that, yeah, it's ask.
Yeah.
We'd recommend asking.
And I think I think we're, no, and I think that's important. And I think that it's yeah, a good thing to say. And I think it's discussion in groups is, I think, not so recommended, except within very structured environments, because then that does look carry more.
One of the ways that I do find quite useful for asking is that sort of, you know, if you're not comfortable asking directly, or the person you don't think might react that way, but sometimes saying, like, you know, if somebody in your situation, I'm aware that other people might experience like thoughts around suicide, and I just wanted to check, is this something that's been around for you at the moment, that sort of thing. And just instead of, I don't know, opening it more, that instead of, I suppose, focusing in on somebody and making them feel like they already might feel quite isolated, and this might feel like a further isolation, whereas kind of including the kind of perspective of other people can be really helpful, I find.
That's a really interesting approach, and thank you. And I want to get your actual advice. So, like on groups, like what's your recommendations for talking within a wider group? Be that
I think that depends on the individuals. So there's some, for me, I find group settings quite difficult, and sometimes if I'm in that sort of situation, I might find that I withdraw more than maybe engaging more with people. So, sorry, I know that's a bit of a kind of a waffle answer, but it certainly.
So I think it's I just wanted, it was important to cover. The other side I just wanted to touch on is for individuals who themselves are having suicidal thoughts. Is there a level of normal, and what point should they be going, you know what, I think I need to go and talk to someone?
Again, it's all individual. So one of the things we do know about suicidal thoughts is that they can increase and they also come back down. But it depends on, again, on the individual, and I would always recommend talking to people. I would always recommend, it's amazing, like the more conversations I have with people, the more I have realized that the number of people who experience thoughts about suicide are, it's, you know, because I know it's a very isolating thing to have, and in that experience you feel alone in that moment, whereas actually just having a conversation about how you've been feeling, like just being open with people, maybe especially earlier, it might help stop things escalate. And obviously if you're feeling that the thoughts have escalated, speaking to somebody can be good for reducing the thoughts as well. So just the entire time, talk to people. But again, it's a really hard thing to answer, because it does all depend on the individual circumstances, the individual's tolerances, and what other kind of, I suppose, protective factors people have around them and things like that. So.
Oh, thank you. I think that wraps us up. That wraps up the conference. I have to do. I'll just do the wrap up. I want to thank you so much for coming and talking now, so with such great information, such deep thought. It's obviously a very difficult topic, and I'm very grateful for you to being here to talk about it. I'm very grateful for the work you're doing. Clearly, it's incredibly important that link between ADHD and suicide. Like, we need to know more. We need to, so that we can help people and we can reduce that number. That's the aim, is to understand, to save lives. And so I thank you very much for
Thank
that.
you, and congratulations on such an amazing event.
Thank you, and happily pivots us into the celebration and thank you stage, and we all go. So I'll say goodbye to you now. Thank you so much. Bye bye, and thank you. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, that was exciting. Very excited. I haven't got the pretty camera to go backwards. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming, for tuning in, for being part of this. This is the last chance you've got to donate. If you've not donated, if you've already donated and you want to help us change what it means, to positively change what it means to have ADHD, where our aim is to help people thrive. That's what we're here to do. And you can see we've not shied away from areas that are very, very tough, as our closing segment has talked about, but gone into areas of sport, gone to different areas of the world, completely circumnavigated the globe, represented in every time zone. It has been something else, and we are a little tired. I need to do thank yous, and I was so tired I had to ask someone else to help me put together the list, and in wonderful way. I now can't find the bloody thing. I will find it. I will waffle for the next 30 seconds whilst I do find it. This has absolutely been a team effort, without any question at all. We had this wonderful idea about 12 weeks ago, and we've just done it, and we've only been able to do it because of the extraordinary people getting involved and saying, yeah, I'll do that. People who would normally need booking honestly years in advance. We've got people like Microsoft and Google, people like just extraordinary experts, and giving their time, everyone giving their time for free to make the difference. And the aim was to change ADHD globally, nationally, locally, and individually, to provide share that learning, to raise us all up. So we hear things from different experts from different countries so that we can all learn from them. And in doing so, rise everyone up. And as a side impact, create a coalition of organizations and individual charities working globally to come together. So we have had many meetings which we come together to organize this conference. After this conference, we're having meetings to talk about how we can work together to change things. And for people who are at the handover, particularly ADHD New Zealand, they'll know that we're already doing that. So for example, so their political work has been spectacular. They've created substantial change in New Zealand. We need to do that here, right? We need to change it so people aren't waiting years for diagnosis, that they have to go private, that they have options, and private where they can. Where there is actually support afterwards. It isn't like, here's your assessment, off you go. And to provide real support, to change what it's like in the workplace, to provide those that support there, give people ideas and practical things around adjustments that will make a difference. Change how it is for kids in school so they get actual support and things that will make a difference for them. Help people in universities where they've got ADHD and that big difference where there's a complete change of structure, from going from structure of school to then almost none, and like helping those. And we heard the dramatic impact that are the ADHD suicide numbers, which are so high, and actually also represent how hard so many people are struggling with ADHD, and that need for us to change. We are here fighting it. So ADHD UK, right? This is what we're doing, and so please do donate. We get no government funds, and you go to globaladhd.com and click the donate button. That is probably the last time I'll say that in this session. Thank you. I have to a huge and incredible thank you to Christine, who's sitting next door to me. I'm going to put her on screen. She has been the absolute Look into the camera. Hello, Christine.
Hiya.
She is, like, honestly, we've been co-collaborators in this, and the sort of now sung hero of the but this would not have been possible by a very large margin without her enormous effort. I know she wants to say a few words in a second, so I'm going to, that's an exciting screen. So I'm going to deprive her of the limelight just yet again.
That's fine.
Obviously managed to lose the screen. Anna in the office has been incredible. A huge workload has gone on her. Like, as I and others have focused on the conference, Anna's had to pick up, both work on the conference and pick up keeping the charity running incredibly well. She's been extraordinary. Terry has been volunteering, and with the simple, I'll just give me tasks, I'll do them, and Terry and Anna were the night team, keeping this show on the road during the night. They had to deal with a network breakdown, an entire audio breakdown that they dealt with it with aplomb. They're absolutely extraordinary, and they kept the show on the road, which is no mean feat. We've got Matthew and Robert, who've been enormously helpful around the marketing, around the content, constantly pulling ideas and creating new things. Lorna, who's relatively new to the team and is a bucket of enthusiasm around the fundraising, around the support, and it's wonderful. And Dan, who's been an incredible person doing, particularly doing the videos. So a lot of I think all the vast majority of the videos you saw and the interstitials, which gave me the time to sort stuff out, that was Dan. And he, again, put a huge amount of time into those. Those things take a while, and he was wonderful. And then we've got Danny and Ishan. So the code you've seen, so the where people put in questions, and then you can boost, which a number of people did. It's an excuse to donate and put your question at the top. That was all coded by them. They have they're volunteers and are wonderful people, and that is the basis of some technology that's going to launch in the next few weeks. We passionately think that those ideas, those strategies, those products that can make a difference, you see them in lists as if they fit everyone. They just don't. So we want to create we are creating a system where people can vote and comment and upvote, so you can find different, see which ones work. Essentially, it's a review platform, which the non-ADHD people, they have anyway, right? That's the App Store. It's reviews for people, the general population. We need that for us, and that's what that's actually built for. They then put in a huge effort to pivot it into doing our Q&A as well. They've been fantastic and are incredibly skilled people. I need to thank my trustees, fellow trustees, Jane Roberts and Max Davey, who have been extremely kind and frankly, like a lot of stuff that I was supposed to have done, I've not done, and instead done conference. And they've been very kind on that. And Jane is extraordinary and has provided significant funds, which has meant the charity is what it is. It's a huge donation. It's life-changing for the charity and those we impact. We wouldn't be able to employ people, wouldn't have an office without her at this point. Like it's like, yeah, and creating a charity and pushing it through is an extraordinarily hard thing to do, and without her money, honestly, and her donation, her support, and her time and her effort, she's it would not be possible. So thank you specifically to her. And I have to say thank you to all the 53 contributors. You'll be delighted here. I'm not intending to list every single one because that will be, well, it would take ages, and I don't think you want to. I probably have to do some particularly big thank yous. There are a few that everyone is important. There have been a few pivot points and a few people who have really made a difference. Particularly are the celebrities getting involved. Heston's Blumenthal, I've had the pleasure of getting to know over the last few weeks, and he gave the extraordinary candid interview talking about himself, his and how his ADHD has impacted his trajectory. I think he's extraordinarily important for ADHD. We know so many people who are denied the opportunity for an ADHD assessment because they managed to do something in their life, like they've managed to probably slightly the wrong words, it's been 24 hours, but like where they've managed to get a qualification, like they're keeping down the job, and the GP will say, well, you can't have ADHD because you've got those things. And when he was diagnosed, he had 3 Michelin stars, and his restaurant was voted best on the planet. And then when you hear about the extraordinary measures he went to do that, you get a real insight into the challenge of ADHD. And Tanya Bardsley, who's talked again with absolute candor about her situation and how difficult childhood was, and completely heartbreaking interview, particularly the end, and looking to make change. And Adrian Charles, who's been extraordinary, and particularly getting to know him, and his own support, writing a beautifully eloquent article in The Guardian. We've had some big companies, like particularly Google, jumping in, meant a lot of other people got involved, and Microsoft as well. Like having those sort of big pivot brands, they have an obligation to protect their brands and look after them. And they jumped and helped an unknown conference, never happened before, and got involved to make a difference. Took that risk, and it was a big deal, and it's made a big difference. And I genuinely can't thank them enough. Handing over to you, I can give you the with trepidation. One, I have to.
You don't trust me.
I mean, I think you know the answer to that. I absolutely do. Like this. Over to you. You're on.
You can see all the bags under our eyes as well, can't you? I just wanted to say thank you to you, Henry. Some of you know that I've been on the YouTube chat for the last couple of hours, sort of once everything was sorted out for the conference. Overwhelming thanks for you from the people on that chat. This wouldn't have happened without you. In fact, ADHD UK would not happen without you. The energy and the enthusiasm that you bring to this, the passion, the inspiration, and the creative scariness that you bring to it about what we can do and everything else. As Henry said, 12 weeks ago we didn't have a conference. 12 weeks ago I started volunteering with ADHD UK. I wasn't quite anticipating that my first volunteer job would be quite as full on as this, and it has been an absolute ball. We have met some delightful people. We have established so many links and everything else for the future. I'm slightly worried about the fact Henry now has a whole year to dream up what we're going to do for the next conference, and I'm slightly worried about the fact he's going to remember it's Neurodiversity Month in March or whatever next year, and that actually we could maybe do something for that, but I didn't really put that idea in his head at all. So thank you, Henry. Thank you for everything that you do for everybody with ADHD. I'm going to go cry in a minute. It's been an absolute ball. Thank you all very much for coming and listening. Thank you for the chat. If anybody wants to volunteer, we would love to have some more volunteers and everything else. If you go onto our website, you've all got the links because the conference website is on there as well. Under that, there's a contact us thing. If you want to volunteer, we'd really like some web designers, but all volunteers really, really helpful. And just contact us and you'll get a chance to have a chat with one of us about where you can help and everything. I think that's about it, really.
Thank you. Thank you. We have been a twosome. It's been impossible to do without you. You are an extraordinary person. I'm just going to finish with some quick stats, one of which I've forgotten. But we've had in the registration period, we had over. I'll ask Christine, how many did we have register?
It was about, I think, just about 4,000 in the end.
Just about 4,000, and certainly we've seen that in our attendee numbers. we know that at the midpoint, we don't get data until after this is all over. At the midpoint, we had 4,400 attendees. So we know it'll be bigger than that. It's a big number for us. And if you imagine that in a room, it's a big deal. So it's over 4,000, definitely over 4,000 registered people, over 4,500 people attending. Because you could obviously attend without registering largely to join the Q&A. With representatives from over 55 countries, truly global. Every single continent except Antarctica, and across the world, from across the world, from Japan to South Africa to America, Canada, Slovakia, Bulgaria, France, UK, obviously, and all the parts of the UK. Like, it's just been something else, and it was what we set out to do, something global. So we're very, very, very pleased. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of it. Thank you for being looking to make this change. Thank you for everyone who donated. I'm going to do it again. Do donate if you can. Always get involved with fundraising for the charity. Go to ADHD UK. But for donations, go to globaladhd.com and click that donate button. Thank you, everyone, for being part of this. It has been an extraordinary thing, and it has been a pretty exciting 24 hours. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much. It has been something else, and it's been absolutely wonderful. I think an important moment in the change of ADHD, certainly in the UK, and I hope in the world. And it's the first stepping stone. Well, it's we stand on the shoulders of giants. Like, many people have done a lot of work in the already, but this was a big step, and we hope to keep doing this and keep that progress. Do help us. Thank you for being part of this. Have a great rest of your day. And thank you, genuinely thank you. It's been just wonderful.